Our main character is named Michael, who was an ordinary college student until 20 years ago when the world was overrun by zombies. All the last years of his life, he did nothing but try to survive in a new environment full of dangers. Over the years, his mind began to crumble from the realization that he would not be able to meet his family, whom he abandoned in order to survive in this harsh world. Being on the threshold of death, he was not afraid of it because he understood that his entire existence was meaningless. In the heat of battle, he finally found peace. But by some strange miracle, he found himself in his childhood room, thinking that his life was flashing before his eyes. Looking around, he cannot believe that he is in the very place that was destroyed exactly 20 years ago, when everything began to change rapidly. Looking at the photograph next to his bed, in which he is carrying his little sister in his arms, it seems to him that everything that is happening is just a figment of his imagination. Everything around seems quite real, because our main character feels the smells and touches of his body, which in the reflection reminds him of a young and stupid child. At that very moment, he remembers that it was on this day that the apocalypse began, and decides to check where his younger sister is now. He remembers how on that fateful day his cowardice and fear at the sight of danger took over and controlled his body. After seeing the first infected person, he abandoned his sister, who was sitting in a wheelchair, leaving her to die, and then regretted it for the rest of his life. After the memories flooded over him, he looked at the calendar and the exact time, realizing that his assumption about the events of 20 years ago turned out to be true. Michael realizes that, apparently, he has magically returned 20 years into the past. Opening the door of the room, he sees his younger sister sitting in a wheelchair, watching the beautiful flow of life outside the window. Unable to contain his emotions, the protagonist throws himself into the arms of his sister Sylvia in tears, and she does not understand what is happening. The confused girl, thinking that her brother had a bad dream, tries to calm him down. But he, without explaining anything, says that he will not make the mistakes that he managed to survive. He wipes the remaining tears from his tear-stained face with his hands and asks his sister to stay home while he goes out for a short while to run some errands. Sylvia asks him not to hurry and takes off one of the hairpins from her head and gives it to the protagonist, saying that when he returns alive, she will give it back. Having promised his sister that he will return soon, the main character changes clothes, realizing that there is very little time left before the apocalypse begins, and he needs to prepare properly. The main problem after the apocalypse began was resources, and a small 24-hour store was at the price of a human life. So Michael goes shopping. The girls working in the store are discouraged by the amount of goods that our main character buys and decide that he is out of his mind. Having collected almost the majority of all the goods from the store shelves, the main character asks if there is any more food lying around in their warehouse. When the girls asked him how he was going to deliver all these goods home, the main character pointed to a real van located near the store. After some time, having paid for all the purchases and loaded the contents into the car, even the driver is surprised why our main character needs so many supplies. While they are not driving, the man looks at a photograph of his family and tells our main character that he needs to spend more time with his loved ones, because sooner or later, it will end. Having finished unloading the supplies, the man is about to say goodbye to Michael, but he stops him because he wants to pass something on to him. The main character asks the driver to finish work for today and go to his family, because the world will change very much in the near future, and he needs to protect them. After some time, Michael begins to make weapons for self-defense from scrap materials. His preparation is interrupted by Sylvia, whose appearance clearly shows that she does not understand what is happening and expresses her dissatisfaction. She starts yelling at her brother because she received a notice that all the money they had saved up was being withdrawn from their joint account, and she demands an immediate explanation. Her brother smiles, asks her not to be so angry, and, hoping for understanding, says that the apocalypse is coming and asks her to believe him. The surprised girl puts her forehead to her brother's head, thinking that he has a fever, because what he says seems like childish pranks. Michael sincerely asks to believe in his words and asks his sister to enjoy the clean air and peaceful sky above her head one last time. Sylvia says that her brother is acting very strangely today and doing thoughtless and very strange things. But the girl notes that for the first time in her life she sees Michael so serious, and this makes her not deny what she heard. I understand the seriousness of the situation. The main character remembers that in the first week after the start of all the events, 90% of the Earth's population will die or turn into zombies. Somewhere in the city after nightfall, an unknown man receives a message from his superiors that makes him angry, and he hears a dog barking nearby. Unhappy that he will have to work all weekend, he throws his phone at the dog with all his might, venting his anger. After which, he sees how it turns out to be not an ordinary dog, but a mutated animal that attacks its offender. Our heroes, watching the chaos starting on the city streets, are overcome with genuine primal horror. Sylvia, shocked by what she saw, asks her brother what is happening when suddenly someone starts knocking on the door of their apartment. The girl hears from the voice that it is their neighbor calling for help, and the main character remembers that in the past it was because of her that they encountered the first zombie. Sylvia rushes to open the door as their neighbor's cries for help become more and more persistent. Opening the doorway, she sees in front of her the frightened face of a woman who lives nearby and asks what happened to her. Any emotion disappears from Sylvia's face as she sees an enraged mutant behind the woman. Our protagonist's head flashes with memories from a past life, in which he, along with other survivors, went on a very important mission. Their group found themselves surrounded on all sides by high-level monsters, and panic reigned among them. The protagonist tried his best to buy some time for his comrades to retreat while fighting against enemies that were superior in strength. Looking around, he noticed his close friend, who asked for forgiveness and simply left him to die, and ran away. Michael remembered that he himself had once done exactly the same thing, leaving his defenseless little sister all alone. At that moment, he realized how desperate and helpless Sylvia was feeling, and, having time to react, he threw the weapon he had made towards the infected. Michael asked his sister to close her eyes, promising that he would protect her at any cost, and that everything would be fine with them. He asks Sylvia to stay put, and sees how the zombie with a stick sticking out of its skull rushes to attack again in the hopes of tearing the pathetic humans apart. The main character, with ease and composure on his face, parries the attacker's attack and cuts off one of his limbs. He understands that in front of him now stands the first, lowest level of zombies that appeared at the very beginning of the apocalypse, and they do not have intelligence. Without any problems, with a few lightning-fast movements, he deals with the infected using his many years of experience. After defeating his opponent, Sylvia tugs at the hem of his jacket, asking her brother to stop and stop fighting. Michael hugs his sister, saying that everything is over, and that everything will definitely be fine with her. After which he begins to look around because he hears someone's voice. His sister, not understanding what is happening to her brother, tries to help him, but the main character begins to lose consciousness. After some time, he comes to his senses and sees around him a strange sanctuary, shrouded in a blue glow and draining incredible energy. A few moments later, the statues located around the sanctuary shoot powerful beams of energy from their eyes at our hero. Our protagonist's head begins to split from the huge amount of information entering his brain, and he sees information windows popping up before his eyes. His body begins to change rapidly, and the voice of the system in his head says that a restructuring and study of genes is taking place. Having completed the transformation, the protagonist is informed that the recognition of the system owner is complete, and he finds himself in a changed body. Michael feels his body filling with vital energy, and context windows in his head tell him that he can improve himself and his skills. He understands that in order to develop, he needs to pay evolution points, which he will need to earn by killing various infected. He can spend evolution points on various characteristics of his body, such as strength, detection speed, intelligence, and so on. Having received his first points, he decides to upgrade his strength indicators to increase his chances of survival. Better than his skills, he suddenly feels a surge of strength in his body, and hopes that this time he will be able to change his future thanks to this power. After distributing the points, he again loses consciousness, and comes to his senses in our world, watching as his sister waited all this time for him to wake up. Having regained consciousness, the main character's sister immediately says that her brother scared her very much because he fainted too suddenly, and she did not know what to do. Sylvia starts to cry and says that she couldn't bear it if something happened to her brother, and he strokes her head and explains that everything will be fine. Having regained consciousness, Michael immediately understands that he needs to deal with the corpse of their neighbor, otherwise even more zombies will come here. But when he goes out the door, he discovers that she is missing. Instead of a lifeless body, he sees only a pool of blood and a trail that stretches down the stairs to the lower floors. Realizing that he will have to clear the entire perimeter in order to remain safe, the protagonist decides to change his clothes because they have become too small for him. Thanks to evolution, he grew a lot and gained muscle mass, and his body became much stronger and more resilient. Sylvia, who has moved into the room, hands her brother their father's things, which should be just the right size for him. While waiting for the t-shirt to be put on, the girl begins to worry about the state of their parents now, because there is real chaos in the world. She remembers how their parents left them alone when they were 10 years old, after which they were left to their own devices most of the time. After that, Mom and Dad started sending them money every year, and only this fact hinted at their existence. Having finished changing clothes, the main character asks his sister not to worry, because their parents are quite independent. Looking at her brother, Sylvia still can't believe that in just one night, he has grown so much and changed in appearance. Michael tries to make excuses and blames everything on a hormonal imbalance in his body, and also says that he will need to step away for a while. Sylvia is very worried about her brother, and says that she is scared because the world has changed so much, and she is afraid of becoming a burden to him. The protagonist tries to calm his sister down by explaining that he just wants to look around and make sure their shelter is safe. He asks his sister not to think that she is a burden to him, because he does not want to end up in their neighbor's place, and in such a difficult time they definitely need to stick together. Sylvia agrees with him and asks him to return as soon as possible, giving him her hairpin, which according to tradition he must return. Armed with a dagger, our main hero leaves the walls of his apartment and goes on reconnaissance. He looks at the bloody trail left on the floor by the zombie he killed, and realizes that they live on the top floor. All the danger will be below. Michael begins to slowly descend the stairs, carefully examining each floor and checking all possible rooms until he stumbles upon new infected. As soon as the zombie notices our main character, he immediately begins to move towards him, uttering incomprehensible phrases. Having rushed to attack our protagonist, the infected suffers inevitable defeat, since Michael has more than enough skills and experience in fighting high-level enemies. The context menu informs the protagonist that for each entry-level zombie he receives 1 evolution point. Also, looking at the upgrade window, he sees that different skills require different amounts of evolution points to upgrade, and to upgrade the same strength he needs 6 points. The most expensive thing is to pump up the mental spirit, because in a past life he heard about people who had various mental spirit skills, and decides that this is perhaps the most important characteristic. Looking at his skills, he understands that to obtain the ability he needs the 10th level of mental spirit, and at the moment it is better to pump up other skills and leave it for later. Descending to lower and lower floors, our protagonist's main priority goal becomes killing as many infected as possible. While inspecting another apartment, he sees traces of blood on the walls and furniture, which indicates that a recent battle has taken place. Going into the bathroom, he sees the lifeless body of a woman who, apparently, did not have time to turn into a zombie. Michael understands perfectly well that not everyone is able to withstand such drastic changes in life, and it is easier to end their own life. At that very moment, his detection skills allow him to react to the infected behind him. Opening its huge mouth, the zombie is about to sink its teeth into our protagonist and bite off a huge piece of flesh. The main character manages to react and, using his dagger, pierces the skull of the mutant who attacked him. He must not let his guard down under any circumstances, because the tree of evolution did not make him immortal. After clearing the next floor, he decides not to delay and continue to inspect the building, since he doesn't have much time left. While inspecting the next floor, he is noticed by a certain woman who managed to survive and, apparently, is also one of the residents of this house. After knocking on the door and asking if there are any survivors, the woman looks out of the doorway and says that her apartment is safe and asks to be left alone. The main character asks to be allowed to personally verify the safety of her shelter because he does not want to use force. The woman nevertheless decides to let the main character into her apartment for a short while, where everything looks quite peaceful and calm. While looking around the room, Michael notices a photograph hanging on the wall and decides to ask where her husband and child are now. The woman replies that her son is at school and her husband went to meet him and they still haven't returned, and she is very worried about them. After which she asks him to leave her apartment because she is very scared, and as soon as our main character is about to leave, he hears strange sounds coming from the bedroom. He immediately decides to check what exactly is causing the noise, and the woman with a frightened look on her face tries to stop him, saying that there is no one else here. Michael begins to open the doorway, with blood visible on the other side, and the woman tries her best to stop him. Entering the room, he sees a small silhouette of a man holding a bloody corpse in his hand. This terrifying image, apparently, is the son of that very woman who turned into a zombie. He asks with a crazy smile to play with him. At that very second, the main character manages to react to the fact that the woman standing behind him is trying to attack him. Having dodged the attack, he does not understand what is happening and asks why she is behaving like this, and why she decided to hide the presence of the infected. Without waiting for an answer, a boy immediately attacks him, making Michael surprised at how fast zombie children are. Using his new body, the protagonist falls on his back and with a powerful kick throws away the attacker's body. The woman he met immediately stands between the two of them, saying that she will not allow them to touch or harm her son. Michael asks her to come to her senses, because this is no longer her son, but a zombie that eats people, and if she continues to protect him, she will be in serious danger. The woman begins to panic hysterically and says that she doesn't believe it, because this is her beloved boy, and he's just a little sick and she needs to wait until they invent a cure. She tries to dissuade our protagonist from killing her son as the infected charges forward. The protagonist tries his best to convince the woman and also warn her that she needs to avoid it. But all his attempts are in vain, and moments later her body is pierced by a powerful blow, and blood splashes everywhere. The child begins to eat his mother's body, and Michael immediately rushes to her aid in the hopes of saving the poor woman. Lying on the floor bleeding, she manages to grab the main character by the leg at the last moment, and even being on the threshold of death, asks him not to kill her son. The protagonist, with despair in his eyes, explains that if a person has turned, he can no longer be saved, and he cannot allow him to walk the streets of the city threatening other survivors. Living the last moment of her life, the woman loosens her grip and continues to claim the opposite until the very end. The protagonist kills her son with one swing of his dagger, and blood splashes all over the room. He calmly leaves, leaving the corpses of the entire family lying on the floor and regretting that this happened. I go down to the next floors. Behind me he leaves a stretched wire with bells hanging on it, which act as an alarm. Once on the next floor, he sees in front of him a huge muscular man who in everyday life was a fitness trainer. The colossal infected immediately rushes to attack our protagonist, holding a huge iron dumbbell in both hands. Michael manages to avoid the blow, but the force with which this zombie attacks is truly impressive. Because the stronger a person was before infection, the greater the danger he poses in zombie form. Not giving the main character a chance to breathe, the zombie immediately throws an iron dumbbell in his direction, which Michael also manages to dodge and jump to the door behind him. After landing, a powerful explosion is heard as another very powerful mutant appears from the apartment behind him. His appearance clearly takes our protagonist by surprise, and he manages to receive several wounds. In addition to the powerful zombie trainer, who has incredible strength, in front of him there is a zombified animal that looks like a huge dog. It immediately rushes to attack the main character, but Michael manages to parry the attack at the last moment, finding himself on the verge of death. The zombie dog still manages to touch our protagonist, and several drops of blood begin to fall down the floors. They fly past the stairs, attracting the attention of all the mutated ones located nearby inside the building. Michael realizes that the situation he is in is very difficult, and in addition to the two strong infected, he has attracted the attention of a large number of small individuals. The seriousness of the situation is reinforced by the fact that he has already managed to receive a fairly large number of injuries. The huge zombie trainer doesn't let him catch his breath and continues to attack with incredible force, destroying everything around. The main character still manages to counterattack the attacker by delivering a powerful longitudinal blow to the entire body of the zombie. The wounds received are not enough to even throw the zombie off balance, and he continues to attack with even greater fury. The situation is also made worse by the zombie, a beast that supplements its attacks with its speed and razor-sharp teeth. Michael decides to regroup and retreat for a while to come up with a more suitable plan to fight them. As he runs down the stairs, he comes across low-level zombies that were attracted to his blood and stood in his way. He finds himself caught in a vice where on one side his path is blocked by a crowd of infected, and from behind two powerful opponents are advancing on him. The protagonist decides to go ahead because he has no other options to get out of this situation. He begins to deal with low-level zombies at a very fast speed, trying to clear a path for himself to retreat. A giant zombie trainer throws a huge metal dumbbell towards our protagonist, which knocks down everything in its path. After which, he looks around in the hope of finding Michael's lifeless body, but finds only the corpses of his colleagues, not understanding where he disappeared to. Meanwhile, the main character manages to hide in the confusion in the nearest apartment, which apparently belonged to some gamer. Trying to catch his breath, the main character tries to understand why the infected are developing so quickly, because their strength has already gone beyond the first stage of the apocalypse. While he was thinking about the fact that the evolution of the infected was proceeding at an incredible speed, his opponents were already combing through the apartment in which he was hiding. A giant zombie fitness trainer finds our protagonist, who has been hiding behind the back of the sofa all this time. Without wasting time on thinking, he immediately attacks the main character, who in turn tries to defend himself from the blow by taking all the energy on himself. The energy from the impact is so powerful that Michael's body breaks through several concrete walls and ends up in the next room. For some time he loses consciousness and, drowning in emptiness, he realizes that even after rebirth, he still remains a worthless and weak person, unable to change anything. Lying in a pile of concrete rubble, the sound of the bells he left on the upper floors breaking brings him to consciousness. He immediately remembers his younger sister, whom he promised to protect at all costs, and this thought gives him strength. Michael decides to immediately spend the points he has on upgrading his speed and strength, which allows him to get back on his feet. He rushes up to his apartment as quickly as possible, destroying all low-level infected with one blow thanks to the upgrades he received. At this time, Sylvia hears strange sounds behind the door and hopes that it is her brother and decides to open the door. Meanwhile, outside there are two infected people, on whose bodies light from our hero's apartment begins to shine. But Michael is already rushing to help. Having dealt with the zombie in an instant, he approaches the door and asks his sister if everything is okay with her, asking her not to worry because everything is okay with him. Meanwhile, a couple of powerful infected have already managed to reach their shelter, and he asks Sylvia to close the door and not open it to anyone at all costs. Michael points his dagger towards the zombies, saying that he will not allow them to take a step towards him. The zombie fitness trainer starts screaming furiously, saying the same phrase over and over, asking for a membership card to their gym. Having taken one extra step, the main hero immediately rushes into the attack, cutting off his leg, saying that he warned about the consequences. After which he immediately jumps up, soars into the air, and throws his dagger with all his might into the body of the zombie beast. At the same time, during the landing, he delivers a powerful kick to the zombie trainer, hitting his head on the concrete floor. The main character hurries to get his weapon back by pulling it out of the dog's body, and at this time the zombie trainer tries to attack him again, although he moves much more slowly. Increasing the characteristics by upgrading skills allows Michael to cut the mutant's body into small pieces with a few powerful attacks. Our protagonist emerges victorious from this battle, and since these zombies are of a higher level, he receives more points for them. He also notes that there is very little time left before the crazy evolution of zombies, and if everything continues to move at this speed, he needs to adapt as soon as possible. After some time, Michael finishes checking all the floors of his house, completely clearing it of the infected. After such an exhausting night, he returns to his home and decides to take a shower while distributing the accumulated skill points. The main character decides to develop his skills evenly, investing a little into each available skill branch. That evening, after resting a bit, he decides to check how his sister is feeling and talk to her a little about what happened. Sylvia says she watched the news and it was said that zombies had appeared all over the world, but the authorities assure that they will be able to cope with them completely. Michael promises that they will definitely be able to cope, because even in case of failure, he will always be there and will definitely protect his sister. Sylvia says that today she was very scared, because she was worried that her brother would not come back if she could walk. She would make every effort to make their survival easier. The main character tries to encourage his sister by saying that she will definitely be able to get back on her feet, and she, in turn, asks not to feel sorry for her, because it is impossible. Reflecting on everything that happened, Michael hopes that there is a chance to cure his sister, because today, the meteor shower will begin, which became a turning point after the beginning of the apocalypse. After some time, a huge number of meteorites begin to fall from the sky, and Michael remembers that in his past life, this was the cause of the first evolution of zombies. Inside these meteorites are special cores that can strengthen both zombies and ordinary people. If he can get them in sufficient quantities, he will change the world. Together with his sister, they watch from the roof of the house as a meteor shower begins to destroy everything around, turning our civilization into stone ruins. At one point, one of the meteorites falls right near the house of our main characters, which could well have ended their lives. Looking at the map, Michael realizes that he fell a short distance from their house, and with his speed he can get there within an hour. The protagonist decides to make some preparations and go to the meteorite crash site the next morning to get the core and try to cure his sister. A smile appears on his face because he begins to believe that a small ray of hope for at least a fleeting bright future has appeared in their lives. The day after meteorites riddled all the fruits of civilization in our world, a huge dusty haze hangs over the city. At this time, Sylvia realizes that her brother wants to go outside the house, and tries to dissuade him by saying that it is not safe. Michael explains that he is going outside on a very important matter, and is doing it for her and all of humanity. His sister, with a displeased expression on her face, asks him not to talk about it because she would prefer her brother to be safe and sound in exchange for the ability to walk. The main character asks for forgiveness, and says that there is complete confusion, leaving his sister a walkie-talkie, thanks to which they will be able to maintain contact. While going down the elevator to the first floor, the protagonist is slightly upset, realizing that he could have offended his beloved little sister. His thoughts are interrupted by Sylvia, who decides to check if the radio is working and apologizes for her behavior, saying that she understands that all this is being done for her sake. Once on the first floor, Michael asks for forgiveness and says that he needs to go and asks his sister not to go anywhere until he arrives. Finally, the girl tells him to check his pockets, in which she left him her hairpin, which he must definitely return to her upon his return. Michael leaves the walls of his house, promising to return before dark, and begins to move towards the fallen meteorite, avoiding unnecessary collisions with the infected. At this time in the city, a group of soldiers is clearing out infected people, trying to keep the situation under control. One of the soldiers reports to the commander that all the mutated in the western part of the city have been eliminated, and their numbers have noticeably decreased after the meteor shower. Meanwhile, a tall and stately woman named Megan receives the report from the soldier and becomes their commander. Her assistant, Lena, says that they need to give the soldiers new instructions and continue clearing the city. Megan orders them to continue patrolling the area and make sure they don't miss any infected. At the same time, their conversation is interrupted by a man sitting at the table, who jumps up and asks the woman to immediately accompany them to the company. Megan grabs him by the shirt, explaining that she is a police officer, not his personal bodyguard, and if he values his life, he must listen to everything she orders. Looking at him with a frightening gaze, the girl asks him to express all the complaints that do not suit him in the current circumstances. Fearing pressure from Megan, the man can think of nothing better than to agree and stop being nervous. Leaving the men in jackets alone, the commander asks Lena to contact Mr. Leonardo, who needs to be given some information. At the same time, the second man sitting at the table looks angrily at Megan, promising that one day he will get this fierce cat. After contacting Mr. Leonardo, Megan reports that all the zombies in the area have disappeared somewhere, and most likely this is due to yesterday's meteor shower, and for now, they will continue patrolling. Meanwhile, Michael moves towards the crater left by the meteorite, trying to minimize collisions with the infected so as not to attract unnecessary attention. After some time, he finds himself at the very crater from the mouth of which a huge amount of dark energy is emanating. The main character decides not to rush to hasty conclusions, and to examine the surroundings by climbing the nearest high-rise building. He sees a meteorite fragment located in the center of the crater, emitting a huge amount of energy, and in his past life, he had never seen it in real life. He also notices a zombie near one of the crater walls trying to get out, and who is not at all interested in absorbing the fragment. Michael realizes that time is starting to move towards sunset. If he delays, the zombie can absorb the energy, and this will become a very big problem for him. The protagonist makes a decision to use his speed to avoid confrontation and simply take the shard and run away. Once he reaches the crater, he makes a lightning-fast dash towards the zombie in the hopes of catching it off guard and finishing it off quickly. When striking the infected's body, his homemade weapon breaks as if it were made of glass, and the zombie's skin turns out to be as strong as steel. The zombie girl turns to our protagonist and greets him, and her appearance clearly says that she is definitely not a weakling. Michael manages to notice her black eyeballs and golden pupils, as well as tattoos all over her body, and concludes that in front of him is a natural zombie. For a few seconds, he is overcome by a primal terror. As in their past life, they were the ones who most terrified humanity and were stronger than anyone else. In an instant, the infected closes in on our protagonist, grabbing him by the remains of his makeshift spear and throwing him into the air with incredible ease. Trying to land on the ground, our main character begins to be hindered by vines shooting out from under the ground like bullets. Having managed to get his dagger, he manages to cut the annoying plants and remain safe and sound. Michael understands that the original zombies have special abilities, and their strength and speed are at a very high level, making them not the easiest opponents. While he tries to understand why such strong zombies started appearing so early, the girl does not give him a chance to think and attacks him again. The protagonist decides not to engage in combat and simply try to take the shard and run away, avoiding unnecessary damage. Numerous vines suddenly appear in his path again, preventing him from doing so simply. The native zombie smiles as if mocking our main character and is simply having a good time. The speed of her skills does not give our protagonist even the slightest second to think and make decisions, and he is forced to defend himself all the time. Their powers are at completely different levels at this point in time, and even trying to defend himself, Michael still takes a lot of damage. Realizing the sadness of his situation, he understands that events are developing much faster than in his past life and, apparently, history is changing. At the same time, Michael notices how the meteorite fragment and the zombie are connected by an invisible energy thread. He suggests that the native zombie, like all the others, arose from these fragments and act as his protectors. The protagonist assumes that in this case the infected will not be able to move far from the fragment, and decides to break the distance with her by going beyond the crater. The zombie girl tries to stop the protagonist with a vine branch, but he manages to defend himself and cut them into pieces. Once out of her reach, Michael manages to catch his breath for a while and decide what to do next. He decides to take refuge in a nearby building and use it as a temporary shelter in order to regroup and come up with a new plan. He takes out a red glass flask from his backpack and decides on an ambitious plan, saying that he will need the blood of a dead man. After some time, he is riding a motorcycle and leads a huge horde of infected that he managed to lure from all over the area. Finding himself near the crater where the original specimen is located, he throws a vial of blood into the air, setting his plan into action. The main character manages to break the test tube and all the contents fall out like a rain of blood. His plan was to use the dead man's blood as bait for a large number of low-level zombies that the primordial zombie would have to fight. Such impudence and insidious plan enrages the female, and she begins to attack with even greater speed and fury everything that tries to harm her. Michael begins to watch everything that is happening from afar and hopes that his plan will have at least some effect. Even with an incredible advantage in strength, the primordial zombie is unable to deal with the horde of infected rushing towards it so quickly, and they simply overwhelm it with numbers. The presence of intelligence in the original zombie allows her to get out of such a difficult situation and use her vine to fly into the air. While out of reach of normal low-level zombies, she begins to attack them from a safe location. At this moment, Michael decides to get closer to the crater and try to steal the fragment while the original is busy fighting. The only thing that worries our main character in this situation is the large accumulation of mutants, because of which he himself can fall into a trap. The protagonist also understands that he cannot delay this battle, otherwise the fragment will have time to restore the energy of the female, and it will become even more difficult. Unexpectedly for everyone present, a very powerful and ominous roar is heard, which can only mean one thing. Looking around, Michael and the original zombie notice a huge and ferocious mutated beast. He immediately rushes to attack the female, as he perfectly senses her strength and understands that he needs to deal with her first. The beast manages to knock her to the ground, pressing her with his paw, intending to tear her into small pieces. The main character realizes the deplorable nature of the situation, but understands that the animal has every chance of emerging victorious from this fight. But looking at its fur, he understands that it will soon mutate. This will happen if the mutated beast manages to absorb a meteorite fragment, and in this case, trying to emerge victorious from this battle will be pointless. The primordial zombie, being in a less than favorable position, still manages to attack the beast with his strength, throwing it to the side. The mutant clearly doesn't like this, and with even greater animalistic rage, he attacks the zombies. Not having time to react and keep up with the reaction speed of the infected beast, he still manages to sink his knife-sharp teeth into the body of the female. Michael understands that the situation is taking a very unexpected turn and is already preparing to prevent the beast from finishing what he started. Because if the original loses, the situation will become even more dire. At the last moment, the main character decides to stop, not believing that such a powerful opponent, possessing intelligence, lost so easily. At that very moment, a fountain of blood begins to spurt from the mouth of the mutated beast, and its body is pierced through by the roots of the vine. His body rises high into the sky, hanging from the spear-like branches of the vine, signifying his defeat in this fight. The protagonist realizes that this was all just a plan by the original zombie to lure him closer to itself, in order to deal with two opponents with one blow. The female starts to smile and praise our main character, saying that the pathetic little man was not so simple as to believe in such a trick. Michael also says that she is not the easiest opponent, and he will have to sweat a lot to emerge victorious. After which he descends down into the arena, causing surprise to the firstborn, who did not think that he would personally come to her to die and lose. The female decides not to hesitate and immediately tries to attack him with her roots, but Michael manages to defend himself once again. He continues to fight off numerous attacks with the vine, and notes that the fight with the infected beast and the huge number of low-level zombies has greatly exhausted the primordial. At her limit, she attempts to engage in close combat and personally attack Michael. This act turns out to be quite reckless, as the main character manages to easily cut off the attacker's hand with one deft movement. After this, the original zombie is overcome with animal rage and incomprehension of how a pathetic human being is capable of such a thing, and promises to finish him off here and now. The main character is quite surprised that the female still has strength to fight, and all this time she has not shown her maximum. Looking around, he notices that the original is beginning to absorb the energy of the fragment, and with its help, restore her wounds. After a few moments, she takes on a new form, becoming like a rose flower and becoming much stronger. Her speed and strength increase 100-fold, and she begins to try to finish off our protagonist. Michael understands that with his current level of strength, he will not be able to defeat such a powerful individual in any way and tries to escape again. But his escape routes are blocked by vine branches. The firstborn says that this trick won't work on her twice, and they will decide right here and now who will be stronger. The main character slowly begins to run out of strength to dodge and defend himself, and one of the blows almost reaches its target. But at the last moment, the vine branches stop attacking Michael, and the body of the original zombie begins to emit fountains of blood. The protagonist realizes that the female specimen could not withstand such a strong energy from the fragment, and moreover, her body is very exhausted after so many battles. She tries with all her might to attack Michael, saying that some pathetic little man cannot defeat her. Without much trouble, repelling the next attacks of the original zombie, Michael says that by continuing to fight, she will finish herself off. Using his speed, he closes the distance with her, realizing that the outcome of the battle is already predetermined. The exhausted female falls to the ground and prepares to accept her fate. Realizing the dire nature of her situation, the protagonist threatens her with his dagger and says that he knew the outcome of this battle from the very beginning. Looking at the dying primordial zombie, he remembers that in the past, he could not even imagine that he would ever be able to defeat such a strong opponent. In the past, due to the strength of the enemy, he made the wrong choice and regretted it for a long time. So he decides to swear to stand on his feet until his last breath, protecting what is dear to him. The context window informs our protagonist that for killing a native zombie, he gets 100 evolution points. Michael couldn't imagine that he would get so many points for defeating her, and decides that he needs to be more careful with the other shards in the future. After his triumphant victory, he decides to take the meteorite and is surprised that he can calmly touch it with his hands. Touching the shard with his hand, he feels its energy begin to fill his body, restoring his strength. Michael is in complete shock when he realizes that all of his wounds have almost completely disappeared and hopes that his sister will also be able to recover and start walking. Just before leaving, he looks back at the body of the infected beast because he hears strange sounds and assumes that the monster is still alive. A huge amount of energy begins to emerge from his body, plunging the protagonist into horror at the fact that he is about to face another battle. His face shows incredible surprise at what he sees, and he cannot believe his eyes. A small puppy with yellow fur emerged from the body of a huge mutated beast. He picks it up and suggests that after the mother's death, the cub in her womb absorbed all of her powers and was able to survive because of this. Michael suggests that he can tame the newborn monster if he becomes the first thing it sees when it opens its eyes. The puppy begins to happily bark and lick our main character's cheeks, thinking that he is part of his family. The protagonist decides to name his new pet Goldie, and, having hidden it in his backpack along with a meteorite fragment, decides to return to his shelter as soon as possible. Moving through the streets of the city, a strange energy envelops everything in the area, attracting crowds of infected. This energy comes from the meteorite fragments that our protagonist carries in his backpack and acts as bait for the infected. Before he could reach his shelter, the ground beneath his feet began to crack and crumble into small pieces. Michael manages to dodge and realizes that someone has been following him all this time, and he won't let them get away just like that. A huge number of mutated giant rats, which have been following the energy of the meteorite all this time, begin to appear from underground. The main character manages to defend himself from the rodents' attack, realizing that his position is not the most advantageous, and now he cannot just fight them. At this time, Assistant Lena asks her commander to take a rest and at least get some sleep, because she has been standing on her feet for a very long time. Megan says she doesn't have time for this, and continues to observe the situation, and notices our protagonist running in the distance, and reporting that he sees a survivor. The girl is very surprised by the speed at which our main character is moving, and also notices that he is being pursued by a huge pack of giant rats. Although Megan is unable to comprehend how this man managed to avoid so many attacks from infected animals, she still decides to help him. Meanwhile, the protagonist moves towards their shelter, assuming that this building will be suitable for a temporary shelter where he can catch his breath. Once inside the building, the iron bars and concrete walls manage to hold back the mutants pursuing him for some time. Michael, having managed to reach the garage, sits down on the floor and tries to come up with a further plan for his actions, assuming that today he will not be able to get home and will have to spend the night somewhere else. Opening his backpack to check if everything is okay with Goldie and the meteorite fragment, he discovers that the crystal has simply disappeared. The first thing our protagonist managed to think about was that the shard was missing, or that his little animal had managed to absorb it. All these assumptions are immediately dispelled when the context menu of the evolution tree tells him that the absorption of the crystal is complete, and the process of restructuring has begun. At that very moment, the main character's body is enveloped in an incomprehensible aura, and he begins to experience a very wild pain that tears him to pieces. A moment later, his body begins to emit huge amounts and waves of energy, throwing back everything that was near him. At the same moment, the rats pursuing our main character manage to get through the concrete barrier and get into the parking lot. Michael realizes the deplorable nature of the situation, but he cannot find the strength to gather his courage and at least try to get up. And the Tree of Evolution is to blame for this. His eyes begin to close and he slowly loses consciousness, not believing that he will be dead here and now. At the last moment, Goldie manages to save her master by fighting off the rat's attack and standing up to defend him. The body of the small puppy becomes covered with a thin layer of electricity and begins to emit a large amount of energy. He places himself between the attacking rats and his master's body, ready to give his life to protect him. Goldie begins to fight off hordes of rats by attacking them with electric shocks and using her speed and size to her advantage. The number of infected turns out to be too great, and through a breach in the walls, even low-level individuals manage to penetrate inside and surround our main character. The faithful puppy can't keep up with such a number of opponents and has to continue the battle with the rats located outside the building. Before attacking and finishing off our main character, one of the rats is met with inevitable death from a bullet from a gun. At that very moment, other surviving people appear in the parking lot, armed and arriving to help our main character. The gray-haired man asks Megan if they should have brought strangers to the shelter, because if he was bitten, they would have a very hard time. The commander replies that they cannot abandon the survivor, they need to isolate him and observe him. The survivors manage to take refuge inside the building, while Goldie remains outside to defend the shelter from the infected rushing towards it. At this time, Michael, being unconscious, wakes up in the sanctuary of the Tree of Evolution, which has noticeably changed. His body begins to be covered with clots of yellow energy, merging into one whole with the set of genes that he had. This process takes a very long time, but at some point our main character regains consciousness. While Michael was unconscious, his faithful companion spent the entire time fighting hordes of zombies. Opening his eyes, our main character realizes that his head is splitting and he is trying to remember all the events that happened to him before he lost consciousness. Megan, who is in the same room with him, immediately points a gun at him and orders him not to move and to answer her questions first. Michael replies that he doesn't have time for that, and he needs to urgently go about things that are a higher priority. The girl is about to tell the main character that he won't just leave, when he suddenly appears behind her. The protagonist manages to disarm Megan and throw her to the ground, replying that she doesn't have enough strength to stop him just like that. At that very moment, all the survivors enter the room and ask Michael not to move or make any sudden movements. Otherwise, they will open fire. Megan orders her men to remain still and explains that she is the commander of the military police and that they were the ones who saved him from certain death. One of the two men in suits says that the main character is an ungrateful jerk and they shouldn't have babysat him for 4 whole days. Hearing this, Michael completely forgets about everything that happened, realizing that he was out cold for 4 whole days. He immediately rushes towards the exit, realizing that all this time his sister is alone and in possible danger. Megan manages to stop him, saying that the street is full of zombies and it is too dangerous, and invites him to stay in their squad. While Michael asks what will happen if he refuses this offer, a huge, terrifying silhouette is visible outside the window of the room they are in. A moment later, the monster bursts into the room, destroying everything in its path and letting out a furious scream. All the survivors immediately rush in different directions, trying to protect themselves and everyone around them. Stunned Lena, still a schoolgirl, experiences incredible fear and simply cannot move while standing in one place. The main character manages to save the defenseless girl by stopping the monster's huge paw with his body and blocking its path. At that moment, he realizes that he himself did not understand how he managed to do it, and most likely his dexterity increased many times over. As well as his physical skills, not a single person on the planet is capable of holding such an incredible force of a mutant rushing at him with his bare hands. All the survivors, looking at what is happening, cannot believe their eyes and doubt that the stranger they met is an ordinary person. Using his newly acquired powers, the protagonist manages to throw the monster's body back. Realizing that his physical indicators have increased, he immediately rushes into the attack, intending to begin a battle with the huge mutant. At the last moment, his fist stops right in front of the beast's nose, and waves of energy from his blow spread across the ground. The main character realizes that in front of him is not a monster, but his little tame dog Goldie, who has grown a lot in 4 days. He begins to happily wag his tail and lick his owner, rejoicing at his return. Michael decides to check his skill stats and notices that all evolution points have disappeared, and a new upgrade point called Gene Enhancement has appeared. Trying to remember everything that happened, he understands that something amazing clearly happened to him, and most likely all the points were spent on his evolution. As he dives into his consciousness, he sees that the sanctuary tree of evolution has also changed, and apparently he has experienced the first gene enhancement. When asked what happened to him, the context menu answers that the main character reached the limit, and a meteorite fragment helped him overcome it. Michael remembers that every person has a genetic limit, and in a past life he saw high-ranking fighters who tried to overcome it, but eventually died. This term is called gene restrictions, and apparently our protagonist is able to develop indefinitely bypassing this prohibition. Realizing what happened to him, Michael, riding a dog, returns to the survivors, who are both surprised and very scared. Michael explains that Goldie was very tiny not long ago, but after eating so many zombies he grew to such a size. Megan, like everyone else present, does not understand how the monster can be his pet. The main character says that it's a long story and he'll tell you about it later. But now he needs to deal with the crowd of infected rushing here. Noticing a huge number of zombies on the horizon, Megan understands that their strength is not enough to resist such a horde. The girl says that they have nowhere else to go, and they were able to find this place after a week of searching after the start of the apocalypse, and they have no other. Michael begins to warm up and asks the girl not to worry, because there is a military shelter 40 kilometers from here and they can go there. The protagonist asks them to wait in a safe place while he single-handedly deals with all the infected, and Megan says that this is just madness. Michael asks to follow his instructions and then rides into battle on his tame dog. Lena, looking at everything that is happening, asks her commander if this stranger will be able to return safe and sound and accompany them to the shelter. Having reached the right place, the main character decides not to fight with his bare hands and to rip the road sign out of the ground. He attracts the infected with a loud metallic bang and asks Goldie to stand aside because he wants to test his new abilities. When faced with a crowd of infected, he makes a powerful blow with a road sign, destroying a huge number of low-level zombies in a second. Michael realizes that in a short period of time he has become much stronger, which is why his blows have become many times more deadly. Gradually dealing with ordinary zombies on his way becomes an awakened infected who has reached the initial level. The classification that our main character uses has been preserved from a previous life, when the infected were assigned a rank, and this individual, although he has incredible strength, is still not gifted with intelligence. Trying to deliver a powerful blow to the mutant's head with a road sign does not bring visible results, and the metal bends like plasticine. Meanwhile, the survivors, led by Megan, finish collecting supplies from their old hideout and await the return of our protagonist. The man in the suit starts to panic, suggesting that he might not return and then they will be easy prey while here. The girl says that they need to stick to the plan and not panic, otherwise they will have no chance of survival. The man says that they clearly saw a crowd of zombies rushing towards him, and in such a situation, no one can survive, and if they just sit and wait, then everyone will die. He adds that if they hadn't saved this guy that time, they wouldn't be in this situation, and if he voluntarily decided to become bait, then they need to get out of here as soon as possible. Megan asks to stop panicking and acting recklessly by asking her friend Leonardo to stand up for her. The gray-haired man says that he also thinks that they need to leave because they don't know if the guy is alive, and they shouldn't take such a risk. For a second, there is a dead silence among the survivors, and the girl agrees to go and check how things are going at the front. Leonardo and Lena try to dissuade her, but Megan states that this is the best option she can take. At that very moment, their conversation is interrupted by a loud scream from a zombie who appeared behind them. Having decided that they are all facing inevitable death, the infected immediately receives a powerful blow to his skull and flies away in an unknown direction. Michael stands in front of the survivors, saying that he had a little trouble on the way back, and hopes he didn't keep them waiting too long. Megan says that they should be the ones apologizing because the police sent a civilian into the thick of things. The protagonist says that if it weren't for their help, he would have been a corpse long ago, and as a token of gratitude, he cleared out most of the zombies in the area, allowing them to move on. Michael says that they can get to the shelter on Goldie's back, and the road should be clear of mutants. Megan is quite taken aback by such a statement, and decides to clarify why the main character does not go to the shelter with them. Michael states that he has unfinished business and needs to find his little sister as soon as possible. After placing all the survivors on the back of her pet dog, Megan returns his backpack to him and wishes him luck in finding his sister. Finally, the girl decides to find out the name of our main character and asks to come back as soon as possible. Watching them go, the protagonist hopes that they won't make it to the shelter anytime soon, because at midnight, the first stage of the apocalypse will end and awakened zombies will appear. The protagonist's increased physical performance allows him to move through the city ruins at incredible speed. Having reached his old house in a short time, he notices that there are mountains of corpses lying everywhere, and traces of shooting are also visible. Michael uses the radio to try to contact Sylvia, while also trying to find out why the military was clearing out areas and not evacuating civilians. As he climbs the stairs to the upper floors of the building, he assumes that they could have been ordinary looters who, taking advantage of martial law, are causing riots. When he gets to his apartment, he notices that everything around him has been looted and the front door has simply been broken down. Sylvia is also not found inside the apartment, and all he finds is a wheelchair and a broken photograph lying on the floor. At that very moment, the main character is overcome with incredible rage, and he promises to kill everyone involved in the kidnapping of his younger sister. That evening, a group of survivors drive around the city in a car and shoot the infected they encounter along the way. At one point, their car, filled to the brim with supplies, gets stuck in a crowd of zombies, and the driver asks his commander what to do next. Their commander turns out to be the man who kidnapped the protagonist's sister, and he says that he has already informed his uncle of their location and that they will be picked up soon. Sylvia asks her captors why they are doing this, because humanity should have united and fought together against such a terrible threat. The man grins, saying that he has no desire to die for others, and now is the time to use the situation to expand his power. At that very moment, their conversation is interrupted by Michael, who lands on the hood of their car. He immediately grabs one of the shooters defending the car and throws him into the crowd of infected. The driver of the car tries to threaten the main character with a gun, but he sends him flying with a powerful kick. Their commander takes a knife out of his pocket and, threatening to kill the defenseless girl, orders the main character not to move and to bow his head. Michael, experiencing incredible anger, instantly breaks the man's arm, knocking the knife out of his hand and shocking him. He immediately begins to threaten the main character, trying to boast about his family ties and the fact that they will definitely find him and save him. The main character says that he knows perfectly well that he is dealing with a local bandit who uses martial law and his uncle's connections to do whatever he wants. Michael holds the man's body over a crowd of infected, threatening to throw him to be torn apart by the entire crowd. His sister's kidnapper begins to pitifully beg for mercy, saying that he will do whatever our protagonist wishes and fulfill any of his orders. Realizing that persuasion does not work on our protagonist, his pleas turn to aggression and harsh threats. At this time, 2 helicopters appear above our heroes' heads, which apparently arrived at the call of this man to save them. The man starts laughing, thinking that salvation is near. But the protagonist simply lets him go, and he falls into a crowd of infected that starts eating him. One of the people who arrive by helicopter notices everything that is happening and asks to be connected with Commander Roger. A man reports that his nephew was killed by some unknown young man and that there is a little girl in his company. Commander Roger, who apparently was the same uncle who threatened the murdered man, orders the main character to clear the area. Our heroes are fired upon by 2 helicopters, and Michael, holding his defenseless sister in his arms, tries to find shelter. Having managed to react to the fact that they were fired upon with missiles, he moves to the nearest building to find temporary shelter there. He manages to run inside and avoid a direct hit from such a powerful weapon and save his little sister. The protagonist finds a safe room where he leaves Sylvia and asks her to wait for him here until he completely sorts things out. The girl understands the gravity of the current circumstances and asks her brother to be very careful and returns safe and sound. After which Michael, leaving his sister in a safe place, returns to the street to deal with 2 military helicopters. Having come under fire, he realizes that fighting from the ground is not very advantageous and decides to retreat. The sounds of gunfire attracted a huge number of zombies from all over the area, making escape routes very difficult. Thanks to his superhuman skills, Michael manages to break through the crowd of mutants. The military commander on one of the helicopters observing the situation cannot believe his eyes and assumes that this guy is not an ordinary person. He orders the pilot to find a tall building nearby and land him on the roof, then continue pursuing the guy. Having dropped off my captain at Michael, I open fire from a machine gun that fires up to 70 rounds per second. Seeing how our protagonist manages to dodge the lead rain, the machine gunner cannot believe it, because an ordinary person would already be a corpse. At the same time, the military captain, being on the roof and armed with a sniper rifle, takes aim at our main character. He fires a precision shot with a large caliber round, hoping to finish the guy off with one shot. Michael's reaction speed and perception allow him to react to the sound of the gunshot and dodge the projectile, preventing it from hitting his heart, but he still gets wounded. The captain is informed over the radio that the object has disappeared into one of the buildings. I have touched it. The blood will attract the infected. Continue observation. Michael is trying to stop the bleeding. How lucky I am. Another millimeter to the left, and I would already be dead. Lost in thought, the main character loses concentration for a few seconds and comes to his senses only when a rocket flies into his building. A powerful explosion occurs, completely destroying the entire building, and the blast wave knocking out all the windows within a radius of several kilometers. The pilots report that the target has been destroyed, but the captain manages to notice some movement under the pile of debris. The smoke and dust cloud left behind by the explosion clears, and the military sees a huge dog with golden fur, emitting a terrifying roar. Goldie, you really helped me out, baby. You came just in time. I really need your help. The familiar releases huge wings from its body and asks its master to attack with it. While the stunned military cannot understand where this monster came from, Michael, riding a dog, attacks one of the helicopters. At this time, the pilot of the second helicopter, watching his colleague crash, loses sight of our heroes. Panicking, he quickly rushes to report to the captain that the target has been lost, when suddenly Michael interrupts him, climbing into the helicopter's cockpit. The squad captain, hearing on the radio that his soldiers were defeated, requests reinforcements, saying that they found a survivor. At this time, Mike, thinking that the battle is over, lands on the ground with the desire to introduce Goldie to his sister. His joy is interrupted by the military captain. Hey kid, it's too early to rejoice. This girl is clearly very important to you. Mike, seeing that his sister is being threatened with a weapon, begins to scream and demand that she be released immediately. The man, holding the barrel of a rifle to Sylvia's head, declares that he would be interested in checking what is faster, the bullet or our hero's reaction. Put down your weapon. You need me, right? My sister has nothing to do with it. I will surrender without resistance, but promise that you will let her go. Mike moves towards the captain with his hands raised, giving Goldie a final order to take Sylvia to safety. At this time, an infantryman armed with a rocket launcher, who apparently arrived with reinforcements, reports that the target has been captured and is in the kill zone. The captain grins and gives the order to open fire, and a shell is fired at our hero, producing a powerful explosion. The military is happy that the mission is completed, but as soon as the fog clears, Michael's faithful dog appears at the site of the explosion, taking the full brunt of the blow. The captain shouts into the radio that the target is still alive and they need to move to Plan B. But it turns out to be too late, and Michael delivers a crushing blow from behind his attacker. The man, having flown several dozen meters and received a lot of injuries, lies in a mountain of debris, and having miraculously remained alive, orders everyone to be destroyed. More missiles are fired towards Sylvia as Michael struggles to save his sister. A moment before the explosion, he manages to cover the girl with his body, taking the entire blow on himself. Falling to the ground, Sylvia looks at her bloody hands, hoping that her beloved brother is still alive. Brother, don't scare me. Don't even dare fall asleep. What's wrong with you? Don't leave me alone. Meanwhile, the captain still manages to get back on his feet, while simultaneously rejoicing that all his limbs are intact and he will not remain a cripple. Michael, opening his eyes slightly, wipes the tears from Sylvia's face with his finger and asks for forgiveness for not being able to protect her. Don't cry, Sylvia. I'm so glad I was able to look at you again. It all seems like a dream in which I want to stay forever. After these words, Michael's hand falls to the ground, and his sister begins to scream at the top of her voice, and waves of powerful energy come out of her body. The captain can't believe they fired so many missiles at this guy, and he's still breathing. But his thoughts are interrupted by the snow that starts to fall from the sky at such a warm time of year. Sylvia, in a fit of anger, stands up on her feet as a disabled person, and a huge force begins to accumulate around her. The military captain does not understand what the hell is happening before his eyes, because ordinary people cannot control the elements. The girl, screaming that it was her fault that this happened, and that her weakness led her and her brother to this, begins to freeze everything around her using the newly awakened power of ice. The captain's body quickly begins to turn into an ice statue, and his movements are frozen by ice and the fear of imminent death. At the same time, someone from an unknown control center is watching what is happening, and says that a source of power, Absolute Zero, an evolution of rank S, was discovered right above them. The girl named Juno is quite surprised. An S-rank warrior has already appeared, and this is a really big event. She asks her assistant Rabbit to stop the airship they are traveling on, as she wants to personally go down and scout out the situation. At this time, Commander Roger is playing shogi with his old friend Commander Winston. I started playing defense because your attacks became very aggressive, my old friend. They discuss the situation that is developing in the world. in which Roger does not intend to sit on the defensive, because if he does not start to hit back, all of humanity will sooner or later be destroyed. In such a situation, wasting time on protecting pawns is reckless. You have aged considerably, Winston. The commander's young subordinate was about to stand up for his commander, but he managed to stop him. Winston says that, according to his information, Roger is recruiting soldiers from unofficial groups. This is true, my friend, because in the current situation, whoever gets these troops first will get all the remaining power. His answer is interrupted by a subordinate who reports the incident. They tell him on the phone that contact with the entire detachment that was sent to clean up the suspicious guy has been lost. Flock of rams, you can't cope with 2 kids, you always have to do everything yourself. Roger apologizes, saying that he has already won, and asks Winston to think again about stopping building shelters and handing over all forces to him to fight the infected. The old man leans back in his chair. Maybe I really am getting old, but our main task is to protect civilians. He thinks that if the city has already fallen, then all his attempts to save people no longer matter. Deciding to ask his subordinate Scott what he thinks about this situation, he replies that Commander Winston is still very young, and all his decisions are thoughtful and pragmatic. You're such a straightforward person. You're such a blunt person. I always liked that about you. I promise that as long as I live, I'll protect the common people. Now go and find out what Roger was talking about on the phone. The subordinate smiles, encouraged by the words of his captain, and putting his palm to his forehead, is ready to carry out the order. At this time, Rabbit tells Juno that she needs a little time to find a place to land. The girl asks her not to land the ship, but simply to lower the height at which she can jump out. Flying over the battle site, Juno jumps to the ground and uses the ice blocks created by Sylvia as landing ramps. Finding herself in front of our heroes, she notes that they used too much force and simply passed out. Looking at the frozen military man, he wonders how the skill he just awakened turned out to be so powerful. The Rabbit uses the radio to report that this is already the 4th of the 12 S-rank warriors. According to the inquiries made, this girl is not listed as the owner of Absolute Zero. Instead of her appearance does not match. Juno, looking at the wounded girl, suggests that there may be several owners of Absolute Zero. She takes the girl to her ship, leaving Michael alone, saying that they need to go in search of the next awakened. After some time, the main character's body, which is on the hair, activates the tree of evolution that permeates his entire body. The system reports that the right first level is open, and the process of divine evolution has begun, which has launched a huge number of tree roots throughout the earth. The tree of evolution began to search the entire area for any living creatures and mutants, starting to destroy them and pump energy out of them. All this power, collected in a matter of hours, began to flow straight into the heart of our protagonist, saving him from imminent death. At this time, Commander Winston's subordinate Scott enters his office and reports that he has completed the task given to him. He hands the commander a tablet with a video recording saying that this guy and the little girl were being pursued by Roger's men, but he managed to neutralize them single-handedly. However, he was wounded, and then the entire area became covered in ice for unknown reasons. At the end of the recording, rays resembling tree roots began to emanate from this place, after which the camera turned off. In the final seconds of the video, Winston notices a stranger appear, whose face is too blurry to identify. The commander orders the cattle to go to that very place and find out what happened to this guy, and if possible, deliver him to headquarters. Something very inexplicable is happening. Roger's powers are getting stronger, and my abilities have a limit. This world needs a hero. After a few hours, the roots of the evolutionary tree begin to retract, penetrating Michael's body. The system informs him about the accrual of 1,000 experience points that have reached the peak, which in turn triggers automatic distribution. At this very moment, the main character opens his eyes, trying to understand how he managed to survive and what happened to him. Looking around and not finding Goldie and his sister nearby, he rushes to inspect the surroundings, completely covered in ice, hoping that his loved ones are still alive. In such a hopeless situation, he decides to turn to the tree of evolution to find answers to his questions and penetrates deep into his own consciousness. The system informs the protagonist that the deification plan has been put into action, and only one attempt has been allocated for its implementation. Michael also tells us that he has awakened, and all his stats have been increased to the 5th level of power. Looking at his stats, he realizes that his physical strength has increased incredibly since awakening. Thanks to the meteorite fragment he received earlier, he gains a new skill called absorption. From his past life, Michael knows that the power of skills cannot be increased, and that it only grows with the increase of the wearer's physical characteristics, and therefore, his new ability is equal to S rank. For a moment he thinks that he has become the first awakened with a rank, But at the last moment he remembers that he noticed a similar reaction in Sylvia, and perhaps all this ice in the area is her doing. While he was looking around the area, he didn't find his sister's body, and decides that he needs to find out what happened while he was unconscious picking up a fallen hairpin from the ground. Approaching the same captain, chained in a block of ice, he breaks it into small pieces and says that if the military is involved in this, they don't have long to live. At this time, a man driving a car passing by the checkpoint tells the private not to sleep at his post. It turns out that this is Cattle saying that during such an important period of building shelters they need to be extremely careful and not let a single infected person into the territory. Commander Roger, who is watching him, and his subordinate, who Scott was visiting, understand that Winston is trying to extract secret information. Meanwhile, in one of the abandoned buildings, the main character decided to collect his thoughts and think over a plan for further action. Taking the soul into his head comes the thought that the best way to get into the military unit is to go through the shelter to which he sent Goldie along with his new acquaintances. As the morning approaches, he sets out on his journey holding a photograph of his younger sister in his hands and promising to definitely save her. Having set off on his journey and moving towards the shelter, he easily deals with ordinary rank-and-file infected thanks to his new physical abilities. When trying to use his new, recently acquired absorption skill, the system tells him that it cannot be used on normal opponents. Assuming that the skill requires a stronger enemy to use, he stumbles upon an advanced infected that gives off an ominous aura. The infected turns out to be quite strong as he is an awakened F rank and is easily able to crush the ground under his feet with powerful blows. Analyzing his opponent, Michael assumes that his strength and skin color make him a possessor of a very common rage skill that many had in his past life. Dodging his attacks, he manages to perform a grab and with a powerful blow from both legs knocks the zombie out. While his opponent is unconscious, he manages to use his absorption ability, and this time it is activated. Before this, I only used it on awakened zombies. I wonder what will happen now. By absorbing energy from the body of a defeated enemy, powerful waves of multicolored energy begin to hover around, and the system informs that the absorption is complete, and disintegration has occurred. At the same moment, Michael notices a new rage skill that has appeared inside the system, the scale of which is filled to 1%. As far as I remember, in my past life there were very few people who could awaken 2 abilities, and there were no people with a large number at all. The protagonist understands that now he only needs to collect enough skills and fragments, and with a gene limitation he will be able to evolve almost infinitely. His thoughts are interrupted by a strange sound and huge waves of energy similar to those that occurred when he absorbed a new ability fall from the sky. A powerful wave of force pierces his body, and Michael, in horror, does not understand what is happening to him. After which, a huge mutated beast emerges from underground, and according to the system, it is at the level of an awakened monster. Michael's insight tells him that someone much more powerful is approaching here. At that very second, right in front of him, a powerful explosion occurs with peals of thunder, illuminating everything within a radius of several hundred meters. After the smoke clears, he sees his familiar Goldie in front of him, who turns out to be alive. The main character is very happy about the return of his pet, but he understands that it is not the time to get upset and he needs to deal with this monster. A loyal friend stops him, asking the owner to give him the opportunity to deal with him alone, to which Michael gives his consent. Having received approval from its master, the beast rushes into battle with an opponent who, in appearance, surpasses it in strength. Goldie begins to deliver devastating blows with her claws, making Michael realize that he too has evolved greatly during his absence. After a few minutes of fighting, Goldie decides to launch a powerful crushing attack, and his entire body is covered in a bright fiery shield. Having managed to capture his opponent, he begins to concentrate a huge amount of energy in his mouth, and literally a moment later, a powerful explosion occurs and not a trace remains of the awakened monster. You are a good boy. Congratulations on your evolution. But with such dimensions it will be difficult for you to move, and it would be better to shrink to your previous size. Obeying the orders of his master, Gold shrinks to his original form, turning into a small, harmless puppy. Thinking about where to go next, the main character uses his detection skills to scan the entire area, sensing a huge number of signs of life nearby, and decides to go there. Mistress Juno, I will connect you to headquarters for a further report on the situation. The screen that turns on shows a blurry image and the silhouette of a person who is interested in how the case is progressing. The situation is calm, but something unexpected happened that I wanted to report when we arrived at the place where the meteorite energy was coming from. The fragment itself was no longer there. In its place we found an S-rank warrior. Her skill is absolute 0, but she is not on the lists. I took her on board and await your further instructions. The mysterious man through the screen says that this whole situation is very strange, as is the warrior who is not on the list. The man orders Juno to immediately deliver the girl to headquarters, after which the rabbit sets course back to base. At this very time, a handful of survivors armed with machine guns are trying to fight off a wave of infected. Among them is Scott and the commander's assistant Roger, who does not understand how his colleague ended up here. I went on a mission, but Commander Roger did something to my car, and I'm stuck here. How did you end up here? Roger's subordinate says that he was accompanying the scientists to the shelter, but suddenly their car was struck by lightning and disabled. He also adds that the people behind him are incredibly important for the future fate of humanity, and they must be saved at any cost. Scott explains that they won't be able to hold them indefinitely, and they need to come up with an escape plan. At that very moment, their conversation is interrupted by a collapsing wall, through which a zombie of colossal size passes, which they cannot cope with. Roger's subordinate rushes into the attack, ordering everyone to protect the scientists, while he distracts the zombies. Scott orders everyone to retreat and reduce the battle formation to save ammunition, because now the priority task is to protect the scientists. At this time, Commander Roger's subordinate begins to fight back against ordinary advanced infected with his bare hands. He continues to hold back the zombies rushing towards him, ordering everyone to retreat and take the scientists to safety. Scott, realizing that they are in a hopeless situation, orders everyone to follow his instructions and leave the battlefield as quickly as possible. Before he could finish his sentence, an object resembling a human body flew past his face at very high speed and crashed into the wall. Looking at the pile of rubble, he notices a wounded colleague, who apparently could not hold out for long against a zombie of colossal size. The shadow of the huge mutant obscures him and the scientists, and for a moment it seems to them that their lives are hanging by a thread. At that very second, a powerful explosion was heard behind them, and something with incredible speed managed to protect them from the colossal mutant. Michael stands on the corpse of the defeated enemy, having already managed to absorb another % of the rage skill. Under incredible impression, Scott remembers that in front of him stands the very guy that Commander Winston ordered him to find. When he asks if you are the guy named Michael, the main character replies that it is him, indignant at how the military man knows his name. Scott understands that the goal of his mission is in front of him and wants to ask the protagonist for some favor, but he is interrupted. First, answer my question. You're Commander Roger, right? The stunned soldier, not understanding what is happening, answers the truth, saying that his commander is Mr. Winston. He also explains that they, along with the leadership, are aware of his situation and the conflict with Commander Roger, and they do not know who he is or why he is here. Remembering my past life, Michael remembers that after the apocalypse, all of humanity fell into madness, and only one elderly general stood to protect it until the end. When the commander found out what you went through, he wanted to meet you in person. I hope you will return to the shelter with us. At that moment, their conversation is interrupted by a powerful explosion, and a mutant appears from the crowd of infected, his hands covered in lightning. Michael asks his new acquaintances to protect the scientists and wounded comrades while he deals with the enemy himself. Goldie, you also keep an eye on them just in case, but don't transform unless necessary, otherwise you won't be allowed into the shelter. Looking at the crowd of opponents, the main hero understands that only the one with lightning is awakened, and all the rest are low-ranking, and there is no need to use the skill. Before he could think of a plan of attack, a crowd of pawns immediately pounced on him, and it seemed to Michael that an advanced zombie was capable of controlling the weak. He uses them as a distraction, and while the protagonist is distracted, he tries to attack him with lightning bolts. The main character is surprised that the zombies have already evolved to a level where they began to develop intelligence, and, apparently, events are moving much faster than they did in his past. At this time, Commander Roger's wounded subordinate says that this advanced mutant is the one who struck their car with a bolt of lightning and knocked them out of action. During the battle, one of the electrical discharges hits the roof above our heroes, breaking the supports, and a huge number of fragments begin to fall to the ground. The falling pieces of roof and metal raise a huge column of dust, in the outline of which Goldie can be seen taking on her true form. After the smoke and dust clears, all survivors are found to be unharmed, with no idea how they managed to escape harm. The girl scientist says that she imagined and saw a huge dog with wings that saved them, while simultaneously looking at the little puppy. Goldie's mind flashes back to the time he was ordered not to take on his true form, or he would not be allowed into the shelter, and he is overcome with fear. The little puppy starts rolling around on the floor, pretending to be a harmless and weak creature so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. Meanwhile, another colossal fat zombie intervenes in the battle between Michael and the advanced mutant. Looking at him for a second, the main character thinks that his opponent has the skill of controlling awakened individuals. He immediately rushes to attack him, deciding that he needs to get rid of one opponent as quickly as possible, because together they will become much more dangerous. The survivors and scientists watching the battle cannot believe that an ordinary person is capable of fighting off such formidable opponents alone, having exhausted the colossal mutant. Michael manages to use the absorption skill on him and receive another % of rage, after which he tells the electric zombie that it is his turn, and apparently this does not make him very happy. Ultimately, having chosen a convenient moment, the main character manages to get close to the enemy and use his ability on him. The enemy is defeated, and the evolution tree informs that a new lightning skill has been unlocked and 1% of its abilities have been received. A handful of survivors rejoice at the protagonist's victory, while scientists discuss the crystals left in the bodies of the defeated mutants. The professor in glasses, looking at the artifact, says that this confirms the results of his research, and since yesterday these crystals have been appearing on the bodies of the dead. The old scientist extends his hand to the protagonist, saying that his name is Bruce, and he thanks him for saving them. In a past life, the professor and his team were able to obtain energy from the cores of monsters, and thanks to him, genetic medicines appeared. In the most terrible times, it was this invention that helped ordinary people wake up and fight back against imminent death. Realizing that the greatest man who determined the fate of humanity stands before him, Michael shakes his hand and says that he is immensely glad to meet them. The intern asks Professor Bruce to come to him because he needs help, and the main character says goodbye to him, hoping for a further opportunity to meet him again. While the scientists continue their research on the infected without wasting a minute, Scott helps his comrade up, who thanks Michael. "Always happy to help. You got it the worst of all. We need to get you out of here. I'll try to find us a car." While they are still deciding how to get to the shelter, they hear worried cries from a group of scientists who are surprised by something. "It's impossible, am I wrong? All the dead people should have crystals. Why aren't they here?" Bruce suspects that there is something missing in his research, and he had hoped that he could easily use these crystals. Michael understands that the professor has already begun to research the monster cores, and most likely he absorbed them with his ability. So he needs to explain this to the professor correctly. He decides to clarify what exactly Bruce is talking about, realizing that he cannot interrupt his research because of a mistake and try to push him to the right train of thought. The professor hands him a green crystal and says that he needs to understand where these things come from and how they can be used to fight the infected. Michael says that it is unclear why they are called genetic cores, and he has already managed to eat several of them, after which he became stronger. Bruce, indignant at how one could be so reckless, scolds the young man, explaining that it was too dangerous to eat these kernels because they could contain a virus. After which he continues his thoughts about the fact that this in any case helped the main character become much stronger, and most likely they can be used somehow. The professor begins to develop his own theory, and the protagonist is internally happy that he gave the professor the necessary food for thought. Pointing to the two fallen advanced infected, he explains that he may have accidentally destroyed the cores in the two specimens while fighting them. Having completed all the preparations and having found the car after some time, our heroes move towards the shelter. And Scott, while driving, asks Michael about how he ate the cores. The main character says that the zombie cores he ate were the first to awaken, and he was just lucky, but it would be too dangerous for ordinary people to eat them. Michael understands perfectly well the military man's desire to become as strong as possible, but warns him against rash actions. Scott says that Captain Roger is secretly gathering awakened soldiers, while Winston spends his time building a shelter, and he wants to protect his commander. "Don't worry about your captain. He will never lose to Roger, and I am 100% sure of it." After some time, our heroes reach the walls of the base, where the construction of a shelter is in full swing. Looking at the preparatory work, Scott explains to the protagonist that the awakened with combat abilities went to Roger's troops, and the rest helped Winston with the construction. Getting out of the car, Michael notices a red-haired girl driving towards him at high speed and asking him to get out of the way. Having lost control, the girl falls off the scooter, and the main character manages to catch her in his arms. Realizing the situation she found herself in, the girl immediately begins to bow to our protagonist, asking for forgiveness for the inconvenience caused. Standing nearby, Scott realizes that his friend Olivia is in front of him and asks the girl what she is doing here. "Captain, we are so glad you are alive. Commander Winston was unable to contact you and we thought you had died on the mission." Scott hits the girl on the head saying that's not what he asked, to which Olivia replies that she came to meet the new survivors. Michael, I'll report everything to the captain for now, and you go through the verification procedure along with the other survivors, and I'll try to arrange a meeting for you with Winston as soon as possible." Watching the scientists and his new friend, Michael understands that it is better not to rush into trouble until he gets used to the new environment. Meanwhile, Olivia asks all the survivors to line up for further testing to see who among the people may be infected. The protagonist understands that Commander Winston is doing everything right, because in his past life he knew many cases of terrible tragedies after security measures were violated. After filling out the form given to him, after some time he passes by a familiar girl who is accepting forms from other survivors. It turns out that it is the girl he saved earlier, Lena, who is very happy to meet our main character and that he is safe. The girl rushes to thank our protagonist for recently saving their entire group from certain death. Michael is very glad that they managed to survive, and also that the girl joined the medical team. Lena reports that their squad captain Megan holds a much higher position and has recently had problems. At this point they are interrupted by the cries of a disgruntled crowd of survivors, who ask the two lovebirds to quickly finish their dialogue. The girl says that she needs to work, and Michael finally asks Lena to look after his puppy. The girl is very happy to meet the little puppy, realizing that this is the same familiar that helped them get to the shelter. Alina agrees to finally suggest that Michael have dinner together today because she is very happy to see him. After some time, the protagonist finishes taking tests, and the nurse asks him to go to the waiting room where he will be told the test results. After some time, a menacing-looking man enters the room where all the survivors are gathered and asks the name of one man. A voice of a man is heard from the crowd, who is immediately grabbed by two soldiers who say that he is infected and must be immediately quarantined. The survivor tries to say that there is some kind of mistake here, but the commander immediately shuts him up, saying that this is not a kindergarten, and the situation is very serious. The man, realizing that he has no choice, stops resisting, and traces of a spreading infection are visible on his neck behind his shirt. All the rest of the uninfected, the man named Michael must stay here, and the rest can go rest, and tomorrow they will begin to help build the shelter. The survivors leave the room looking at our protagonist, assuming that he was very unlucky, and that the same fate awaits him as the stranger who was just taken into quarantine. The commander says that he was informed about a certain important person by his name, and asks to follow him to a special room. Michael sits down on the bed where he is asked to wait for a meeting with Commander Winston, and all the while he looks at a picture of his little sister. At this time, somewhere in the laboratory, Sylvia is in a strange capsule, and people nearby are discussing the fact that her blood test did not show the result they needed. After some time of waiting, there's a knock on our protagonist's door, and someone asks his permission to enter. Lena enters the room, greets Michael and asks him to come with her to dinner, saying that she will take him to the dining room. They walk together through the corridors of the shelter, and Michael compliments the girl that he did not recognize her in different clothes, and that she looks very cute. Lena suggests visiting her commander Megan and giving her a surprise, because she would also be very happy to meet him. The girl also says that the problems she spoke about are related to the fact that Megan has awakened, and Commander Roger is trying with all his might to lure her to his side. This information begins to anger the protagonist, realizing that this willful warrior is trying to stick his nose where it doesn't belong. Their conversation is interrupted by an alarm, which informs that a conflict situation is occurring in the dining room on the 3rd floor. The girl assumes that most likely this is connected with her commander, and Roger's subordinates are again trying to bother Megan. At this very time, the mustachioed man tells Megan that Roger greatly appreciates her abilities, and once again asks her to come over to their side. The girl says that she will not back down from her principles for any money or values that they offer her, because she is disgusted by Roger's policies. Megan is about to leave, but she is stopped by two men who were saved by Michael along with her and block her path. One of them says that they don't want to work for Old Man Winston all their lives, and since she is a very capable girl, they don't just remind her that she needs to choose the right side. Megan begins to lose her temper, and her body begins to emit a huge amount of energy, and her eyes begin to glow red. Everything around begins to tremble, and the man notices that the telekinesis that the girl possesses is incredible, and now he understands why the captain needs her so much. After which he says that not only she awakened her powers, and they both have F-rank abilities, fire element and metal transformation. A man throws a ball of flame at a girl and says that today she will go with them no matter what it costs them. Michael, who appeared at that very second, manages to repel the attack with his bare hands, reflecting the flying fireball. Everyone present understands that standing in front of them is the same guy who was able to single-handedly save them a few days ago. At the same moment, a mustachioed man behind them asks where this boy came from and why he dares to interfere with their conversation. The awakened man with the power of fire asks his commander not to worry because now he will teach this young boy a good lesson. Preparing to reflect in such two awakened people, Michael thinks about whether it is possible to use absorption on people, but at the last moment stops, realizing that this could lead to their death and attract unnecessary attention. Already familiar with a large number of skills awakened from his past life, he understands that half of his strength will be enough against the metal transformation. After he dealt with one of the awakened with one blow, he asks his friend why exactly they went over to Roger's side. Not receiving a constructive answer to his question, and only listening to pleas for mercy, he knocks out the second attacker with one blow. Megan, standing behind him, is surprised at how the guy managed to defeat two awakened ones in just 2 hits. Moving towards the mustachioed man, he tries to intimidate Michael by telling him not to approach him because he directly reports to Roger. Without listening to the end of his hysterical screams, the main character grabs him by the head and lifts him up on an outstretched arm, forcing him to shut up. Megan tries to stop the main character, the pig, from letting the mustachioed man go, because if he dies, they will both be in big trouble. At that very moment, armed infantrymen climb the stairs to the 3rd floor, asking everyone to calm down immediately. The soldiers surround Megan and our protagonist, and their commander orders the rebels to surrender immediately. Michael is already starting to accumulate energy in his hand. I'm going to fight back against the military, asking if they are too weak to raise their hand against him. How dare you threaten us? We are the law here. If you do not follow the instructions of the authorities, we will take you out of the shelter on it. Megan manages to stop the main character, asking him to calm down. Otherwise they, together with Commander Winston, will suffer greatly. Our heroes are handcuffed and taken to another room while the mustachioed man continues to behave defiantly, looking down on them. Megan, I have a favor to ask. As soon as you're free, find out about a girl named Sylvia. This is my sister, whom I lost because of Commander Roger, and now I don't know where she is. So if you can, try to find out. While our heroes are being taken to another location, a crowd of ordinary survivors discuss the battle of the awakened, not understanding how one boy was able to defeat 2 of Roger's subordinates. Standing nearby, Lena and Goldie are worried about our main character, hoping that everything will be fine with them. Moving along the corridors, the mustachioed man stops next to the punishment cell, saying that the girl should be taken to the commander, and the guy should be left here. Michael completely obeys the orders of his willful commanders, fearing for Megan's safety, and is sent deep into the punishment cell. Once at the bottom, he sees in front of him a huge number of muscular men, creating a frightening appearance. The mustachioed man orders everyone to make this impudent boy understand why they can't go against him, and even if he dies here, no one will remember him. Michael easily breaks the handcuffs, realizing that Megan is no longer here and he can stop holding back. He can take out a dozen trained fighters with incredible ease using simple blows. You understand that the situation is not going well. The mustachioed captain, fearing for his safety, once again tries to threaten the main character and asks him not to come too close. His vile and mean behavior begins to cross all boundaries, and he holds a test tube with a virus from the laboratory in his hands, saying that if something happens to him, his subordinates will poison the young girl Lena. At that very moment, their conversation is interrupted by Scott, who, along with other armed soldiers, goes down to the punishment cell asking his colleague for an explanation. The mustachioed man points towards the defeated fighters and says that this young man wounded 6 officers and should be punished. Scott grabs the man's hand, asking what the vial of virus is doing in his hands and where he got it. He orders the man to be immediately delivered to Captain Winston, saying that now no one will save him and that a cruel punishment awaits him. Michael thanks Scott for saving him and wants to ask for something, but he interrupts him, saying that first they need to leave this blood-smelling room. After some time, they both go up in the elevator, and when Michael asks where they are going, the cattle answer that he will soon find out everything himself. Having climbed to the top floor and opened the door, Michael sees Commander Winston in front of him, who greets him and asks him to sit down in a free seat. The main character is very surprised by the long-awaited meeting with the commander, because in his past life, he only saw his statue, and now he can talk to him like an ordinary person. Dear Michael, I'll tell you straight. I think I can guess your purpose for coming to the shelter. Commander Roger sent a squad to kill you and your sister, and after the battle, your sister disappeared. The protagonist is quite shocked by old Winston's knowledge, and asks how he found out about it. And after a few seconds, he adds to his answer that since he knows the reasons for his appearance here, he must guess that his main goal is revenge. When the apocalypse started, Roger and I were military men, but he only cared about power and wealth, not other people. I know about all his plans and that he wants to take over the shelter. Listening to Commander Winston's speech, Michael decides to ask directly if he is ready for an open confrontation with Roger. Exactly, but we are not in the best position, and we need your help because I know that you are incredibly strong. Commander Winston says that Roger controls about half of the entire army and is secretly recruiting awakened warriors into his ranks. According to my data, he already has about 100 awakened, and we only have 20 and our strengths are too different. Michael says they still have a chance because Dr. Bruce's lab is under their control. Commander Winston says that Roger is interested in the parts of the shelter that are developing various weapons. The protagonist explains that most likely the commander should have reported that ordinary people can also become awakened. Winston says that he received such information, and she still cannot believe that it is possible. Michael dispels his doubts by adding to his answer that people can obtain the source's weapons. Inside the bodies of zombies, there is a special material called genetic cores, and with their help, you can get very powerful weapons. Commander Winston immediately jumps up from his seat, slamming his hands on the table, saying that the young man is simply lying to him now and cannot believe it. The protagonist understands the commander perfectly well as his mistrust, and asks to use a pen and a piece of paper. Michael writes down some instructions on paper and hands the sheet to the commander, saying that the basic ideas for creating the source weapon are described here. He also says that if this information falls into the hands of Professor Bruce, he will be absolutely delighted. Winston understands that before him is a difficult young man, who was a university student. After all, not even a week had passed since the apocalypse, and he knows so much. The main character is very happy that the old man does not ask him where he knows all this information from and allows him to keep the secret. After which he hands the captain a photograph of his sister, saying that he assumes Roger is connected to her kidnapping and asks him to check it out. After looking at the photo, Winston says that apparently things aren't that simple with his sister, and hands him a tablet with a video recording from the surveillance cameras. At first I also suspected Commander Roger, but after a while I realized that it was not his doing. The commander assumes that his sister was kidnapped by an unknown organization, and Michael realizes that in his past life, there were no other shelters or secret organizations. The protagonist remembers that while he was unconscious, he did not feel anyone else's presence. But who in that case was this woman, and why did she need to kidnap Sylvia? I notice the protagonist's concern. Winston tries to cheer him up by saying that everything will be fine with his sister, but he won't necessarily help her. I swear that for the rest of my life I will help you in any endeavors, and will definitely find your missing sister. Frankly, Michael, I had a plan to defeat Roger even without the genetic weapon, and I want you to look at it. Commander Winston hands the protagonist a small black box containing a black cube. With a wave of 2 fingers, the cube begins to turn into incomprehensible clots of energy and cover the old man's hand. A few moments later, his body, and in particular his left arm, is enveloped in a black substance that resembles armor. Throughout human history, countless myths and legends have created many rumors about those commonly referred to as gods who created this world. Left behind evidence such as these relics are proof of the existence of a higher power, and they possess mysterious powers. After humans reached the peak of their development, they learned about hidden places on this planet called ancient ruins. The small cube I have with me is a relic of an ancient civilization, the armor of the sky god. Michael is very surprised that myths and legends are not fiction, and decides to ask if Winston knows where the ancient ruins are. The commander replies that he was appointed to his position more than 40 years ago, and his main motive is to protect this secret. He says he only has one relic in his possession, but with their current technology, it's difficult to obtain them without resolving the ancient ruins. Michael remembers that in his past life, the commander had to reach the 2nd floor of the ancient ruins to defeat Roger. Young man, I hope that you can help increase the rate of ruin mining and speed up the opening of the 2nd floor. And as a reward, you can choose any relic there is. The main character thanks the old man for his help, clarifying that he needs help in finding his sister. Winston gives his consent and also wants to discuss ideas and directions in building a shelter, hoping for help from our protagonist. Having finished the negotiations, Michael leaves the commander's office, and at the exit Scott is waiting for him, asking how everything went. On the way to the living quarters, he says that the meeting went well, and that things will only get better in the future. Commander Winston spent the entire night in his office, pondering the information he had received from Michael, and solving organizational issues. Already in the early morning, he decides to contact Professor Bruce to pass on to him the information he received about a powerful weapon. While the professor explains that he is busy with research that was prompted by a young man he met recently, Winston says that he also received some information from him. They are both surprised that one young guy has had such a strong influence on the course of their common confrontation in the fight against the apocalypse. Bruce says he never thought that two old men who were almost 200 years old would be helped by some young guy and forced to move forward. Winston suggests that Michael's appearance in their hideout is not a mere coincidence, and that he may be a new hope for them. Our main character is met by Megan and Lena, who are happy to see him, and that everything is fine with him. Megan says that after she was captured, Commander Winston immediately sent several people to her who managed to save her. After which, our heroes understand that the situation is gradually improving, and go to the canteen to have a little snack. Meanwhile, Commander Roger is beside himself with rage, realizing that Michael, whom he sent to kill his people, has come to the shelter. In a fit of rage, he orders the recruitment of Awakened to continue, and the training of their special unit to be intensified. Assuming that Commander Winston is trying to strengthen his position, he is in no way going to give in to him. That evening, 2 sentries stationed on the walls of the shelter take turns at the observation post. While one of the soldiers looks around through binoculars, the second reassures him, saying that there has been no danger for several weeks and there is nothing to worry about. Suddenly, the man notices a huge crowd of zombies moving straight towards them, and the entire shelter becomes alarmed. All people are informed that 15 kilometers away from them, a large group of infected has appeared and is moving towards their base. And according to rough estimates, there are more than 10,000 individuals there. This can't be. Our base is still under construction, and we are completely unable to cope with such a number of enemies. Winston immediately contacts Commander Roger, who says that he is aware of the situation and that if they do nothing, the walls will be destroyed. He also says that his awakened squad is the only one capable of fighting back against such a number of infected, and he has one condition. Roger asks in return that Winston hand over all his military powers to him and resign. In the commander's rage, Winston does not understand how, in such a hopeless situation, when the lives of other people are at stake, Roger cares about gaining power and authority. My dear friend, I have told you long ago that in an extreme situation only with absolute power can you rule as a king. Winston does not understand what to do in such a hopeless situation, when the lives of tens of thousands of people are at stake. The commander gives his consent, after which the cattle immediately begin to try to stop him, saying that under no circumstances should power be transferred into Roger's hands. We have no choice but to ask him for help. I can't look for profit when the lives of my people are at stake. At this very time, Roger orders all their forces to be transferred to the front lines to fight the zombies, and also immediately start mobilizing their awakened squad, because he doesn't want his shelter to be damaged. Meanwhile, panic and rumors begin to spread among the military about what is happening outside the shelter walls. Commander Winston comes down to the people, asking for silence and reporting that a huge horde of infected is moving towards them. He asks people to remain calm because they should not be afraid, and let everyone be ready to defend this place at the cost of their own lives. Right now, more than half of the shelter's forces will be sent to the front, along with Commander Roger's advance party, to protect all of humanity. The old man gives a fiery speech trying to raise his fighting spirit and inspire the soldiers to defend all those remnants of people for whom all this was started. Meanwhile, panic begins to break out in the corridors of the residential sectors, and Scott rushes to meet with Michael. He informs him that the shelter is currently being attacked by more than 10,000 zombies, and Commander Winston was forced to turn to Roger for help. He also reports that the commander was forced to make a deal, which included the conditions of a complete transfer of power and command over the shelter. Michael can't believe it, saying that this can't be done and asks to tell him where the commander is now. Scott says that Winston has already gone to the front lines and he also needs to hurry, after which he hands the main character a map indicating the escape routes. Finally, he asks not to worry about Megan and Lena and promises to take care of them. The protagonist understands that the wave of zombies moving towards them should have appeared only after a month, as it was in his past life, but everything is going much better. Meanwhile, the military, using helicopters, observes a huge accumulation of mutants moving towards the shelter. Using military equipment located around the perimeter, as well as bombs, they try to stop the moving horde. Unfortunately, this is not enough, and although they manage to thin out the ranks of mutants, the main forces of zombies move towards the shelter. I begin to transfer military equipment towards the base. A detachment of awakened people of Commander Roger arrives at the front line. The man leading their squad declares that after much training, they are finally ready to fight in real life. Awakened humans are able to easily fight off ordinary low-ranking zombies. This picture gives confidence and optimism to ordinary soldiers who hope that the power of superhumans will help them cope with this threat. The morale of the awakened begins to rise, and they are confident in their abilities, saying that dealing with mutants is as easy as crushing ants. At that very moment, one of the warriors of the detachment tries to warn his friend of the danger approaching him. Before he could react, his body was instantly cut into 2 parts by a very powerful and dangerous enemy. Behind him is a mutated awakened zombie with truly incredible power. The squad leader says that they have about 200 people, which is enough to deal with ordinary zombies, but the awakened ones outnumber them, and at this rate they will lose. At this time, on the walls of the shelter, the commanders watch the battle unfold. Commander Roger is informed that 50 men from his squad have already died, and he orders them to retreat immediately. Old Winston, we cannot afford to sacrifice the awakened just like that and must give them a chance to regroup. The two captains are also informed that due to the sudden attack, the amount of military supplies is running out very quickly, and there is still about half of the available weapons left. Commander Winston orders a team to be created and the mines to be restored in front of the shelter, and also orders that civilians be taken to the bomb shelter if necessary. He distributes the task among his subordinates, ordering them to manage their defense points and not allow the slightest mistake. Looking at this, Roger understands that even in an emergency, his colleague is able to issue tasks in an organized manner, and he really deserves respect. After half an hour of preparation, the wave of zombies reaches the last line of defense, which contains mortar guns and traps along the road to the shelter. Roger says that they don't have enough power from him to fight for a long time, and they have no choice but to admit their defeat. He asks to stop showing off and follow him, because if he and the other awakened ones unite, they will still be able to fight back. There is nothing we can do in this situation, and if we continue like this, we will all eventually be finished off. Scott, realizing that the situation is becoming hopeless, wants to take Commander Winston to a bomb shelter, because it is becoming too dangerous on the front lines. Unexpectedly for everyone present, one advanced zombie manages to get close to the very walls of the shelter. He rushes to attack Commander Winston, and everyone present does not even have time to react to save their captain. The old man is called out by someone's voice, asking if all the fun is over, after which in an instant the mutant is cut into pieces. In front of our heroes stands Michael, armed with several katanas, who apologizes for being late, as he spent too long looking for the armory. The old man is surprised by the appearance of the main character, and he, in turn, asks the commander to be a little more trusting and not doubt that he will leave them. Michael asks everyone to remain calm, promising that nothing will happen to the shelter and that he himself will be able to deal with this whole crowd of infected. The protagonist jumps off the walls of the shelter, and in mid-flight, his faithful familiar Goldie transforms into a colossal beast, taking on her true form. At this time, all the people present on the walls are surprised by the behavior of the young man, considering him a complete madman who just jumped off the high walls and is now going to die. A powerful and colossal column of fire flares up in front of their faces, rising into the air in front of their faces. They look up to see Michael riding on Goldie, not understanding where this lion-like creature came from right under their noses. Looking at everything that is happening, Commander Winston catches himself thinking that Michael can actually defeat the zombie horde on his own. Our protagonist, without wasting a second, goes on an attack on the front lines, demolishing everything in his path. He splits up with his familiar, who begins to hold off most of the low-ranking infected, while our protagonist is busy clearing out the stronger ones. Michael finds himself thinking that from a close distance the wave of zombies looks simply monstrous, and in his past life he was never so close to the epicenter of the battle. Making his way through the crowd of mutants, an advanced beast infected with snake skills stands in his way. Dodging this monster in this way, he understands why the squad of awakened ones suffered a crushing defeat, because among the crowd of low-ranking mutants there are truly powerful opponents. Trying to attack an advanced snake zombie, his katana simply breaks on its thick and impenetrable skin. Our protagonist tries to regroup and retreat for a second, dodging attacks and thinking about a new plan of action. Realizing that conventional weapons cannot harm advanced zombies in any way, he decides that it is necessary to use supernatural abilities. His body is covered in a powerful purple aura, and he charges forward, his evolution tree informing him that he has already killed over 800 infected. The technique that our main character used bears fruit. He manages to defeat the zombie snake, as well as absorb 1% of his skills. Michael is well aware that he has only dealt with 1,000 mutants, and that he still has a very long battle ahead of him. He continues to chop up the flesh of the dead with even more pain in his heart, as if he were cutting vegetables for a salad. In the heat of battle, he thinks that activating the ability to devour with bare hands is rather inconvenient, and it would be nice to come up with another way. He suggests that it is possible to activate the ability to devour energy by transferring some of one's powers into the weapon. His katanas become covered in a bright purple glow, and he uses them to strip down hordes of zombies. His theory turns out to be correct, and the experiment bears fruit. But conventional weapons are unable to withstand the full force of ability devouring, and the katanas quickly become unusable. At this time, Goldie, using powerful area attacks in the form of fire breath, deals with most of the ordinary low-ranking mutants. The captains, watching everything that is happening from the walls of the shelter, cannot believe their eyes, because our protagonist single-handedly manages to stop the wave of zombies. Looking around, Commander Winston notices that thanks to Michael's actions, morale among the ordinary soldiers has risen greatly. He also orders Scott to gather all the awakened people under his command as soon as possible and bring them here. This young guy who just arrived at the shelter immediately rushed into battle, and we can't just sit back and watch all this. Looking at this, Roger is indignant, thinking that all this time his old friend was simply hiding such a powerful weapon under his command. At this moment, Goldie's body begins to be covered in a bright scarlet flame, radiating incredible power and heat. Looking back at his familiar, Michael realizes that things are bad because he had to use this form to deal with a large number of infected, collecting a huge amount of energy inside its mouth. The faithful dog shoots a powerful beam of flame, burning everything in its path. The commanders, watching everything that is happening from the walls of the shelter, are amazed by such a destructive force that even rocket artillery is not capable of. After such a devastating, powerful attack, Goldie, having spent all her strength, takes her original form and can barely stand on her feet. Looking at the scorched earth, Michael notices that the genetic cores of the zombies that his dog destroyed are scattered throughout the area. The body of the little familiar immediately begins to absorb all the cores, absorbing a huge amount of energy. Having absorbed such a colossal amount of nuclei, his body wraps itself in a cocoon, and Michael realizes that he is beginning to evolve. However, the energy released during evolution attracts all zombies nearby, and the evolution itself leaves the body too vulnerable to attack. The main character immediately rushes into the attack, protecting the body of his partner. Realizing that his strength is irreplaceable, and he evolves into an E-class, which will significantly increase his strength. Michael spares no effort in trying to protect Goldie, realizing that this is the very first wave, and the subsequent ones will be much more terrible, and the help of such a powerful partner will always come in handy. Having killed most of the low-ranking infected, only the awakened ones remained before him. But if the protagonist continues to fight, his psychological state may collapse. He remembers that in his past life he put all his strength into the final battle and died in the process. But this time everything is different, and it is too important for him to protect what he wants. Michael, realizing with all his might that he cannot give up right now, continues to protect the body of his faithful partner, fighting to the end. In the heat of battle, he is suddenly attacked from behind by a monster's hand. But a boulder that comes out of nowhere saves his life. Behind him, there is a squad of awakened ones led by Megan, who threw this boulder with the power of her telekinesis. The girl says that they all came to his aid because they are also ready to give their lives to protect the shelter. Having also managed to observe how the battle was going, she managed to take with her several swords that would help our protagonist in the battle. Commander Winston, watching all this, looks around, trying to tell Roger that the tide of battle is changing in their favor. Realizing that Commander Roger has disappeared somewhere, a soldier calls out to him, reporting that someone has left the shelter in a helicopter and taken with them a powerful weapon from the warehouse. At the front, Michael asks all the awakened to be as careful as possible, and to distribute their forces in such a way as to form a line of defense guarding the cocoon with his familiar. The squad of awakened ones, sparing no effort, rushes into the attack together with our main hero, defending all of humanity at the cost of their own lives. People with defensive abilities such as strengthening their bodies remain on the defensive, guarding Goldie. Other awakened ones with more powerful and destructive skills rush into the attack, helping to exterminate the evil spirits. Some act as assistants using healing skills or enhancing physical or magical skills. The commander's subordinates are already so familiar with their abilities that they can easily work as a team. Megan, I ask you to stay here with everyone and protect Goldie at all costs while I go ahead. The girl is very worried about the exhaustion of the main character, but he tries to calm her down, saying that it is not important now and every second can be decisive. At this point, one man begins to strengthen Michael, calling him a hero and saying that if he had not appeared at the shelter, they would all have died long ago. The protagonist immediately rushes into battle, thinking about the fact that before he knew it, he had already become a hero for other people. Meanwhile, the awakened frontline fighters encounter huge zombies and try to call for reinforcements. They tremble in fear, expecting a quick death, but the main character, rushing to their aid, saves them at the last moment. Using his incredible speed and strength, he cuts the body of an infected zombie giant in half in one motion. He asks people to regroup with their team and not get lost alone, concentrating their firepower and helping other people. Michael also understands that his psychological state will not last for too long, and he needs to finish everything as soon as possible, while the enhancement is affecting him. With incredible speed, he begins to deal with crowds of ordinary infected using the blade of his swords like a real chef. He deals with more serious large opponents using his absorption skill, sucking out their strength and abilities. At this time, the squad of survivors defending Goldie's evolution continues to repel the attacks of the mutants rushing towards them. Commander Winston notices a combat helicopter flying past the walls of the shelter. Using the radio, he immediately contacts Commander Roger, asking him to stop immediately and return to base. It seems you've already guessed what I'm going to do. I can't stay alive unless he dies, and I'll do it with my own hands. Roger, stop right now. I may not pay attention to what you did in the past, but at least you understand what you are going to do. Old Winston, listen to me. Don't act rashly. I will ask Michael for forgiveness on your behalf. If you apologize, everything will be fine. Commander Winston is asked to resolve this situation peacefully to avoid something irreversible and irreparable happening. Roger starts screaming in rage, saying that he can't just let this brat survive and demands that he be given command of the entire shelter immediately. He understands that there are not so few zombies left, and the main character is now very exhausted and weak, and all he needs to do is destroy them. At this time, panic also begins to reign on the battlefield, as all the survivors from the Awakened squad do not understand who sent the helicopter. One of the men with the ability of incredible vision says that Commander Roger is on the helicopter. At this moment, a huge number of missiles fly out of the helicopter, moving in the direction of our protagonist. Megan uses her telekinetic powers to try to stop the swarm, but with her current power, she can't control things that are moving at such a fast pace. An incredibly powerful explosion occurs, which is visible even from the walls of the shelter. The survivors cannot believe that Commander Roger just killed the hero of the shelter, and also for what purpose he did it. One among the people despair hangs, and they decide that everything is over because the rest of them will not be able to defeat the awakened zombies. The girl, standing in front of the wall of flames, does not believe that Michael just died, screaming into the air that his sister is still alive and waiting for help. Commander Roger at this point states that the young man died heroically in battle, and that they should not lose their fighting spirit and continue to defend the shelter. Let me command the battle, for thanks to me the dawn of victory will come very soon. At this point, he states that the commander himself attacked the main character, and Winston cannot simply turn a blind eye to this. Megan asks all the survivors not to believe Roger's words, saying that he attacked Michael on purpose. Someone from the squad of awakened ones says that they don't have time to sort things out because they are in the very heat of the moment and need to think about how to survive. At the same time, some awakened mutants are shown from behind the wall of fire, who were able to survive the explosion and are still moving towards the walls. After which, at that very second, they fall face down on the ground, and behind them appears our main character with an imperturbable and frightening look. After I found out that it wasn't you who kidnapped my sister, I wanted to forgive you if you worked together with Commander Winston, but you used the lives of innocent people in the shelter to threaten the commander into handing over his military powers. Listening to his speech, Commander Roger cannot believe his eyes, not understanding how he managed to survive after such a sudden and powerful attack. Now that the situation is not in your favor, you tried to eliminate me at the cost of other people's lives. Ignoring the zombies attacking him, Michael continues to read his speech while fighting off all sorts of evil spirits. He makes a few light swings with his katana, and the infected standing next to him disappear without a trace. Roger tries to order his subordinates to kill our main character, but none of the survivors dare to attack him. The commander begins to fire at the protagonist with a rapid-fire machine gun, trying to personally deal with him. Michael soars into the air trying to reach the helicopter while simultaneously deflecting all the bullets flying at him with his blade. A moment later, he finds himself behind Roger, who immediately begins to beg him for mercy, saying that if he spares him, he will appoint him deputy commander of the shelter. Don't follow Winston because everything he promised you I doubled. Everything he has will become mine, and if you are a smart person you know which choice is right. After which the helicopter begins to fall, and pitiful cries for help are heard from its cabin. A few seconds later, the protagonist lands on the ground, his entire katana covered in human blood. The protagonist thanks Megan for saving him and being by his side on the front lines all this time. He explains that thanks to that short pause when she slowed the missiles with her power, he managed to hide behind the bodies of 2 advanced zombies. After which, thanks to her power, she continued to heal him, and only thanks to this, he survived. The protagonist also adds that it is too early to let down one's guard, since the battle is still not over. Listen to me. Time is running out and I will not waste time on trifles. Commander Roger has been sacrificed, and from now on Winston is in command of all the survivors and the shelter. This man-made fortress is humanity's only refuge, and our home. And the crowd of zombies left after their battle is a small group compared to the initial wave. There are only a little more than 1,000 zombies left, most of which have awakened. And although there are much fewer of them, we must definitely cope. Our only advantage is Goldie and I will spend all my strength to win at least a few more minutes of time for him. After such an inspiring and fiery speech, all the survivors immediately rush to help the main character, defending the cocoon with all their might. Michael goes ahead to fight the awakened while the group of survivors tries to buy time. The main character, having much more potential in combat skills, begins to destroy more powerful enemies by fighting them alone. If a wave of zombies breaks through my line of defense, Goldie and the entire shelter will be destroyed. In the heat of battle, the protagonist's weapon cannot withstand such a powerful onslaught, and once again breaks into many pieces. Trying at that very moment to come up with a plan on how to continue the battle, a new blade flies behind him at breakneck speed using telekinesis. He immediately catches him in mid-flight, and in the blink of an eye, destroys the 2 awakened mutants standing in front of him. Michael understands that Megan helped him and hurries to thank her, but at the same time, someone is moving underground at breakneck speed in their direction. The survivor, who has the power of the stone and the fortification, asks to give it to him and tries to stop the underground enemy with his powers. For a few seconds, everything is quiet, and they are happy that their friend managed to stop the attack, and it was just incredible. But a moment later, the mouth of a huge mutated beast appears from under the ground and swallows the cocoon with Goldie. All the survivors watching the situation realize that Goldie has just been absorbed, and things are getting pretty dire. The zombie beast's huge body begins to emit a colossal amount of energy, becoming covered in a shining golden aura. After which, 2 huge wings, which Michael's faithful familiar once possessed, grow from his body. The protagonist is immediately overcome with fear, because in his thoughts he is thinking that Goldie has just been absorbed, and his strength can no longer be counted on. He sinks into despair, not understanding how he allowed this to happen, and once again faces the fact that he is losing someone who is very close and dear to him. His thoughts are interrupted by a powerful explosion, which resounds throughout the area, leaving only a huge column of dust behind. When the smoke clears, a huge golden dog with glowing red eyes and black wings appears. Megan and everyone present smile and rejoice that their baby has woken up and is still alive. Michael is glad that his partner is still with him, and immediately jumps on his back, realizing that he has fulfilled all the conditions for evolution. He asks everyone to stay put because they have almost exhausted their reserves of strength, and asks them to leave the rest to him. His loyal familiar has evolved to E-class, so it should be able to defeat all the remaining mutants. Once near the infected, Goldie begins to concentrate a huge amount of energy in her mouth, preparing to attack her opponents. After a few seconds, it spews out a huge stream of fire, destroying and incinerating everything in its path. Turning back, Michael notices that another crowd of evil spirits has crept up on them from behind, and tries to warn his partner about the danger. A huge zombie with a bull mutation, possessing very high strength and defense, grabs Goldie by the tail. The dog immediately manages to react and, turning his head 180 degrees, attacks the offender with a powerful energy beam. The enraged bull immediately rushes to attack, but Goldie manages to block his attack by grabbing him by the horns. He then throws the bull to the ground and takes off into the air using his giant wings. While in the air, he begins to accumulate a large amount of energy, and all survivors immediately rush away, realizing that a powerful attack is about to occur. Goldie releases a huge beam of fiery energy onto the ground, destroying everything within a radius of several hundred meters. People looking at the huge wall of flame understand that if they had delayed even a few seconds longer, only ashes would have remained of them. Scott, along with Commander Winston, watching from the walls, rejoice, realizing that their main ally Michael turned out to be a very reliable and first-class warrior. "Thanks for your hard work, buddy. You've dealt with a lot of monsters, so you can head down to the ground." At the same moment, Goldie manages to react to the sharp spears of energy flying at him, and manages to dodge. The survivors on the ground also manage to notice strange rays of light that were released in the direction of the main character. Michael looks around trying to see the remaining infected survivors, as he no longer senses the presence of monsters. From the dissipating fog emerges an E-class zombie with a bat mutation, whose attacks contain a powerful poison. At the same moment, one of the squad of awakened ones comes to the aid of the main character, saying that there is only one zombie left, and suggests that Michael take a rest and leave all the work to him. The protagonist tries to stop the naive man, telling him not to come closer to this person, because she is different from ordinary zombies. The man assumes that this is usually a low-ranking infected who doesn't even have time to take a few breaths before his body is torn into several small pieces. All the survivors are in shock, realizing that their friend was just destroyed in 1 second, and they are paralyzed with fear. Everyone step back immediately. She's on a completely different level. If you get too close, you will simply die. Goldie, this concerns you too. You were poisoned with a strong poison. If you strain yourself, it will start to act faster, and this should not be allowed under any circumstances. Megan tries to stop Michael, saying that going alone and fighting such a powerful enemy is pure suicide. The protagonist explains that it is useless, and if they go with him, they will simply be a burden. After these words, he immediately rushes into battle, hoping that his absorption ability will help him deal with such a powerful opponent. In his current state, being almost on the verge of exhaustion, he still tries to attack the infected individual head-on, but she blocks the attack without any problems. The E-class zombie turns out to have very powerful defense, and after blocking it, immediately counterattacks our protagonist. Trying to defend himself from her furious and powerful attacks, the main character catches himself thinking that his consciousness is gradually beginning to switch off, and his eyes are simply closing on their own. At one point, the mutated zombie grabs the main character by the neck, intending to tear him into small pieces. Michael decides that this is the right moment to activate his ability and grabs the zombie's hand and tries to suck all the energy out of it. The infected immediately understands the danger of this ability and throws the main character's body in the opposite direction. The evolution tree informs Michael that since the target is too strong to activate the absorption, the ability must be maintained for 1 minute. The protagonist is unhappy with this turn of events, realizing that after the zombie saw him, his trump card would increase his defense several times. Realizing that there is no way out of this situation, he continues to rush into the attack, trying to come up with a more cunning plan on the fly. Michael decides to limit her mobility in order to buy time to activate his ability while simultaneously trying to attack her. The zombie girl, continuing to avoid direct confrontation, activates her ability, releasing a huge swarm of bats from her body. These small animals begin to fly all over the area, covering a huge area around the battlefield. All the survivors left behind the main character begin to fight off a huge flock of bats. Michael realizes that thanks to these creatures, she is absorbing energy from all living beings at an incredible rate. He immediately rushes into the attack, realizing that he cannot give her much time to replenish her strength, because in this case, he will 100% lose this battle. He understands that he is superior to her in physical strength, and he just needs to find a gap in her defense and put all his strength into one blow that will turn the tide of the battle in his favor. He rushes into the attack, activating his ability to devour, putting it into the blade in his hand. The survivors, watching the battle, manage to notice that the bats have stopped moving, and the course of the battle has most likely changed. The zombie girl managed to block Michael's attack, and his blade only slightly scratched the skin on her face. At the last moment before the strike, she managed to use all of her bats as a living shield to block such a powerful attack. After which the mutant immediately counterattacks the main character, who is trying with all his might to defend himself against an enemy superior in strength. Using his speed and stealth skills, he tries to find a weak spot in his opponent's defense and attack him from behind. The zombie girl also successfully parries this attack, and she and the main character continue to exchange series of blows. During the battle, Michael comes to realize that the fear of death is what is holding him back, and that he has never tried to be cautious before and put everything on the line. He begins to think that he remains as useless as in his past life, despite the fact that he now has access to the incredible power of the Tree of Evolution. At that very second, something very strange happens, and he manages to turn the tide of the battle by grabbing the mutant and throwing her very powerfully to the ground. Looking up, we see that Michael's consciousness has evaporated somewhere, and his eyes have lit up with a bright blue glow, and blue cracks are visible all over his face. In an instant, his body begins to overflow with frantic power, and he grabs the zombie girl by the two huge wings sticking out of her body. Pinning her to the ground with his foot, he mercilessly tears these wings from her body, and a frantic scream, saturated with pain and horror, is heard throughout the area. The Tree of Evolution seems to start talking to the consciousness of the main character, telling him to evolve and under no circumstances stop. At this time, Michael's consciousness comes to his senses, and he tries to understand where he is, because a second ago he was on the battlefield and fought with a powerful enemy. Opening his eyes, he sees a huge shining blue tree in front of him and tries to understand what it is and where he is. From the branches of the tree appears a blue spirit of evolution, who says that the main character's mind has disintegrated and he must not fail under any circumstances and continue to evolve. Michael does not understand what is being discussed and how exactly he should continue to develop, and what exactly the tree wants from him. The spirit keeps repeating the same thing, saying that now his mind is in danger and begins to sprout blue tree roots. The main character's body begins to become entangled in the roots of the tree of evolution, taking control of his body and mind. At this time, the monster girl, screaming in pain, rushes to attack our protagonist, promising to tear him to pieces. Michael's body, apparently controlled by the tree of evolution, fights back against the attacker without any difficulty. He continues to furiously attack the infected mutant, and his face shows no emotion, as if he is not human. In an instant, the zombie manages to attack the protagonist with sharp energy spears, poisoning his body. At this point, Megan notices that the main character is left without a weapon, and is trying to pass him the katana lying nearby using his power. Michael, with an unperturbed look, manages to catch the flying blade in flight, after which he calmly takes out sharp spikes from his body. The mutant girl assumes that her opponent must have been badly damaged by this attack, but somehow still continues to press her. What happens there is that the green energy accumulated from devouring abilities was used to heal the protagonist's body. The zombie girl tries to hold back the powerful pressure, and the main character is told that it is simply unfair. She senses a strange, inhuman energy from him that she simply cannot compare to. The infected woman understands that she needs to escape from him as quickly as possible and hide, because she will not be able to emerge victorious from this fight. But the main character is not going to let his opponent go just like that, and the lightning attack manages to pin one of her hands to a nearby rock. Using the katana in his opposite hand, he accumulates enough energy and plans to pin down the other hand. At this time, the survivors realize that all this time, Megan was helping the main character by strengthening his attacks with weapons. But the girl also understands that something strange is happening, because her body was moving as if someone was controlling it, and she felt an invisible force. Looking back at Goldie, Megan realizes that our protagonist's familiar also feels some strange and unknown force. All these facts lead them to the idea that something very strange and inexplicable is happening to Michael. The protagonist, using his katana, immobilizes the infected zombie's second hand to a rock and grabs her head with his free hand, preventing her from making a sound. After which, with an unperturbed face, he begins to activate his absorption ability, and the evolution tree begins a countdown. The survivors, watching everything that is happening, as well as Captain Winston, freeze in anticipation of the end of this fight. The evolution tree informs us that the absorption has been completed, and the vampirism ability has been unlocked. And for killing an E-rank zombie, 500 evolution points and a mysterious energy sphere have been received. In the hands of the main character, all that remained was the body of a once harmless girl, dried up to the last drop. The night gradually gives way to dawn, and Michael, standing over his defeated enemy, gradually begins to regain consciousness. Having managed to open his eyes for a moment, he immediately begins to fall to the ground because he is still not ready to accept the current state of affairs. A few seconds later, his consciousness again finds itself in an incomprehensible place, and he tries to remember everything that happened to him over the past few hours. At some point, someone's voice calls out to him, and turning around, he sees his younger sister Sylvia in front of him. He immediately tries to start talking to the girl, and also to get closer to her, but his legs are enveloped in the roots of the tree, preventing him from moving further. Sylvia apologizes to her brother and says that she cannot go with him yet. "I ask you not to go. Do not leave me alone, at least tell me where you are, and I will immediately rush to your aid. I'm sorry, but I can't. The current you is not strong enough and must become much stronger, and I will wait for you." After these words, Michael immediately regains consciousness, and looking around realizes that he is in a hospital ward. Remembering that the battle with the zombie horde was successful, he sets himself a new goal to find the very person who kidnapped his sister, and deal with the evolution tree. He immediately transfers his consciousness to the temple tree from which his path to becoming a hero began. After a long time of sorting through the trophies obtained during the battle, he finally finished distributing his skills. He sees 3 new types of notifications in front of him. The first is a kill, because a crowd of zombies allowed him to get more than 10,000 evolution points. The second is the ability to devour, which at some points can take quite a long time and informs about a large number of abilities. Thirdly, it is a treasure, because killing a rare monster gives a certain chance to get a rare energy source, which in this case was obtained after killing an E-rank zombie. The Tree of Evolution offers to open the energy sphere, and after agreeing he receives a fragment of a universal ability that can replenish 20% of any skill. This is quite an unexpected gain, and this way I will be able to collect and accumulate abilities faster. Initially, the protagonist assumed that he would be able to develop to E-rank, but the absorbed gene core has several garbage substances that will be removed. Looking at his body's indicators, he understands that strength, speed, and detection are at level 5, and intelligence is at level 3. And to increase the first 3, he needs 1,000 evolution points. The system offers him to perform a reactive gene process and spend all the accumulated points. But Michael decides to stay at his current level for now, until he evolves to C rank. Strength and dexterity are important for battle, so I'll raise them to level 6 first. Mental spirit also cannot be neglected. In the horde of monsters instant spirit there are problems, so the remaining points can be spent on improving the mental spirit. After successfully distributing the upgrade points he'd accumulated, the protagonist decides to go out onto the balcony of his room and admire the sunset. He is interrupted by Megan, who asks how long ago he regained consciousness and what he is doing here. The girl says that now, for all the survivors of the shelter, he is a real hero, and some even call him the god of war. Michael says that he is not worthy of such a title because he could not even protect his little sister, and he does not have the qualifications to become a real hero. The girl says that the main character was unconscious for 3 days, and every morning Commander Winston came to visit him in the hope that you would regain consciousness as soon as possible. Looking at Michael's thoughtful face, Megan assumes that he wants to leave the shelter's walls and decides to ask him about it directly, after which she receives an approving answer, marking the beginning of a new chapter. Before setting off, Michael decides to look in on the commander, who is very happy that he has regained consciousness and is doing well. They both sit down, and the old man asks if the main character's body has completely returned to normal and stopped after the injuries he received. Commander Winston, I'm here to ask you about what happened today and how the genetic medicine research is progressing. When you were in a coma, I went to the research lab. The creation of gene medicine is almost finished. We are preparing for injections to people. Michael smiles as he is very happy with this news, and he says that in this situation, he can calmly leave the walls of the shelter. Winston can't believe his ears and asks our protagonist why he decided to leave them and for what purpose. You must know why I came here. Now that what I wanted to do here is ready, I need to go in search of my little sister. I approve of your decision, young man, so tell me everything you need for your further journey and what kind of help you need. I will go to the central areas of the city and conduct an investigation there to find evidence of the disappearance of my younger sister, because the appearance of a horde of zombies may be connected with this. Winston says that the city center has become a desert since the apocalypse began, and no one even dares to go in that direction. Michael asks him not to worry, because he knows perfectly well what he is doing, and there is nothing more important in his life than the task at hand. The commander understands that he won't be able to stop the main character just like that, and doesn't even try to convince him otherwise. He asks him to wait for a while and contacts the research lab by phone. After 15 minutes of waiting, he receives a call, and Winston asks Michael to go with him to a place because he wants to show him something. The research lab is an amazing place. After you fought the zombie horde, I ordered Bruce to make a special weapon for you. Moving along the corridors towards the laboratory, Michael says that as soon as he receives the weapon, he will immediately leave the walls of the shelter. Through the transparent windows, he watches as awakened people in the courtyard engage in competitive sparring to determine their strength levels. Some of the survivors will be assigned to the SHIELD team. They must ensure the safety of the shelter, remain and guard the base. The second type of people will be a team of hunters, which will have many different squads responsible for clearing nearby areas of zombies and collecting various supplies. The third type will be a team of super warriors, which will consist of the most unique people who are able to fight a horde of zombies and have high fighting qualities. Michael can't believe that Commander Winston will be able to prepare such a detailed plan to protect the survivors in such a short time. At that very moment, all the awakened people gathered on the street notice our main hero through the windows of the building and begin to chant his name, calling him a hero. The protagonist tries to justify himself by saying that he once again does not like this attitude towards himself and that he is just another ordinary survivor. After some time, they reach a secret elevator, which takes them down to the lower underground floors where the laboratory is located. You saved everyone, I'm not exaggerating. Without you, the shelter would have been destroyed, and your departure will be a serious blow to us. Michael already wants to start making excuses, but the old man hits him on the back and says that he is just joking and understands perfectly well the situation he is in. Finding himself at the huge and fortified walls of the laboratory, he asks Bruce to open the gates as they have come to obtain a new weapon. At the entrance, they are met by a professor who asks them to follow him quickly because he still has a lot of work, and time is limited. Bruce opens a huge armored capsule containing a small cube, and he says that it is a metal with a memory effect, and is made according to the model of the armor of the heavenly god. He hands it to Michael and asks him to test it, and he in turn agrees, and begins to pour some of his power into the metal. The mysterious cube quickly begins to absorb energy and takes the form of two incredibly sharp and strong daggers. Bruce says that thanks to Winston's observation, he combined the fighting method and combined it with the Sky God's armor, which resulted in a similar material. Its original state can change into the form you want. Try to put your ability there. Michael tries to transform the metal again and the blades turn into a ring that envelops his index finger. For now, I'm considering this as a weapon. When the second layer of ruins is opened, I'll let you choose a new one. Michael thanks the professor and says that he is immensely happy with such a generous gift, after which he hurries to leave the laboratory as quickly as possible. Finally, Michael asks Winston where his partner Goldie is now, and he replies that he saw him in the company of Lena. After these words, Michael hurries to leave the shelter walls as quickly as possible, and the professor asks his friend if he is worried about the young man. Until now, I didn't believe that this guy could really handle more than 10,000 zombies, and suspected that he would replace not only Roger, but also me, and use the shelter's resources. While collecting all his things, Michael visits Lena thanks to her concern for Goldie, and the girl asks him to be careful and return back as soon as possible safe and sound. At the exit from the shelter, our protagonist is met by Megan, who does not believe that he will simply leave the walls of the fortress and leave them alone. Michael says that he is simply not used to this kind of thing, and he cannot leave his sister alone waiting for her to show up. In that case, let me go with you. The city center is too dangerous and perhaps I can provide you with acceptable assistance. I thank you, but it's too dangerous. I don't want you to risk your life. The shelter just survived a zombie outbreak and you all need each other. Finally, Megan screams and asks Michael if he will come back to them and if they will be able to see each other in the future. The main character says with confidence on his face that he will definitely return and they will see each other soon. After several hours of flight, our heroes find themselves near the nearby quarters of the place where they were heading and observe a huge accumulation of mutated zombies there. All this time, while the main character was in a coma, some zombies managed to evolve to C rank and pose a very serious danger to him. Since the evolution tree reacts this way, and I feel a lot of energy is accumulated there, I definitely need to go and check that place out. At this moment, Goldie does not feel any fear because he wants new adventures, and also to sort things out as soon as possible and return to rest. While combing through one of the buildings from which a huge amount of energy is emanating, he does not feel the presence of zombies. Goldie's sense of smell is stronger than mine. Maybe there really is an infected person who can hide his smell and presence. Michael takes out his blades and asks his familiar not to rush into hasty actions, because they need to be more careful and study the surroundings wisely. Having climbed up to the main floor, the hero notices a white-haired man with a little girl who calls him Big Brother and holds an apple in her hand. The man immediately notices our hero and reacts to him by standing up to defend his sister. The main character greets the survivors, but he couldn't even imagine that he would meet ordinary people in such a dangerous zone where everything is teeming with awakened mutants. The man covers his sister, saying that he doesn't believe that they were caught up so quickly, and asks the girl to stay behind him. After which, he rushes to attack our main character, calling the name Blake, and saying that he will not surrender to him and will avenge his sister. Michael dodges the attack, saying that he clearly has him confused with someone else, and that he doesn't know any Blake and has no idea who he is. The stranger immediately notices his mistake and hurries to apologize as quickly as possible, saying that he mistook the main character for someone else. They bow together with their sister and ask for forgiveness, saying that they are very sorry and did not want to cause him unnecessary trouble. Michael asks them not to worry and decides to introduce himself as quickly as possible, asking his new acquaintances to state their names. The stranger man says his name is Aaron and his younger sister is Amelie, after which he spends 20 minutes explaining what happened to them. Aaron explains that the little girl is actually his wife's sister, who was raped by Blake's men and then fed to the monster. Now, I only have this girl left, and I can't let anything happen to her in memory of my wife. The protagonist is overcome with rage, and he tries to calm Aaron down by promising that these scoundrels will definitely get what they deserve for such behavior. That's not all. Blake used people to lure zombies and feed that very monster. Michael understands that under normal circumstances, if it were a zombie or a beast, they would simply start a fight. But these people are feeding the monster, and something is clearly wrong here. The protagonist's insight tells him that something is wrong with his new acquaintance and asks him to let him examine his hand. He discovers something resembling a plant seed on its shoulder and assumes that the monster needs human food because it is a plant type and cannot move in search of food. Such plants have a certain camouflage or luring method, like a piranha tricks food by dragging it into its lair. When the virus began to spread throughout the world, most living beings became infected and turned into mindless bloodthirsty monsters, including ordinary plants. Since the monster plants were very rare, they had a source of life force in the depths of their roots, and a huge gene inside their body. Because of such unique features in his past life during the apocalypse, every time a mutated plant-type monster appeared, it attracted countless people who fought to the death for it. Michael could never have imagined that he would encounter such a monster, and he needs to destroy it as soon as possible to get the source of life force. The protagonist's thoughts are interrupted by Aaron, who asks if everything is okay with him, and why the protagonist just stands there without moving. This place is not safe. You will be found quickly, and I'm sure that those who are looking for you are already somewhere nearby, especially since you have seeds attached to you that give away your location. That's it. It's not surprising that every time we hide, ours very quickly finds that we need to get out of here urgently. Michael tries to reassure his new acquaintances by saying that he will definitely help them in a difficult situation and destroy all the offenders. The man does not believe the words of the protagonist, and the fact that he alone is capable of defeating such a number of enemies who have weapons and superpowers. Michael says that he also lost his little sister because he was not strong enough, but assures Aaron that he is strong enough to protect them both. The man agrees with him, realizing that if he continues to live in constant hiding and running from problems, then nothing will change. We won't do anything, we'll just rest here and wait until they find us themselves, because with their help, we can penetrate their base. After a few hours of rest, the main characters hear a crowd of people climbing the steps towards them. Looking at the thugs, Aaron says that Blake is not among them and that they are just pawns who do dirty work. One of the bandits says that because Aaron and his sister ran away, the boss punished him very severely and he is going to take revenge for it. After these words, he runs up to him and starts beating him with his fists with all his might, using his face as a punching bag. Michael already wants to help his new friend, but he stops him, saying that he is fine and there is no need to interfere. The thug doesn't understand who Michael is. They decide to take him with them to the base because they will all be useful as additional food. After some time, using a vehicle that is fit for movement, they reach a huge stadium, covered in giant roots and branches. Near one of the doors inside the building, two guards are standing, and they hear someone screaming at the top of their lungs behind the door, begging for mercy. The boss has been playing around lately, bringing in guys and girls and making them watch while he has fun with her. This guy's name seems to be Austin, and the boss definitely has some kind of disgusting interest in him. But in this situation, might makes right. Inside the room, we see a guy sitting and tied to a chair with a gag in his mouth, and a man getting dressed, zipping up the fly of his pants. On the bed in front of him lies a disfigured and beaten girl who has just been abused, and is asking Austin for forgiveness. Having finished dressing, the man moves towards the tied-up guy, asking him if he liked the performance. "Why are you angry? You should be grateful to your girlfriend, because if it weren't for her you would have died long ago. Blame yourself for being weak and worthless." He then tears off a piece of tape covering Austin's mouth, saying that he is interested in hearing his thoughts after watching this spectacle. The guy immediately starts screaming at the top of his lungs to the point that the capillaries in his eyes start to burst, promising Blake to kill him at the first opportunity. He in turn immediately delivers a powerful blow to Austin's stomach, causing him to writhe in pain and stop screaming throughout the room. He starts kicking him, mocking him and saying that he will not stop until he becomes crippled, and then uses him as bait. The girl lying on the bed asks Blake to stop, saying something about promising to let her boyfriend go if she agrees to his request. Blake says that she turned out to be a naive fool, because he had no reason to just let them go and lose valuable ingredients for the plant. At that very second, a powerful explosion occurs, and a huge hole appears in one of the walls, through which our main character enters the room. "You bastard! Where did you come from? You want to become a hero? Do you at least know who I am, and what will happen to you after such impudence?" Michael is behind Blake in an instant, saying that he doesn't need to know the name of the man who is going to die in the next few minutes. He gives the girl his jacket, asking her not to worry about anything and to find a safe place to hide. Blake immediately starts screaming at the top of his voice, telling the guards standing behind the door to immediately go inside and grab this insolent fellow. At that moment, the rest of the team members appear and ask him to save his strength, since they have already dealt with his henchmen. Austin, who had been tied to a chair the whole time, notices Michael and calls him by name, saying that he knows him. The protagonist remembers that once in elementary school he was bullied for not having parents, and Austin was the guy who always protected him. Blake's body begins to change, and he apparently activates his ability, saying that after such a heartfelt meeting between his classmates, it's time for them to die. He attacks the protagonist with a huge mutated hand, and Michael realizes that he has the ability of the beast claws, which is too weak at this stage, unless the claws have a strong nerve-paralyzing poison. This is one of the most useless abilities. The main character, without any problems, inflicts a huge amount of damage on Blake in a few seconds, forcing him to retreat. His opponent, realizing the seriousness of the situation he found himself in, begins to beg for mercy and asks not to kill him. At the last moment, Austin and Aaron stop Michael and ask him to give them the opportunity to deal with him themselves. They say he should know how badly he treated them, as well as their girlfriends and wives, and they want to pay him back. Looking at them, Michael feels the presence of a small part of the potential of the awakened bodies and decides to give them the opportunity to realize it. He agrees, but asks them not to force the issue and to be wary of the poison of his sharp claws. Blake realizes that these two guys clearly want to die and he can use them as hostages to escape from here. The boys immediately begin to attack Blake using steel bats as weapons and try to overpower him. "You want to kill me, but you are just a worthless piece of trash who can't even protect your own women." Blake doesn't understand how these guys have so much confidence after everything they've been through. He begins to get furiously irritated by the fact that some worthless people like them look down on him, and he promises to destroy everyone who is here. Even though Blake is seriously injured, he still manages to hold his own against two opponents, keeping up with each one's movements. The girl, watching all this from the side, asks the main character to help her boyfriend, because they could die in battle with this villain. I understand their pain. They hate him because they are weak and desperately trying to protect what they love. They try to atone for their guilt, and in search of change and strength they take unprecedented risks, putting their own lives at risk. The girl continues to beg the protagonist to help them, but he does not dare, hoping that in a critical situation they will still be able to awaken their potential. At the last moment, he decides not to risk the lives of innocent people and rushes to attack Blake. At that moment, his body becomes very heavy and he stops, and everything around him begins to shake and tremble. He looks at Aaron, who has clearly awakened the power to control gravity, although he himself does not understand what is happening. Gravity control is a B-rank ability that controls gravity and can control the gravity of any location, and its control increases depending on the user's strength. Looking at Austin's body, which is in Blake's beastly hand, Michael realizes that something strange is happening to him too. He doesn't believe that both of them immediately awakened powerful abilities, and Austin simply disappeared and appeared behind the offender's back, because he received a very rare rank A ability, Shadow Rupture. Shadow Rupture is an ability that covers the user's body, turning them into a shadow and allowing them to change into any shape, as well as dive inside objects to avoid damage. Austin says he's not going to just kill Blake, he's going to cut him up piece by piece, slowly and painfully, just like he did with the other victims. He decides to let him feel the despair that their wives experienced, and cuts out his tongue so that he cannot scream and speak. After which he does not stop. With a malicious grin he cuts off Blake's hand, causing him to scream in pain. Michael watches with an impassive face as Austin mocks the body of his defeated enemy, realizing that after everything he's been through, this is a natural outcome. After some time, they both stand in front of Blake's lifeless body, which simply lies on the floor and does not move. A few seconds later, Austin also falls to his knees and starts coughing up blood, trying to figure out what's happening to him. Michael says that apparently Blake managed to poison him and I also spread throughout his body. At that moment, the building begins to shake, and Aaron grabs his friend, saying that they need to run as quickly as possible, because apparently the monster living within these walls has awakened. "I'll stay to deal with this monster, because that's the reason I came here, and you're going outside, because you'll only get in the way." The wounded boys, along with their sisters and girlfriends, rush to leave the stadium as quickly as possible, hoping that Michael will have enough strength to fight the monster alone. Austin notes that he has known the main character since elementary school, and, although a lot of time has passed since they met, he has changed a lot. That weak look that was in his memories has completely disappeared, and in front of him stands a real mature man, who can really be relied upon and believed in. Meanwhile, the plant's roots begin to penetrate every centimeter of the building, demonstrating all of its monstrosity. Outside the stadium, huge roots begin to rage from side to side, and the real body of the monster is revealed. It can't be. This is the monster that Blake fed, and we live next to him all this time. Tyrant King Flower is a large size. In my previous life, I heard about a raid on an S-rank monster. That battle was won with many losses. The system informs Michael that at this stage of development, the flower is only D rank, and its energy is very unstable. The monster says that the main character is very strong, and he, in turn, is amazed that the plant can talk and has already acquired its own consciousness. "You have destroyed my puppet, and now you must take his place and be the source of food for my development. I'm not going to do that. If you're trying to scare me into becoming your puppet right now, Then stop talking nonsense. Michael orders Goldie to stop the flower's body while he goes inside its torso and tries to finish it off. The protagonist activates his absorption ability and then begins to cut the giant vines of the flower in hopes of destroying it and absorbing its ability. The system says that the enemy's body is too large and its ability cannot be absorbed, and therefore Michael needs to destroy the plant core himself. Meanwhile, Goldie is frantically fighting the plant's roots, trying to stop it and minimize the destructive damage. Finally, Michael asks his familiar to be careful, as these vines are very poisonous inside. "Why are you helping a person work with me and absorb him? I feel a huge, unimaginable energy in his body." Goldie replies that no one wants to make money with an ugly plant like you, and is simply making fun of it. Meanwhile, the main character penetrates deep into the roots of the plant, where everything is covered in mucus, and there is an incredibly rotten smell. It looks like the entire center has merged with it, and this must be its inner region. The core is located somewhere nearby. Michael hears the voice of a girl who asks to save her because she is very hungry, and there are other survivors here. She continues to insist that she is very hungry. She attacks him, and he sees that it is in fact the mutilated body of a former human. He notices a huge number of dead people who have merged with the plant's roots and are now his puppets. The plant claims that these people were absorbed by it, and it specifically copied their appearance and voice to use for further purposes. "I don't have time to look at your perverted tastes. These scenes of fighting and killing each other. I've seen it too many times and I don't want to look at innocent people killed anymore." The monster tries to attack him with the help of his puppets, trying to awaken a feeling of pity and compassion in the protagonist and undermine his fighting spirit. At one point, he even uses the body of a little girl, calling the main character his brother, and trying to awaken warm, loving emotions in him. Michael claims that this is not his real little sister, but he still can't just cut into pieces what was once an ordinary person. The protagonist is overcome with incredible rage, and he, emitting a huge amount of energy, prepares to finish off this annoying creature. The plant grins and says that Michael wants to die as soon as possible, and now it will strangle him to death with its own body. The main character activates his absorption ability by soaking his blades with it, and begins to chop up all the plant roots that come his way with furious speed. This causes incredible pain to the monster, and the protagonist manages to break through a huge layer of thickets to the mutant's core. The plant is indignant and furious, not understanding how an ordinary person is so sure about where the core is located. Michael could never have imagined that such a huge monster would have such a small core resembling a human eye. He asks the monster not to be afraid of death, because ultimately he is an ordinary infection that needs to be eradicated from this planet. Trying to touch the core and use the absorption ability, blue roots suddenly shoot out of his hand, and the protagonist does not understand what is happening. The tree of evolution located inside his body actually begins to absorb the remains of the plant monster. What is happening to me? Why does your human body have such a pure plant source? Who are you anyway? Michael is immediately transported to the Temple of Evolution and asks the tree why it absorbed the flower of the Tyrant King before him. The tree replies that since it is the same type of plant as itself, it can absorb its essence to obtain a purer source. Michael finds himself quite stunned that all of his subordinates are evolving and developing much faster and earlier than he did. The evolution of the tree opens a contract for the main character, the abilities of which can be concluded in order to obtain the abilities of other people without killing them. The essence of the contract ability of the equivalent skill level, the ability to devour, can absorb fragments of abilities so that the contract ability increases. Michael realizes that now, in addition to absorbing the skills and powers of zombies, he can safely contact people and also receive their skills. Finally, the tree informs Michael that in the realm of plant creatures, there is someone much more powerful than himself. Having returned back, the main character assumes that it is precisely what is in the very center of the city that the tree was talking about. Meanwhile, the survivors outside notice that the monster's body simply collapsed to the ground, and most likely our protagonist emerged victorious from the fight. Austin asks his friend to go and check the situation, and also to find out if everything is okay with Michael and what condition he is in now. Meanwhile, the main character still manages to find a source of life force, thanks to which he can heal himself, as well as strengthen his current skills. At this moment, Aaron finds him, holding little Goldie in his arms, and he says that they were very worried about him. The man reports that they found the familiar lying in the ruins of a building and decided to take it with them, for which Michael thanks him. He also adds that this place is very safe, and he should bring Austin here because they need to deal with his poison as soon as possible. He places Goldie's body in the life force source and says that he did well and needs to rest and recuperate. After a few minutes, Aaron manages to get his friend to the source and also places him inside to help him neutralize the poison. By this time, Goldie has managed to restore all her powers, and Michael suggests that Aaron also dive into the source to restore his powers, as well as enhance his current abilities. Looking at them, Michael realizes that they will need much more time to recover and decides to check something. He has collected many fragments that can be used to level up the ability contract, and decides to activate it on one of the guys. He touches Austin's body, thereby activating the ability contract and trying to subjugate his power. The system informs him that the ability contract has been activated and the main character has received a new skill, shadow breaking. Michael asks his familiar to stay here and protect the source of life, and he will go on patrol to scout the area. Now I need to collect as many ability fragments as possible and sign Austin's ability. Now I'll clear the nearby areas of low-level zombies, and at the same time get acquainted with the shadow breaking ability. At this stage, I can use the shadow ability within the detection range of my penetration, which is at level 5, by combining it with the absorption ability. Using this combination of abilities, Michael manages to gain a huge amount of evolution points at an incredible speed, destroying everything in his path. Shadow Rupture combined with the Devour ability is very useful for clearing low-level zombies. Looking around, the main character feels with the help of his insight a strange aura which, apparently, clearly belongs to someone who is not infected. Somewhere on the street of one of the neighborhoods, a zombie girl, reminiscent of a ballerina, is dancing a magnificent dance. Next to her stands a huge mutant. On the shoulder of this big guy sits a little girl who claps her hands and laughs. They say that the girl is very beautiful and dances well. The girl comes down to the ground to draw with crayons when suddenly our main character appears next to her, who says that he now understands where this strange aura is coming from. The zombie giant immediately rushes to attack our protagonist, but he manages to defend himself with his blade. Who are you, and how did you suddenly appear here? After all, I placed many puppets all over the area and would definitely have found out if someone had come close. Having heard everything that was said, Michael understands that it was not in vain that he left those zombie puppets alive and was able to get here unnoticed using the Shadow Rift. The main character decides to ask the girl how she controls the zombies and what her name is, to which she sticks out her tongue at him and says, if he doesn't apologize, Anya won't answer his question. In his memories, a girl named Anya appears, who in her past life was an S-rank warrior and had the nickname Black Queen. In his past life after the apocalypse, the Black Queen was the first human to be infected with the virus. But for some unknown reason, the virus damaged her body, but kept her from losing consciousness. Thus, Anya became a zombie with a human consciousness and possessed two abilities: destruction of the mental spirit and control of zombies. One side of her personality wanted to kill her, and the other tried to survive. As a result, people were divided into two camps. Some treated her as a person, and the others wanted her destruction. Eventually, the Black Queen chose to be a loner, and rumors circulated that she was cold-blooded and a demon in human form. Michael apologizes and says he had no bad intentions and just wanted to be friends. Anya says that they already came to her, and she said that she would not be friends with them under any circumstances. You understand that someone has already come to her. Michael asks to describe these people, and after thinking a little, the girl suggests drawing what they looked like. The girl draws two strange people on the ground and says that a few days ago they came to find her, but she ran away. Anya also says that they were all dressed in black cloaks, and their target is zombies, as well as evolved beasts and other ability holders. At that moment, the earth under their feet begins to crack, and the main character manages to grab the little girl and save her. A huge mutated beast rushes at them from underground, and Michael asks Anya to hold onto it as tightly as possible. Using a combination of his abilities, as well as incredible strength, he destroys the monster in one move, cutting its entire body in half. Anya is very surprised by the protagonist's strength, and begins to think that there is a prince in front of her who simply shines and sparkles. Michael promises to take her to a safe place, and the girl calms down, realizing that the main character is not like those evil guys, and most likely will not cause her any harm. After some time, they return to the place of the source of life where Austin and Aaron finished their recovery, and all this time were waiting for his return. Michael says he found this girl while he was on patrol and decided to take her with him. We've become much stronger after absorbing the life source, and I'm also interested in the ability you just used. The ability I just used is your shadow gap, and I can open the possibility of borrowing other people's abilities. After the explanation, Michael asks the guys to come closer to him, because the situation has changed a lot, and they need to plan their next steps. Michael explains to his new friends that the situation is getting complicated, and staying here could be dangerous. so he suggests that they go to the shelter and wait for him there. He also, realizing the seriousness of the situation, asks the guys to look after two defenseless girls while he deals with other matters. Noticing how little Anya is playing with Goldie, he decides to send his familiar along with the survivors for additional protection. Austin suggests that the main character go with them and not risk his own life if it is so dangerous here. I will refuse this offer. The center may contain information about my sister, and I need to find out. Aaron gives Michael approval, noting that since he now has Austin's ability, they will only be a burden to him. The protagonist also says that he will take little Anya with him, since she is very unique and is temporarily not suitable for being in the shelter. Friends tell the protagonist that they will wait for him at the shelter and ask him to return safe and sound. Little Anya says that Goldie would prefer to stay with them, but because of her submissiveness, she cannot refuse, and also wonders if she can take control of him with her own powers. They both watch as the familiar flies away along with the handful of survivors while the little girl waves goodbye to them. Michael covers his body in a shadow cloak, and Anya is surprised by his appearance and the fact that he begins to shine at this moment. The girl does not understand why everything around her has turned black, and the main character explains that he is not in the shadow of his abilities, and so will be able to move much faster and remain unnoticed. Michael realizes that there may be many unknown things in the city center, so they must be prepared for this, and decides to spend the accumulated evolution points. In total, he has more than 20,000 points at his disposal, which he spends on increasing each of the main characteristics. He decides to spend the remaining points on detection, since with the help of the shadow gap, he can increase his advantage in battle. I confirm the distribution of skills. The evolution tree informs him that after exiting the menu, his body will undergo changes. Such a colossal amount of points releases a huge purple aura around the main character's body, which slightly frightens little Anya. This situation does not cause much damage to health or the surroundings, but the protagonist realizes that although he is still an F rank, he feels like he has reached the D rank standard. At the same time, somewhere near the city center, a small group of survivors is wandering around, clearly busy with some kind of search. A guy in glasses named VJ expresses his dissatisfaction because they have been searching for several days, and so far they do not see even a hint of an entrance to the ruins. Looking at the map, the leader of their squad, a guy named Alan, says that the entrance should be somewhere very close. Vijay says that if he is so confident in his assumptions, then it's time to check if the entrance is really somewhere nearby. He places his hand on the ground because his A-rank ability density can determine the density of a substance, change it, and control its molecular structure. While he is busy searching, a girl named Theodora asks where another member of their squad has gone, to which Alan replies that she has her own mission and she can suddenly go somewhere. At one point, Vijay says that there really is a large space below, and perhaps a passage can be made there. Having received approval for the coupon, he uses his ability to awaken the earth and reach the supposed entrance below. A group of survivors standing in front of the entrance to the supposed ruins sense an ominous dark energy emanating from below. At this time, Michael and Anya both suddenly felt some strange energy and are trying to get to its source as quickly as possible. As they move towards the supposed source of energy, they come across a huge B-rank monster, which is completely defeated and burned to ashes by an incredibly powerful force. At the same moment, Michael assumes that, in addition to him, one of the survivors may also be looking for an entrance to the ruins, and most likely this energy comes from them, and he was clearly beaten to it. After 10 minutes of searching, our heroes manage to find the very hole made by the search party, which leads to the entrance to the ruins. Michael begins to worry about what might be waiting for them downstairs, so he tries to warn Anya and asks her to stay outside. The girl begins to get indignant and says that she also wants to go to the ruins with her older brother Michael, because she is very strong and can also be useful in battle. Having succumbed to the persuasion of little Anya, he nevertheless takes her with him, and they descend into the depths of the ruins, beginning to move along their dark and narrow corridors. When they reach the fork, they notice that a handful of survivors have gone to the right, because on this side the knight's armor is completely broken, and on the other it is completely untouched. The protagonist immediately concludes that the survivor clearly did not come down here alone, and the group could have split up. The main character, together with Anya, decides to move in the opposite direction where the knight's armor remained intact, and also assumes that they perform a security function. His fears immediately come true, because at that very second, the seemingly lifeless armor comes to life, saying that invaders have been discovered in the ruins and must be destroyed. Michael, deciding not to stand on ceremony and without wasting much time, uses the shadow rupture technique and in a matter of seconds deals with all the soulless puppets. After the victory, little Anya finds something strange on the bodies of the defeated knights and tries to tell the main character about it. The girl takes something interesting out of the depths of her armor with her hand, saying that apparently this thing makes the knights come to life and move. She holds a small blue crystal in her hand, saying that if her memory serves her correctly, it is called an energy core, and there is a lot of energy in this crystal. Michael upsets the girl by saying that, unfortunately, they are all of the lowest rank and completely useless, and she can throw away all those that she has already managed to collect. Their conversation is interrupted by a creepy, ominous sound of iron scraping against a stone floor, which makes them wary. The sound continues to increase in volume, and soon from the depths of the dark corridors appears the silhouette of a huge knight, who is on a completely different level than the previous ones. Without much ceremony, the enemy immediately tries to attack our protagonist, but the shadow skill allows him to avoid the blow. Michael realizes that he just needs to destroy its energy core, and then the knight will not be able to move. Using his shadow skills, he literally tries to tear apart the knight's armor from the inside with countless attacks. All this does not give a noticeable effect, and Michael assumes that the monster is protecting its crystal with all its might by moving it throughout the entire space of the armor. The high-level knight doesn't give our protagonist time to think and rushes into the attack again, raising his giant sword above his head for a crushing blow. The blow is so powerful that it literally splits the stone slabs on the floor where our main character was supposed to be. Everything that happens in a few moments takes on completely different circumstances, and an incomprehensible energy projectile tears off the knight's right hand, in which his sword was located. Apparently, Michael managed to dodge and also throw an enchanted weapon at his opponent, after which he decides to use his physical skills and literally crushes the monster's iron armor with a powerful kick. These damages no longer allow the knight to move, and after the victory, the main character discovers an energy crystal and a stone tablet inside his armor. You understand that this crystal already represents at least some value. He asks Anya to keep it for herself, after which he tries to visually understand what use this stone plate could have, which looks unfinished, and needs to find the second part. His thoughts are interrupted by a sudden earthquake, which causes the stone slabs beneath their feet to shift from side to side. After a few minutes, a passage opens in front of our heroes, leading down to the deeper levels of the ruins. Michael assumes that the stone slab in his hand is a guide and tells Anya that they will most likely have to go down. Descending the steps, they find themselves in front of a stone bridge, leading to a small arena in the center of which is a giant armored spider. The protagonist hands the girl a stone slab, ordering her to stay here and not take a single step to the side until he deals with the enemies. Having noticed our protagonist, a swarm of small spiders immediately pounces on him, which are clearly controlled by the main specimen in the center of the arena. Michael immediately rushes to attack them, realizing that he will definitely have to face other survivors who have descended into the ruins, and his main goal is to get as many things as possible and increase his combat power. During the battle, all his thoughts are occupied not with how strong his opponents are, but only with thoughts about who the people are who managed to descend into the ruins before him. The power of the giant spider is not enough to resist our main character, so his thoughts are occupied only with how he can force the evolution tree to increase its level. Realizing that at the moment this is not the most important task that faces him, he tries to finish the battle with the giant spider as quickly as possible and unravel the secret of the stone slab. Having finished the battle, Anya is surprised by the strength of our protagonist, who asks not to overpraise him, because he was able to win only thanks to his knowledge of the enemy's weak points. As a reward after the battle, he was able to find the second part of the stone slab, as well as an intelligence crystal, which increases this characteristic by 10%. After which he again asks the little girl to hide the crystal in her purse, and also to return the second part of the stone slab to him. As soon as Anya takes the crystal in her hands, it immediately splits into atoms, and her body is enveloped in blue flame, and she feels how her intelligence begins to increase. Michael tells the girl that she unknowingly absorbed a crystal that increased her powers, and now her skills will be much stronger. After which he decides to combine the parts of the stone slab. After the plates are connected, they immediately release a huge amount of energy, and a hologram of an upside-down pyramid appears in front of them. Looking at the hologram, Michael understands that this is a map of the ruins, on which the reward and danger are marked with lines and colors, and that on the 5th floor is the most powerful of them, where the strongest opponents will be waiting. Little Anya notes that, looking at the map, it seems strange to her that there is no path to the 3rd floor, where none of the corridors lead. The main character also finds this very strange, But their conversation is immediately interrupted by an incomprehensible movement from the arena where the remains of the defeated spider monster are lying. Looking up at the map, they both notice that the downward movement of the arena is synchronized with the appearance of a passage to the third floor of the ruins. Immediately after this, the pyramid-shaped hologram begins to shrink, turning into a small star with an energy core in the very center. Trying to understand what this little star is, our heroes can't find anything better to do than just take it with them until they can use it. Approaching the edge of the very arena that began to move downwards, they notice a huge staircase leading into the depths of the third floor of the ruins. While our heroes are descending to the third floor, a handful of survivors who found themselves in the ruins before them had already managed to reach the fifth and lowest floor. Moving along the only corridor leading to the chambers of what our researchers assume to be the main boss, they try not to make noise. Looking at the mysterious stone statues that look like knights, they hope that at least they do not live at one point and will not have to fight with them. The girl in the squad points out that it is just a pile of stones, not a helmet and armor, and most likely they are physically unable to move. Once in the main hall of the group, the researchers look around trying to find the dungeon boss with their eyes, because they can't wait to show off their skills. In the center of the hall, they see a crystal coffin suspended by golden chains from the ceiling, inside which is a stone slab in the shape of a circle, which is the broken divine hand they are looking for. Inside the coffin there is also the body of a white-haired girl, who is clutching this very stone slab with all her might. Alan asks a fat guy named Hans to take this slab and to be extremely careful because anything can happen. He asks everyone else to take a fighting stance, because he senses the presence of other opponents who should soon be nearby. He decides to directly ask those who all this time simply watched from the depths of the shadows as they moved through the floors of the ruins to come into the light. Behind him, several mysterious cloaked figures immediately appear from the shadows, whom he calls Disaster, and who he believes are a bunch of rats. The silhouettes and cloaks say that the researchers have betrayed the true god and will be punished for such a rude act. The organization that hides in the dark also claims to be traitors. Rats must hide in the sewers. After these words, they immediately enter into battle, and Alan orders you to protect Hans and the stone slab at all costs. Meanwhile, Michael and Anna finally descend the long stairs to the third floor of the ruins, and the girl says that she is very tired. Once they reach the entrance to the third floor, they both sense a strange aura from the other side of the door. Suddenly, the main character grabs his chest with his hand, experiencing a strange sensation that slightly agitates the little girl, who begins to worry about him. Michael understands that this is the reaction of the Tree of Evolution, and apparently it really craves what is right in front of them. He guesses that right at the entrance to the third floor, there is a plant of a higher class than the flower of the Tyrant King that they encountered before. Upon entering the room, he notices a plant-type energy core and assumes that he can absorb it very quickly and safely, without having to fight it. Once I obtain the energy core of the evolution tree, it can evolve again, allowing me to increase my strength. Then I can rush to the third floor and fight those people for the treasure of the ruins. Using the shadow skills, the main character tries to get to the core unnoticed, but something goes wrong and it detects the main character, starting to move higher and higher. Rising higher and higher to the ceiling of the hall, our heroes discover a huge, colossal-sized knight made of stone, with whom the plant core begins to merge into one whole. The plant grows into the stone knight's helmet, and its vines take control of his entire torso. Michael understands that nothing is as simple as he thought, and asks Anya to hide in his shadow once again, and give him the opportunity to figure everything out himself. The girl tries to scream that she can't see anything, and the main character, using his abilities, takes her to the other end of the hall. He understands that the Tree of Evolution may appear to reabsorb the energy core, and he cannot allow Anya to find out his secrets, so it would be better to hide her. This energy core uses vines to control the statue. I just need to extract it and victory will be inevitable. Trying to use his physical skills, Michael tries to make a direct attack on the Stone Knight's body, but his durability is different from everyone else's, and this attack does not bring the desired results. Realizing that the weapon is powerless in this situation, he continues to dodge the attacks of the giant stone statue and decides to limit its mobility and then try to destroy the core. I'm trying to come up with a plan on how he can do this. Moving along the edge of the arena, he stumbles upon long branches of a vine growing along the entire wall. Grabbing one of them with his shadow skill speed, he wraps it around the Stone Knight's body, trying to create a kind of trap. Let's see how long you can last when faced with my level 8 power. Michael pulls hard on the makeshift rope, allowing him to bring the Stone Knight down to the ground and knock him off his feet. The speed of movement and immobility of the statue is not enough to quickly and lightning fast get back on its feet, and during this time the main character gives the evolution tree the opportunity to finish this battle. At that moment, Michael is surprised that the tree, unlike the previous time, decided to personally go outside to beat the energy core. It releases its roots, digging into the eye of a defenseless plant, and beginning to suck out all the juices from it. After absorbing the core, the tree of evolution begins to shine and change, and in front of our protagonist appears a tall, slender girl, who all this time was the tree of evolution. At the same second, a context window appears in front of him, which informs him about the possibility of evolving and increasing his rank, for which it is necessary to have a certain set of skills that the main character already possesses. I accept the offer of the tree. Michael feels how his body begins to overflow with energy, and all his characteristics begin to noticeably increase. Once promoted, all of his skills also level up, and the tree informs him of the required levels of dexterity, intelligence, and detection strength to advance to the next rank. Thanks to the tree with a brush, the upgrade is much faster and more convenient, remembering the past. To increase the level, I ran like crazy, killing a cloud of monsters. Looking at the girl, the protagonist decides to clarify whether he should still call her the Tree of Evolution, to which he receives consent. Michael also asks why his evolutionary tree chose him as a victim for revival, to which he receives the answer that she cannot answer his question right now, and she does not have a memory of all the events. My evolution is the key to solving my past life. It's no wonder you helped me during the attack of the horde of infected and allowed me to continue to evolve. My memory seems to be linked to your evolution, so your growth is very important for both you and me, and the discovery of additional information. After these words, the Tree of Evolution disappears again, going into the system, and Anya appears behind the main character, who rejoices at his victory. The girl is slightly shocked because she does not understand at what moment the victory in the battle occurred, but nevertheless, she is very happy for her brother. The jubilation of our heroes over the victory is interrupted by an unexpected earthquake, after which the ground under their feet begins to crack, and tongues of flame begin to emerge from its cracks. After a few seconds, the floor literally explodes, and silhouettes and cloaks jump out of the ground, as well as Alan, who is fighting with them. He notices our protagonist, and they briefly glance at each other, trying to comprehend the situation and understand whether they are enemies. Having decided to land next to our heroes, he is surprised that besides them, there are still people in the dungeon, and apparently, they have not fully explored all the floors of the dungeon. I notice silhouettes and cloaks. Michael remembers that Anya was talking about them and decides to ask her if she had seen these people before, to which the girl replies that she had not seen Alan and his friends. Their conversation is interrupted by mysterious silhouettes and cloaks who order them to immediately give them the broken arm of the divine stone. And he says that he is not going to give them the artifact he found under any circumstances, even taking into account the fact that 2 of his squad have already been seriously injured. Watching their conversation, Michael realizes that they were apparently fighting for the treasure found on the 5th floor of the ruins. Having learned the name of our protagonist, Alan apologizes for dragging him into this story, but really hopes that he can help him deal with these enemies. Vijay tries to dissuade his friend by pointing out that the stranger is only at E rank, and there is no point in asking him for help. At this time, the silhouettes and cloaks who are D-ranked begin to laugh, saying that no matter how many scum you recruit into your team, you will all die. Elan says that they are at a disadvantage, and he feels that the protagonist is not an ordinary person, so he boldly offers to join the battle. Vijay continues to insist that a person with such a low level of strength will not help them in any way in the fight, and besides, he has a little girl with him who will act as ballast. The silhouettes and cloaks talk to each other, calling the weak humans worthless, trying to form packs and do everything possible to survive. The main character tries to understand what is happening, because the silhouettes and cloaks are very reminiscent of monsters, and if you look closely at them, their bodies have a very familiar aura. He remembers his battle with an advanced infected girl who was guarding a meteorite fragment and had her own consciousness. Immediately after this, he asks the fair-haired guy and Alan to stay here to protect Anya until he sorts things out himself. Alan tries to stop the main character, but he immediately rushes into the attack with incredible determination, realizing that these are unusual opponents and that fighting them will be much more dangerous. Starting the battle, he immediately tries to understand if there is a main individual among these monsters in order to first deal with the minions. Suddenly, one of the silhouettes tries to attack the main character from behind, but a charge of fiery energy flies into his face, which saves Michael from being hit in the back. This stream of fire turns out to be released by Alan, who asks him not to act so rashly because he will be the main attacker who needs to be supported. Looking at him, Michael realizes that this man is a D-rank awakened with a very strong flame ability. At this time, the silhouettes and cloaks begin to talk to each other about the main character, not understanding how a low-level person can be so fast, and that they sense divine power in him. And he asks Michael to be careful, because these creatures are difficult to deal with, and such damage is just a speck of dust for them. After these words, the main character instantly approaches one of the monsters, and with a powerful blow of his blade literally cuts his body into 2 parts. Vijay is incredibly amazed by such speed and strength, and little Anya says that her brother is very strong and will not lose so easily. Alan also confirms his words, realizing that his assumptions were correct, and the main character is really not so simple, perhaps even too simple. Standing over the protagonist's defeated opponent will prompt a context window to inform you that 600 evolution points have been received for defeating a D-rank monster. The second silhouette in a cloak, looking at the protagonist, does not understand what is happening, because a low-level human cannot have a divine aura and be so strong. Michael says that from his words, one can conclude that they also call themselves divine, in which case he must be a deicide. At that moment, the monster in the cloak starts screaming, saying that this simply cannot be, and that he is not going to be the loser in this battle. Screaming that all humans will be destroyed, he begins to prick himself with needles sticking out from behind his back, and begins to transform. Michael says that he has already encountered this type of enemy, and apparently he begins the transformation in order to fight with all his might and asks everyone to run away from here as quickly as possible. Vijay immediately grabs little Anya in his arms and says that this is complete madness, and that ordinary people definitely won't be able to cope with this. And he says that he is not going to just run away because this monster injured his comrades and he cannot just leave. Looking at the monster, they realize that it has completed its transformation and is now somewhere around C rank in strength. He immediately begins to attack our heroes with a spear covered in vines, which after the blow rush after Michael and Alan, reflecting attacks with a vine, Alan tries to understand who Michael really is. Because, having only an E rank level, he is able to resist monsters much stronger than him. At the same time, he charges a huge fireball in his hand in order to assess how powerful the enemy in front of him is. Trying to attack the monster standing in front of him, he realizes that his attack doesn't even leave a scratch on his body, and this is very sad. Taking advantage of the moment of confusion, Michael at this moment finds himself behind his opponent, trying to attack him with his daggers. The monster manages to react to this by defending himself from the attack, and they say that such a pathetic nothing will never be able to defeat him. The protagonist realizes that this native type of monster is much stronger than what he has encountered before, and it seems that they continue to evolve at a breakneck pace. He also realizes that he himself is not the same as he was a few days ago, because, like other survivors, he is evolving. But he still needs to restrain himself because there are strangers nearby. Michael fights the monster using only Shadow Rift and his own physical skills, but even this is enough for Alan and Vijay to be amazed by its colossal strength. Alan asks his friend not to ask how this is possible because this is the first time he sees an E-rank fighter being able to suppress and fight on equal terms with a C-rank monster. At the same time, the main character continues to push his opponent with a powerful blow, sending him towards the nearest wall. Retreating to Alan, he says that he is amazed at his strength if he is able to fight alone against such a terrifying opponent. Michael says that his defense is too high and his current weapon won't be able to deal him fatal damage. While in his head, he understands that he can use the ability to devour to instantly kill him, but he needs to check something. Now he has a plan to deal with it, but he needs Alan to give him some time to prepare. His new friend gives his consent, and Michael understands that this is being done in order to test the fighting abilities of his new acquaintance and his strength. After his request, Alan engages in battle with the monster using his strength to the maximum, causing a huge column of fire tornado. The infected, breaking through the wave of fire, tries to shout offensive phrases at people, but Alan shuts his mouth with a firebomb. Even if I can't defeat you here and now, I can at least make you shut up for a while. The main character understands that fire abilities are very strong, and it is not surprising that the guy was able to reach D rank in such a short time. Considering the destructive explosive power and large attack area, he assumes that this ability will be very effective for him in the future. He hopes that in the future he will be able to find an opportunity to make a contract with him for the ability, but for now he returns to the body of the defeated Stone Knight to take his spear. At this time, Alan tries his best to distract the monster, dodging its attacks while trying to inflict at least some damage on it. All this running around begins to drive the infected into an unprecedented rage and piss him off, which is why he wants to end the battle as quickly as possible. He uses his needles to catch up with the fleeing guy and finish him off right here and now. But Michael, who arrives in time, does not let him do this. Throwing a stone spear lying on the ground with all his might, he throws the mutant away, saving Alan's life. The guy can't believe what he just saw, because an ordinary person can't have such strength to lift a giant stone spear and throw it such a distance. Unfortunately, the force of the throw is not enough, and the monster manages to catch it in flight and survive. At that very moment, Michael, who had arrived, began to try to press from the opposite end of the stone spear, trying to prevent the monster from having the opportunity to come to its senses and counterattack. Alan also immediately comes to his aid and begins to help, creating efforts to defeat their common enemy. The infected tries to suppress their morale by saying that a pathetic little human who only knows one attack won't be able to do anything to him. Alan states that in order to deal with such a worthless person as he only needs to know one attack, and he begins to concentrate a huge clot of flame in his hand. He asks Michael to stand still and not to lose his position, after which he releases a huge column of flame, which, performing a reactive function, pushes the spear towards the monster. Trying to resist this effort, the infected person catches himself thinking that his consciousness is beginning to change, and as if someone is trying to take control of him. For a moment he pauses, lost in his own thoughts, saying that Anya is the sweetest and most beautiful girl in the universe. This second is enough for our heroes to squeeze out the last of their strength and send the mutant flying on a spear towards the nearest wall. Looking at little Anya, they understand that she tried with all her might to control this monster for at least 1 second. She had to spend all her strength on it. Fortunately, these efforts of our heroes are enough to achieve victory and deal with such a formidable enemy. Just after a crushing victory, Michael helps Alan to his feet, while grabbing his hand and activating his ability, forming a contract for the ability of fire. Immediately after this, Michael asks his new acquaintance to tell him everything he knows. I tell you that these people in black cloaks belong to an organization called Catastrophe. They are extremely mysterious. Their location cannot be determined by the usual human methods. Catastrophe. What kind of organization is this, and what is their goal? Asks the main character, while remembering that in past lives he had never heard of such an organization. All that is clear to me is this, and the fact that they are constantly catching the infected. But I can't tell myself more. The protagonist understands that his words almost exactly coincide with Anya's testimony, and also decides to clarify how they were able to find these ruins. And he says that they are mercenaries and came here as part of a mission. And as for the recruit, they themselves do not know. This is a broken arm made of divine stone. The loot we got on the 5th floor. You dealt with the disaster, and this thing should belong to you. There is no need for this. You can keep it for yourself, because without it, you will not be able to complete the mission. Michael realizes that he has already gotten enough and was able to make a contract for the fire ability, but he has one request. He shows Alan and everyone present a photograph of his younger sister and asks if they know any information. And he replies that at the moment he doesn't know anything, but he will try at all costs to help in her search. At this point, their wounded friend begins to cough up blood, and the girl tries to hurry her commander, saying that they need to find a doctor as soon as possible. Alan asks for forgiveness and says that they need to go, giving the protagonist an address where he can contact him when he finds himself in another city. Leaving the ruins, VJ asks the commander if they will really just leave, because they outnumber him, and they could try to take away from him all the treasures that he managed to find on other floors. And he says that even if they are at the peak of their strength, all together they won't even come close to dealing with him, because in that battle, he only used half of his strength. He really impressed me. But what you say seems too exaggerated to me, since he's only an E rank. You may be right. But when I was around him, I felt a discrepancy between his demonstrated strength and his personality. But even despite this, he creates a feeling of reliability, and that next to him you will be protected. When Anya asks why they didn't take those treasures, Michael says that he likes Alan, and he will give him a chance to prove himself in the future, so it will be a gesture of goodwill. Alan, if this stranger is really that good, why didn't you invite him to Skynet and even reveal our true identity? Because if he joins us, we can complete a higher-ranking mission and get a bigger reward. Now is not the time, and we cannot reveal all our secrets to random people. Because if someone from the top management finds out, we will be in trouble. And besides, he is also a very cautious person. After the research group leaves, Michael invites Anya to go on the journey as well. We should continue to explore this area and use the crystal to make you stronger, because it will be very useful. The girl begins to be very flattered by these words, from which her pride begins to soar very high, as does the feeling of her own importance. The main character suggests going to the 4th floor and clearing it out, in particular so that Anya can gain experience and become stronger. On the 4th floor, there is a huge number of mid-ranking puppets that he met at the entrance to the 3rd floor. Michael decides to test and try out his new fire abilities, which he gained from contact with Alan. I rush to attack the rest of the knights. He easily dodges their slow attacks by flying into the air. The protagonist remembers that fire can be used as an accelerating force, and thanks to this, he is able to move through the air for a short time, increasing his mobility. From now on, he will be able to fight in the air in addition to group damage, which has increased significantly with the use of firepower. I want to finish them off in one move, so I need to concentrate as much fire energy as possible in one point and throw it out. Having finished accumulating his strength, Michael launches a huge stream of flame at the knights, burning everything in its path. After such a powerful attack, only melted armor remains from the knights, and the main character realizes that this ability has a purely destructive nature, after which he asks Anya to collect all the crystals. Starting the collection, the girl asks her brother to forgive her because the red crystal that Michael gave her for safekeeping has disappeared somewhere. The protagonist suggests that Anya could have absorbed it and asks to take another red crystal and split it as he did with the crystal of intelligence. The girl takes one of the red crystals left behind by the knights and is surprised that it can also be absorbed. With a little effort, it also crumbles into particles, causing the girl an incorruptible shock. Michael realizes that Anya doesn't kill zombies but captures them so she can't get energy to level up. But in return, she can directly absorb energy from items to evolve. He offers the girl to absorb all these crystals so that she can become stronger and improve her fighting skills. Having collected all the available crystals on the battlefield, the girl begins to emit a huge amount of energy and her body begins to evolve. Having completed the evolution, Michael congratulates little Anya that she has now reached the status of an E-rank warrior. Next, our heroes go to clear the corridors of the dungeons and eventually find themselves on the 5th floor in the very hall that the researchers visited. They see a crystal coffin in front of them and assume that inside it there must have been the treasures of this floor, which Alan and his friends had already managed to take. The little girl suggests that apparently the coffin contained the protector of these treasures, and it seems that the atmosphere around becomes piercing. At that very moment, a primal horror hangs on little Anya's face, and behind them appears an enraged monster trying to attack them from behind. With an impassive face, Michael, with a slight movement of his hand, sends the monsters flying with incredible force. He suggests that Alan and his friends had to fight the disaster after taking the treasure and did not have time to clear the dungeon of monsters. Little Anya says that she can't take control of this individual, after which the main character decides to take on the matter himself. Trying to get closer to the enemy, the monster activates the ability of lightning, covering its entire body, which forces Michael to retreat for a short time. Deciding to end the battle safely, he uses his shadow skills to capture the monster and absorb all of its powers. By using the absorption skill, he gains some evolution points as well as 2% of the lightning ability fragment. After defeating the floor's defender, the round stone slab in front of our heroes begins to rotate. Immediately after this, little Anya draws the protagonist's attention to a strange depression in the center of the slab, which is very similar in shape to the token they found. After inserting the token into the correct slot, it immediately begins to glow, depicting the silhouette of 2 triangles that activate the hologram of the dungeon, reflected vertically. After which, immediately behind the round stone slab, a passage opens leading to deeper floors of the dungeon. Moving down the stairs and exploring the ruins, little Anya asks Michael if she can fight, to which she receives the answer that when they encounter stronger zombies, they can fight together. If I meet a suitable one, let her fight with him, and I will stand on defense in order to later implement my abilities. As they move through the corridors, they encounter monsters in berserker armor. The armored doll became a warrior, and it looks like there is a very large gap between the upper and lower floors. The armored warrior immediately rushes to attack the main character, but he dodges to the side without any problems. He throws one of his blades towards the monster to distract its attention, after which he instantly approaches him and activates the ability to devour, receiving 400 evolution points and also 2% of the fragment of the berserk ability. Immediately after this, Anya screams that further down the corridor a huge number of warrior monsters, also dressed in armor, are approaching them. The main character asks the girl not to interfere with him and to give him the opportunity to deal with them. After a long period of time, the battle finally ends, and Michael realizes that using several abilities at the same time is draining him of a lot of energy. They were also finally able to reach the next floor in preparation for the next boss fight. Having opened the doors, a flock of angry birds immediately rushes at our heroes, which apparently are the defenders of this hall. Michael realizes that these are mutated owls and tells Anya that the plan has changed, and because there are too many of them, he will immediately send her into the shadow rift. The girl expresses her dissatisfaction, saying that she doesn't want to constantly hide behind his back, and that if she is now evolved, she will be able to stand up for herself. While dodging an attack from one of the birds, the girl tries to use her control skills and manage with a few words. Taking control of one of them, she manages to cause a small stir in the enemy ranks and also begin to fight. Looking at everything that is happening, the main character understands that Anya really increased her powers, and he should not worry so much about her. Unconsciously, he treated Anya like his own sister and tried to overprotect her and defend her from any danger. At this time, the little girl is attacked by a swiftly diving eagle owl with bright red eyes from the sky. She still manages to dodge the attack, as at that moment another bird's fiery feathers fly at her. An argument begins between the two owls about who attacked the girl first and who should get her. Michael suggests that Anya take control of Phylan, saying that he is very strong and apparently is the leader of this small group. The girl says that she is not going to do this because she does not like him and she will not make him her companion. She also looks at the small white owl, which seems to be emitting S-rank ability energy, and its overall combat power is the strongest among everyone in this building, but he can't use it yet. The girl says that she can help him awaken his powers if she manages to enter his mind, but for this, she needs a little time. I try to take control of the white owl and barely manage to dodge the attack of two angry owls, as she still manages to take control of him. Little Anya starts laughing, declaring that she never doubted for a second that she would have enough time, and she would get the greatest familiar of all time. At this time, all the other owls in the room look at the little familiar and call him a traitor. Little Anya gives a name to her new pet, calling him Bugu and giving him confidence in victory. He immediately goes on the attack using his S-rank ability called Absolute Wind Tornado, which allows him to quickly deal with his opponents. Anya hugs little Buga with all her might, amazed at his strength and saying that from this moment on they will become best friends. Michael congratulates the little girl, but asks her not to lose concentration, because now they don't have time to relax. Watching the behavior of a flock of owls, he assumes that the main owl, who is the boss of the floor, should appear soon. His assumption turns out to be correct. After a few seconds, a magical beast with the ability to increase its size appears in the center of the arena. Overflowing with energy, Anya asks the main character to let her deal with such a formidable opponent herself, because this will be the first fight for little Buga. Michael gives his consent to the little girl, telling her that he will be there to help and give her the opportunity to concentrate on the goal. The little familiar doesn't really like this whole idea, but Anya takes control of him, and he understands that he is once again no longer in control of his body. Immediately after this, the giant owl tries to attack the little Buga, but he easily dodges the attack due to his size. Meanwhile, Michael protects the little owl from being attacked by other owls using his shadow ability. He asks Anya not to rush and do everything in a measured manner, because she must trust her companion and not just control him. Anya understands that when she first entered little Buga's consciousness, she felt that he was cowardly and unsure of himself, and she thought that if she forced him to fight, he would regain his confidence. From childhood, he was treated as a different species and was often bullied and mistreated. Gradually, he began to fear those around him and stopped trusting others. And Anya understood this perfectly well, because she was the one who also had no parents and was constantly bullied. The girl says that at one point she still managed to meet her older brother Michael, and he treated her with all kindness. So she wants to do the same for Bugu. Such a motivational speech immediately gives the little familiar an unprecedented boost of energy, which allows him to begin fighting with greater strength. Taking advantage of its speed, as well as the clumsiness and colossal size of its opponent, the little owl manages to deliver many quick and lightning-fast attacks. Michael realizes that this little owl that Anya chose, although it doesn't seem that strong, can still be useful. At this time, the battle with the floor boss drags on, and he continues to grow in size, slowly starting to destroy the entire floor of the dungeon. The protagonist realizes that the situation is becoming more serious, and asks Anya to let him finish the battle. Meanwhile, baby Bugu continues to dodge the hail of pointed feathers flying at him. I understand that it is impossible to delay. The girl activates the ability of her familiar tornado of absolute wind. At the same second, a huge energy tornado appears around the boss, sucking in a huge amount of debris and stones, which begin to inflict a lot of damage on the boss's body. This is the S-rank ability of the absolute wind tornado, and in my past life, this was the peak combat ability. Michael is surprised that they were right, and this little owl really is the strongest here. She managed to take control of it. After this, The dungeon boss simply falls to the ground, and they rejoice at their first and grand victory. The girl runs to hug her new familiar, being incredibly happy. Michael also turns out to be very happy for his companion, and offers her to give Boog the opportunity to absorb the energy source. The familiar goes to absorb the boss's body, and the protagonist asks the girl how she was able to assess his potential. Anya says that when using mind control, she can see the abilities of monsters and determine the strongest one, and then control him. The protagonist is surprised, albeit briefly, that a warrior like Anya has an ability that can directly influence the strongest enemy unit and turn it into an ally. Big brother, don't you have an ability that allows you to copy others? Michael says that he really does have such an ability. But what is the point of this information? Anya suggests taking and copying her power. The girl says that after everything that happened, she trusts the main character very much, and wants to let him also get her ability to become even stronger. Michael realizes that he must have enough points to develop another ability, and tries to make a contract with the little girl as well. The evolution tree cancels this request, informing that concluding a contract with a monster is simply impossible. Anya asks if everything went well and if Michael can control the opponents from now on, to which they receive a negative answer. By this point, Bugu has finished absorbing the boss's energy and evolved to E rank. Little Anya rushes to her familiar to congratulate him on his new level of evolution, which is why it was not possible to conclude a contract with Anya. He remembers that the girl is not human, but is also a monster that resulted from the apocalypse. But during the time spent with her, he had already begun to forget about it. He promises himself that this time he will not allow society to do to her what happened in his past life, and invites her to move on. Making our way further into the dungeon, our heroes think over further plans for the battle, because their forces have already been significantly depleted. Even if Anya didn't show it, this little girl has been through so much with me and is most likely holding on with all her might. Michael activates the Shadow Rupture ability to get the most out of this place to level up. Analyzing this evolution tree about the required levels of power, intelligence, agility to level up, he realizes that he needs about 150,000 evolution points, and at the moment, he only has 40,000. At this time, somewhere within the walls of the shelter, a small commotion begins to reign in connection with an unexpected guest. Some stranger tries to pick a fight with every survivor in the shelter, trying to find a worthy opponent, and also wanting to see the god of war. Megan notices panic within the shelter walls, not understanding what is happening, receives information from one survivor that people from another shelter have appeared and want to fight us to determine our strength. Meanwhile, on the third mirror floor of the ancient ruins, Michael and Anya feel a strange, mysterious energy. The main character suggests that the girl move forward because soon they will meet their last enemy. After passing the third, fourth floor, I received 90,000 evolution points. The fifth floor gave me 20,000 as a backup. First, I better improve my combat abilities. Michael spends almost all the points he has collected to upgrade his skills, after which the evolution tree informs him about the transition of the strength skill to a higher level of power. The only skill that remained at a lower level after distributing points is intelligence, to raise which the main character needs to accumulate a few more points. After distributing the skills, the increase is so great that it causes a severe attack in the body. Little Anya decides to check if everything is okay with the main character, as she is very worried about him. Michael says he's fine and suggests entering the main hall by opening the gate and fighting the boss. This time he asks the little girl to wait for him outside, because he is very worried that she is exhausted and simply does not have enough strength. Michael doesn't care what kind of enemy is behind the walls because he wants to test his new power. Upon opening the door, he discovers a huge armored python with the ability to poison anything it damages. Having dodged his first attack, the main hero soars into the air and concentrates 30% of his strength in his hand to test the snake's strength. Even 30% is enough to slam the snake's head into the stone floor with incredible force. The enraged monster clearly doesn't like this arrangement, but the main character is glad that he will be able to play the test of strength a little longer. The monster decides not to stand on ceremony, accumulates a huge amount of poison in its mouth, and splashes it towards the main character. Using the shadow skill to dodge the attack, Michael once again goes behind the snake and this time decides to put 50% of his maximum into the strike. This blow is so strong that the snake begins to bleed completely, and the protagonist understands that 50% of his strength is the limit that the enemy can withstand. Realizing that defeat is inevitable, the snake tries to carry out its last attack, putting the rest of its life force into it. Michael activates his Devour ability, and unfortunately for his opponent, he ends up being the winner in this battle. At this time, Anya, waiting outside the doors of the boss's chambers, feels that there is no movement inside, and hopes that everything is fine with her brother. She decides to ask little Booga if they should go inside, to which Phelan replies that they are both intellectuals and won't be able to just open the stone door. After a few moments, the door finally opens and an unharmed Michael emerges, asking for forgiveness for the wait, since everything ended much earlier than he expected. He also looks at the little girl and says that he has a gift for her, which makes her sparkle with all the colors of the rainbow. He hands Anya a small gold medallion, saying that it will suit her very well and that she needs to try it out. The girl says that this icon is very beautiful, but she still doesn't know how to test it, and Michael asks to simply activate it like the energy crystals. Our heroes find themselves in a special cube, and Michael says that this medallion activates teleportation to a special space, which is very useful when taming various monsters. The protagonist says that this medallion has similarities with his shadow abilities, but unlike the medallion, it can move, and Anya will be able to leave the real world for her own safety. Okay, I suggest we leave these ruins, because we've been wandering for a very long time, and I'm very hungry, and it would be nice to find something to eat. Once on the surface, Michael says that he used to store all his food nearby in the nearest supermarket and suggests going there. Having reached the store, he suggests that Anya go in search of food while he clears the streets of zombies, who have changed greatly during his absence. Even after killing this python from the ruins, I still don't have enough points to increase detection to level 9 and need to get another 3,000. At this stage of development, our main character's strength is at level 15, agility at level 13, detection at level 8, and intelligence at level 5. He decides to continue clearing the areas until he can evolve to a new rank because he needs to become as strong as possible and return the memory of the evolution tree. At this time, somewhere nearby in one of the back streets, a man, along with his wife and child, are making their way through the city streets trying to get some food for themselves. The man does not understand why the world suddenly turned into a real ruin in such a short time. But remembering the words of one young man, one must always look for resources for survival. At that very moment, the foot of a huge monster appears above the car in which he was trying to find some supplies, about to crush him. His wife, standing nearby, tries to warn her husband of the danger, and that in just a few seconds he will be dead. I think that he has already ended up in the next world. He is unexpectedly saved by our main character, who orders him to get out of here as quickly as possible, otherwise next time he might not be around. After which an E-rank monster falls to the ground, for which Michael receives 400 evolution points, as well as a fragment of the ability to increase. The man, seeing death flashing before his eyes, thanks him, and also hints that he has seen him somewhere before. He remembers that they saw each other on that fateful day before the apocalypse began, and he helped him deliver groceries from the store to his home. He also says that he took the guy's advice and managed to save his wife and daughter, but unfortunately now they have to look for resources to survive. They are interrupted by the appearance of the horde of infected, and the protagonist asks them to retreat for a moment and continue the conversation after he finishes the cleanup. Gradually destroying monsters, the evolution tree reaches its limit and informs him that he has reached the required number of points to move to D rank. At this very time, little Anya and Bugu ate so much that they simply could not move. Michael immediately enters the room with a family of survivors, saying that he met them on the road while clearing the area of infected. He tells the man that for now they can stay here and eat, and later he will take them to the shelter, for which he receives incredible gratitude. Anya says that she will take care of everything, and the main character can also take a break, and at least have a little snack at this time. Having had a good meal, and going out onto the balcony, Michael finally decides to distribute the evolution points and start moving up to a new rank. He dives deep into the system and finds himself in his consciousness in the middle of the Temple of Evolution. Having fulfilled all the conditions, its characteristics are significantly increased, as are its abilities, which begin to work with greater power. The evolution tree congratulates him on reaching D rank, and Michael immediately decides to ask her how she got here. The tree says that so far all she knows is some scraps and fragments of memories from a past life, and the time in which they are now located is different from the one that was before. The main character immediately tries to ask what exactly she means and what kind of world she implies, but his questions are immediately interrupted by his sister's voice, which is heard in the air. All this turns out to be just a figment of his imagination, and in fact it is Anya's voice, who calls him on urgent matter, and the tree suggests that Michael discuss this next time. Returning to the real world, the girl hurries to tell the main character that Goldie has returned, and is in a hurry to convey important information. At this time, within the walls of the shelter, real mockery continues, where the same man continues to demand that his god of war be brought, because all the other survivors cannot give him a worthy battle. Such impudence begins to enrage all the survivors present in the shelter, including Austin, who decides to volunteer in gratitude for Michael saving him. Climbing into the ring, the man begins to laugh at yet another pathetic corpse who decided to volunteer. They begin to fight, and Austin immediately decides to use his shadow rupture abilities, but the man's insight allows him to strike even at sterile creatures. You are all fools here who rely only on your abilities while your technique and physical strength are very poor. After these words, he throws Austin out of the arena, hoping that there will be more daredevils ready to compete with him in strength. His speech is interrupted by Megan, who says that there are still awakened ones that he has not fought, and that she will act as a candidate. The man is surprised that among the volunteers there is a girl who has no choice but to protect all these weaklings. Before the fight, Austin tries to warn the girl that her ability is intended for a single attack, and his level is much higher than hers. Having climbed into the ring, the man offers the girl to make a deal, and if she agrees to have dinner with him, he will not beat her. At the same moment, Goldie manages to reach the gates of the shelter together with Michael, who is rushing to help the survivors. Right at the entrance, he is met by Sylvia, who has lost her glasses and tries to stop the main character, demanding that he undergo a test. At this time, Megan is completely broken and covered from head to toe in abrasions. Well, listen, Victor would definitely like you, and if I ruin your beautiful face, he clearly won't like it. With her last strength, the girl tries to attack her opponent, which makes him surprised that she still hasn't given up and is still trying to resist. I am surprised by such determination. He says that since she wants to die so much, he will allow her to do it. At that very second, a powerful blow from Michael's palm sends the impudent fellow into a deep knockout, face down on the ground. All the survivors in the shelter begin to rejoice at the arrival of the god of war, in particular Megan kneeling before him. Michael says that Goldie managed to inform him of the situation and he arrived as soon as he could to sort it out completely. One of the survivors asks the protagonist to be careful because people from another shelter want to absorb their ranks for their own purposes. At this moment, the man rises up full of anger, not understanding who dared to touch him and promising to destroy the impudent man. Michael says that if he is addressing him, he should turn around and say it to him, looking him straight in the eye. You try to look back, the main character starts to mock him, not giving you the opportunity to even look at his face, continuing to beat up his opponent. He starts to land a huge number of blows, saying that his opponent is so weak that he can't even look him in the eye. At this moment, in Commander Winston's office, a man is pressing him with all his might, demanding an immediate answer. The one who puts pressure on him turns out to be the commander of another shelter named Rick, demanding that he hand over control and command to him. Winston says he is very flattered by the offer, but this refuge was protected thanks to one man, and he cannot simply hand over command authority without his consent. Commander, how can you be so stupid if you want to do great things? Don't worry if you agree to my conditions and hand over your project on research of genetic medicine. You will become one of the top leaders of our main base. At that moment, their conversation is interrupted by an unexpected knock on the door, which ignores Rick's statement that an important meeting is taking place, and entry is prohibited. Michael enters the office, dragging the body of the man he had defeated behind him in one hand, wondering who had the nerve to commit such an outrage. He throws the body of the defeated enemy on the floor, asking the commander if this dog is his subordinate. Looking at Commander Winston, he says that it looks like this man is an outsider, and asks him to immediately leave the shelter and let him talk to the commander. Commander Rick is immediately surprised by such impudence and asks who this impudent boy is, to which he receives the answer that this is the very god of war. In a fit of anger, he begins to shower Commander Winston with threats, saying that he will regret his actions more than once. After which he writes to leave the office, as well as the shelter, slamming the door behind him and leaving our heroes alone. Winston is very happy about Michael's arrival and asks him if he managed to find his sister, to which the protagonist says that this case is still in limbo, but he has other information. That mysterious girl from the video you showed me, I need a screenshot of her photo. The commander promises to look into the matter and also offers to provide him with assistance, to which Michael says that he will leave immediately after receiving the photograph. He also promises to provide the coordinates of the ruins in the center of the city where they can extract a lot of minerals to improve their skills, which greatly inspires Commander Winston. After this, the commander invites the main character to go with him to receive another gift, and they find themselves on the second floor of ancient ruins. Finding himself in front of a huge gate, Bruce reports that they literally just recently solved the puzzle leading inside, and he can take all the necessary treasures from there. Michael still decides to go inside, realizing that he has no choice, because he still couldn't find a suitable weapon for himself, and maybe the contents of this treasure will help him with this. Once inside, he sees in front of him a huge pedestal with many lights and a bridge leading to them. Each pedestal opens up the possibility of choosing one of the sacred relics, and Michael ponders which one he should take. Suddenly, the evolution tree offers the protagonist to choose a challenge token that is right in front of him. Listening to the advice of the tree, the main hero reads the instruction that the token can be used infinitely and compete in the Tower of Tests, becoming even stronger. Having carefully considered his choice, he nevertheless confirms that he will bring this relic into his possession, and immediately decides to try it out. At that very moment, he is teleported to another dimension where a giant testing tower is located in front of him. At that very moment, a cute girl appears in front of him and says that she is the conductor of the testing tower. She also says that she will accompany the participant during the entire passage, and will also answer any question regarding the tower. The testing tower is a place where the test subjects practice. Each floor has a step. The higher the floor, the more difficult it is to go further, and there are 600 floors in the tower. Also, on every 150th floor, debuffs will be created that increase the difficulty, and the main character has half a month to pass the test, after which the token will simply disappear. Having heard all the information received, Michael decides that there is no time to waste, and that he needs to start immediately, and the presenter tries to stop him. Once on the first floor of the initial rank, our main character finds himself in a small testing arena. The girl says that it is very thoughtless to just go forward because she was going to say that there are fixed decorations on each floor, and the entrance is just a teleportation gate. To get to the next stage, you need to kill all the monsters on this floor, after which you can get to the next level. The girl tries to warn the main character that the tower is a very dangerous place, but notices how Michael disappears somewhere at that very second. And after a few seconds, shock hangs on her face, because the context menu informs that the floor has been passed in 30 seconds, and access to the second level is open. At this time, in front of the gate, Bruce expresses his dissatisfaction that our protagonist has been gone for 30 minutes, and he is very worried. After a few more minutes, the door opens and Michael reports that there is no danger inside and they can safely enter. Burning with curiosity, Dr. Bruce immediately rushes inside to study the new technologies and relics. Winston wonders what exactly the protagonist chose as a relic for himself, to which Michael says that the thing he took will be very useful to him. In his head, he is perfectly aware that he cleared 150 floors of the test tower in 10 minutes. Commander Winston gives the protagonist a photograph of the mysterious woman that he asked him to take. After which, the protagonist announces that he will leave the shelter walls as soon as he has prepared all the necessary resources. After finishing his conversation with Winston, he goes in search of Anya, who is found sleeping in her bed, and decides to give the girl a chance to rest and set off on her journey the next morning. The next day, he will tell little Anya that she needs to get ready because they are setting off on a journey. Little Anya wonders if they will tell the others about their departure, because they will obviously be worried about them. Just as Michael is about to give an answer, they are interrupted by Megan, who is standing at the exit of the shelter, and says that she knew that the main character was going to leave the shelter secretly, without saying anything. The girl says that she's going to go with them, but the main character tries to dissuade her, saying that it is too dangerous. Again, you try to stop me with these excuses. But I can't become better if I stay here, and eventually there will be nothing left for me to defend. Little Anya asks her older brother to take Megan with him because last night she took very good care of her and doesn't want to leave her alone. After thinking it over carefully, Michael still agrees to take Megan with him, hoping that she will not become a burden to them. When the girls asked where they would go next, he recalled the coordinates of the city of Xiao, which Alan had given him, and where their route would be planned in the future. Moving in the intended direction, Michael is also simultaneously engaged in clearing the test tower, making his way to ever higher floors. The control tower informs him that in just 2 days he managed to reach the 300th floor, and whether he plans to continue further, since he will be given a weakening that increases his own weight. Michael had no idea that a 20% increase in weight would affect his speed so much. And before going further, he decides to check what limitations await him on the next floors. After passing through the portal, he gets to the next level, starting from which he will be prohibited from using any abilities, but in return, he will receive evolution points in a triple amount. A huge, ferocious monster immediately appears before his face, which he will have to defeat using only the strength of his own body. The main character immediately rushes forward with bare fists, delivering a terrible blow to his opponent. The monster immediately counterattacks, causing the protagonist to block the blow, and realize that under the influence of such a huge weight, his attack power is noticeably reduced. The control tower offers the protagonist to leave for a while, and better prepare for further trials, to which the protagonist immediately agrees. But before leaving, he still decides to go through this floor of the tower, stating that at this stage it does not pose any big problems for him. After which, using a crushing blow to the air, he clears the floor. The manager, looking at this, is simultaneously shocked and upset, because at this rate she will lose her job and have nothing to do. After clearing the floor, Michael returns to the temporary base in one of the abandoned multi-story buildings where his comrades are located. He is immediately met by Megan, who is sitting at the table and asks if everything went well in the testing tower. The girl points to the map and says that after 2 days of travel they are already very close to the neighboring city. But unfortunately they do not have all the information and need to prepare in advance. The protagonist suggests that the girl get a good night's sleep while he checks everything on his own. Having got out into the street, the main character decides to personally meet with the fat man and discuss some points. Because with the help of the shadow gap, he will be able to get to the desired point in 10 minutes. After a while, he finds himself near the entrance to an abandoned bar and decides to go down. The sounds of several people talking can be heard from below, and we see someone pouring alcoholic drinks into glasses. Behind the bar stands a girl from Alan's team, who scolds him for not allowing them to drink during the mission. And he, at this time holding a glass of ice in his hand, smiles and says that this will not affect his performance in any way. Looking around, he feels a foreign aura of presence, which seems very familiar to him, and asks his girlfriend to get another glass because they will have guests. At that very moment, Michael enters the room where he is immediately greeted and offered a little drink, or just some water. The protagonist asks who owns this bar and where the other 2 people from his squad are, to which Alan replies that they are preparing for an upcoming mission. After the apocalypse, the whole city was empty, and I decided to take advantage of the opportunity and set up this bar as a base, as well as a place to relax. And by the way, I have no leads yet about your little sister. Michael says he came on other business and hands him a blurry photo of the man who, judging by the video, kidnapped his younger sister, asking if he has met anyone like that. Alan's face shows surprise and he says that he feels like he's met this man somewhere before. The main character immediately jumps up from his seat trying to find out where exactly, what time, and what the name of this person was. Please calm down, my good friend. I just slightly remember someone similar and I need to check this because since the photo is blurry I could be wrong. I have a proposition for you. I'll go check if my memories really go with your photo. But in exchange you'll help me finish the mission I'm on now. Michael immediately agrees to such conditions, and Alan shouts that this needs to be celebrated. But the girl behind the bar immediately stops him and says that it is too early to celebrate. The main character sets off on his journey. Reading this task, he understands that he needs to investigate some kind of disaster, and this also interests him very much, as does the search for his sister. At this time, Alan talks with the girl about the photographs shown by Michael, and tries to justify why he had to lie about the fact that he only slightly remembers this man. All this was done in order to protect the main character from rash actions, because if what is depicted in the photograph is connected with Skynet is true, then this could lead to a catastrophe. At this time, Michael goes to the place indicated in Alan's assignment in order to investigate the causes of the disaster and understand who is behind all this. We see how memories of the distant past, even in peaceful times before the apocalypse, emerge before us. Even as children, the guys from Alan's squad would rummage through trash bins in search of at least a small piece of bread. They are met by little Alan, accompanied by some girl who offers help in exchange for them going with him. After some time, all the children are happy because Alan helped them steal food from richer people. The girl asks Alan why they should take them with them, to which he replies that in their situation they need to stick together and unite, because that is the only way they can survive. While the children laugh and enjoy their meal, Alan discusses his future plans, even though it all happened in the distant past. Even in our time, somewhere in a wasteland surrounded by forest, there is a mysterious technological base. Arriving within its walls, Alan goes down the elevator, feeling nostalgic about his past life and hoping that his friend is not the one who kidnapped the protagonist's sister. Finding himself in the right room, he goes inside and sees in front of him that same little girl who turns out to be the woman who kidnapped Michael's sister at the very beginning of their journey. They greet each other, and when the girl asks why he is not on a mission, Alan replies that he was just passing by and decided to see an old friend. She asks him to stop the useless talk and speak directly if he has any questions. He says that nothing can be hidden from her and asks Juno to look through her list of tasks, as he is curious about something. The girl is surprised. I hope that he finally decided to help her, and that the headquarters mission is also good. She hands him a stack of documents, giving him permission to look through everything he needs if the situation requires it. Ala begins to scroll through the lists of documents in search of the name Sylvia. because that is the name of the main character's sister. Unexpectedly for himself, he finds the personal file of little Anya and remembers that he saw this girl in the company of the main character. He is quite surprised that she is also Juno's target, as she is on her task list. He returns the documents to her, and the girl asks what happened to him and why his facial expression changed so abruptly. And he tries to change the subject by explaining that everything is fine with him and asking why she is so late in fulfilling her assigned duties. Juno explains that her superior is putting a lot of pressure on her because there are 9 targets found so far, and 1 is still not on the list, so she has to work a lot. Having heard the information that the general staff wants to get the last victim into their own possession, the puzzle in Alan's head begins to come together into a single picture. At this time, our main character is combing the surroundings of the place where the task assigned by Alan was supposed to take place. Looking through the ruins of multi-story buildings, he hopes that the search will not take much time, and that he will be able to find information about the disaster that occurred. Making his way deeper into the ruins, he finds the infected caught and chained up, which is already a sign that he is on the trail of the mysterious events taking place in this area. Michael is about to deal with the low-level mutants when, thanks to his innate senses and reflexes, he realizes that someone is attacking him from the shadows. Thanks to his phenomenal speed, he manages to dodge the attack without receiving serious damage. An intelligent mutant comes out to meet him, who is a demon of an organization called Catastrophe, who also knows how to talk. The girl says that she feels the aura of someone named Thorn in the protagonist's body, and apparently he absorbed some part of it. I don't understand what you're talking about, but next time your companions will also feel your aura emanating from my body. At this very time, somewhere in another place, in an underground prison with a huge number of cells, someone is being held prisoner. Making his way through the corridors of the punishment cell, Alan stumbles upon a cell behind which sits a fragile gray-haired girl. It turns out that this is the main character's sister, and she immediately asks not to waste time on her because she will under no circumstances join their organization. I didn't come to convince you, but to find you at someone's request, and that person's name is Michael. Sylvia immediately jumps out of bed, runs to the bars, not believing her ears, and is glad that her older brother is alive. After which she immediately starts coughing because her body is very wounded because she was forced to work for Skynet, and she did not want it. Alan immediately starts to bare his teeth, saying that Skynet is a bunch of scumbags and assures the girl that her brother will definitely get her out of here. Little Sylvia clutches her tattered clothes, and her arms show multiple cuts and bruises from very long torture. Alan says that he will try to inform her brother as soon as possible, that he has found her and where she is at the moment, asking her to be patient for a little while. I ask you to forgive me, but now I can't help you because I'm quite weak, and I can't get you out of here alone. Sylvia, I ask you not to be sad, because as soon as your brother receives information about where you are, he will come here as soon as possible. The girl immediately begins to cry hysterically, saying that from that very day she felt guilty for her brother's death. But just the thought that he is alive gives her hope. Alan hears the sounds of footsteps coming from the depths of the prison corridors and says that he needs to leave because he should not be seen here. The sounds come from 2 lab technicians discussing that they have been given permission to use a puppet drug on a test subject girl that will make her obey any orders. Alan hears their conversation and how they smile, justifying their behavior by the fact that they simply have no choice, because the impudent girl does not want to cooperate with them. He can't believe his ears, and the fact that the people imprisoned here are treated so cruelly that even the price of death is not an obstacle. Literally 1 minute later, a powerful explosion occurs and flames spread to all corners of the cells where the prisoners are sitting, reaching Sylvia herself. Alan approaches the bars with burning and hate-filled eyes, declaring that he will immediately pull her out of here himself. Otherwise, he will regret for the rest of his life that he left her here. At the same time, an alarm sounds on all floors of the complex, and a loudspeaker announces that the S-rank target Absolute Zero has escaped. Juno immediately grabs one of the workers trying to find out who did it, to which she receives in response that it was some kind of mercenary. The girl can't believe her ears and the fact that it was her friend, when suddenly a huge big guy appears, who promises to personally sort everything out. He says that he just returned from a mission and really wanted to have some fun because he is the commander of the group of the complex in which they are located. Juno only asks to stop them and not kill anyone, to which he receives the answer that he does not promise anything, but will definitely punish the violators. At this very time, Alan tries to leave the laboratory territory unnoticed through the ventilation ducts. Having made their way to another part of the complex, they get out together with Sylvia and hurry to escape as quickly as possible. Having walked several dozen meters forward, Alan is immediately hit in the face with a powerful punch from around the corner. The impact is so powerful that his body simply flies to the opposite end of the room, creating a powerful explosion and a pile of debris. The menacing man says that he overdid it a little, and most likely this puny boy is already dead. He is upset that he will have to find an excuse for Juno, who asked to leave all the violators alive. But unexpectedly for him, his thoughts are interrupted by a powerful stream of flame burning the right side of his face. Alan, who has risen from a pile of rubble, orders not to approach the little girl while he is still standing on his feet. The man grins, and after a few moments he takes on the appearance of a bear, as he has an A-rank ability and can transform into a beast with his skills and agility. He immediately attacks him in the form of a bear, declaring that the ability to control fire is quite good, and he wants to find out which of them is stronger. But he tries to keep an acceptable distance and attack with long-range attacks, because he is significantly inferior in physical strength. "You're trying to hit me with these pathetic and insignificant tongues of flame. Let's see how long you can hold out." When in a confined space, the Alan still has to use brute physical force to defend himself from enemy attacks. At the same time, he uses the flame power of a long-range attack to knock the enemy aside with a powerful explosion. A squad of fighters comes to the aid of the commander, who is rushing to help, but he asks not to interfere, as he wants to deal with him himself. The soldiers who arrived in time could not believe their eyes that someone inside the headquarters dared to start a riot. I repeat for the last time, don't even dare to get involved in the battle, because none of you have the right to go after my glory. From the conversation of the laboratory workers, he also understands that before becoming captain, Alan had applied for his place, but for some unknown reason, decided to leave the organization. He immediately rushes into the attack with even greater fury, leaning his entire body and pushing away the ranged fighter. Alan's body begins to give out, and he begins to cough up blood, since close combat is not his specialty. Without thinking twice, he immediately uses his speed and reaction to step back in order to close the distance. Sylvia asks if everything is okay with Alan's condition, to which she receives the answer that everything is fine, and she needs to find a safe place and under no circumstances get into trouble. Having gathered his strength, Allah's body begins to emit a huge amount of energy, and his flame takes on a completely different form. One of the fighters says that since Alan was applying for the role of commander of the headquarters, he had incredible strength in the past. After these words, they see him concentrating a huge amount of fire energy in his hands, about to launch a powerful attack. This information infuriates the group's commander, causing his ability to transform into a beast to reach a new level due to the desire to prove his invincibility. The half-human, half-beast form evolves, and he completely transforms into a huge, enraged mutant. In this form, his skin becomes much thicker and stronger, and Alan's fire does not cause him significant damage. The strength and power of the attack after evolution also increased significantly, and Alan barely manages to dodge the attacks. You understand that he cannot avoid close combat. He decides to respond to the bear's attacks by adding powerful explosions of fire to his physical attacks. The bear man declares that this is his victory, and he will prove that he did not become the leader of this headquarters for nothing, despite the fact that Alan claimed this place much earlier. After these words, a powerful explosion occurs that throws the bear's body to the side, causing him to be surprised. In front of him stands a completely wounded and bloody Alan, whose blood begins to turn into fire, making him much stronger. He says that it is his turn to show his true strength and reveal to him the technique of furious fire. The headquarters commander rushes to attack him, sincerely not understanding why such a powerful gifted person decided to leave them and become a mercenary. And he produces a powerful flame attack, explaining his actions by the fact that Skynet only disgusts him with its goals and methods. A mysterious man watches their battle through CCTV cameras, smiling at what is happening. The white-haired man orders the subordinate standing next to him, calling him the King of Swords, to go there and end this mess. Taking advantage of the short respite after the battle, Sylvia uses her ice powers to try to freeze Alan's bleeding and wounds a little, thereby helping him. He thanks the girl for the fact that, being in such a wounded state, she still uses her powers to help him. Grabbing her hand, he runs with her through the corridors and complex, trying to get to the nearest exit as quickly as possible to leave this ill-fated place. While there is still time, Sylvia decides to ask why Alan decided to risk his life to save her at this very moment. Because Skynet is starting to get on my nerves, and if something bad happens to you, I won't be able to resist Michael. I am so grateful. When we meet Big Brother, we will thank you properly. After some time, they still come across a strong iron door, behind which there should be a building leading directly to the exit from the laboratory. Alan hurries to try to open the door as quickly as possible, but in an instant, a sharp blade passes through it, cutting through the steel and piercing the body of the wounded Alan. Behind the door is the same subordinate saying that he is one of 12 warriors with S-rank abilities called the King of Swords, and since they betrayed Skynet, they must die. Try your best to stay on your feet. Alan says he couldn't imagine that such a powerful warrior would be sent here to capture them. I advise you not to make unnecessary movements. At least I can allow myself to die with less pain. Please forgive me, I can't die. I have to take this little girl to her older brother and get out of here. At that very moment, the red-haired man appears behind the wounded Alan, declaring that he is too confident in himself. Even though it's funny to you, in your current state I don't even need to use my abilities. Alan immediately tries to react and attack his opponent, who just by looking at him, is incredibly stronger and faster than he is. Using only one blade, the King of Swords inflicts a huge number of dozens of small cuts, causing colossal damage to the body of his opponent. From such a number of blows and improved rolls, Alan almost loses consciousness, but at the last moment he barely manages to stay on his feet. Sylvia, watching the whole picture that is happening, cannot just stand aside and using her ice abilities, tries to help her new friend. The attack turns out to be not so powerful considering the girl's condition, and the King of Swords manages to cut through the blocks of ice flying at him without any problems. I'll give you one more chance to join Skynet. Think about it carefully before you finally die. I have already said 1,000,000 times that this will not happen under any circumstances, and even if I die, I will not join this organization. Well, in that case, I will also regard you as a traitor, and after these words, I will be forced to eliminate you. Having completely forgotten about Alan, the King of Swords is distracted, and does not notice how he approaches him point blank, and his body is again covered in scarlet flame. The words he said seriously angered Alan, and in a fit of anger he shouted that he should not even think about harming this defenseless girl. The King of Swords manages to dodge the attack, but the flame becomes much stronger to such an extent that it begins to melt the steel, and the enemy himself notices this. Looking at Alan, he realizes that he is starting to burn his own blood, and using his life force as a source of energy. A large fiery tornado begins to circle around the King of Swords, trapping him and preventing him from escaping. Sylvia, with you in my current state, I am no match for him, and I can't just attack him head-on. I'll hold him back, and you run. Our only hope is to wait for your brother to arrive. If he gets here, you will be saved. Until he comes, I will try to drag out time with all my might, and if my life runs out, then please take care of my body. Without waiting for the attack from the King of Swords, the little girl gathers the rest of her strength and manages to freeze the enemy into a huge block of ice. You will say these words to him personally because I will not allow someone to die just like that because of me. Alan is shocked because given Sylvia's current state, using abilities with such power could seriously harm her. He agrees with the girl, saying that they will try to work as a team to hold off this beast as long as possible until reinforcements arrive. At that very moment, someone's voice is heard from the depths of the ice, and they realize that the King of Swords is still alive and has almost regained consciousness. Having crushed the ice, Alan does not understand why his strength suddenly increased so sharply and significantly in a few seconds. It seems I underestimated you because I never thought that you guys would force me to use my ability, which allows me to turn any part of my body into a blade. Every part of his body is permeated with the feeling of approaching death, although Sylvia's energy has slightly recovered. But its level is too low, and my own body is also at the limit. You understand that there is not much time to think. Alan nevertheless decides to launch a frontal attack out of desperation. They begin to whirl in a passionate whirlwind, exchanging pleasantries in the form of blows and lunges, trying to kill each other with each of them. In parallel with this, the King of Swords tries to explain that joining their organization is the greatest thing one can do in this life. This so-called reinforcement of yours won't help you anyway, because I don't care how many ants I have to crush on my way. At this point, Alan realizes that he can hardly fight anymore, because his entire skin is completely burnt and his life force is running out. This is also noticed by the King of Swords, who notices that his opponent's speed has slowed down and apparently he has reached his limit. After these words, Alan falls to his knees, trying to stay conscious with all his might and holding his bleeding wounds with his hands. At the same time, Sylvia, without wasting time, collects and concentrates the remaining strength little by little, turning the life force into huge blocks of ice. She tries to attack the King of Swords, but all attempts are in vain because his skills are on a completely different level, and such attacks do not cause him any particular problems. At the same moment, Alan uses the fragments of huge ice masses as a source of water, and, with the help of his fire, creates huge clouds of steam. After this, he immediately grabs Sylvia, and using the steam as a smokescreen, tries to escape from the battlefield. I understand Sylvia's concerns. He says he is fine, and now is not the time to worry about the number of his injuries and get out of here. On their way to the exit, they encounter ordinary rank-and-file fighters of the organization, with whom Alan tries with all his might to deal. Gathering the last remnants of his fire, he manages to resist the ordinary rank-and-file warrior, but in this situation, even this knocks him off his feet. He falls to the ground and Sylvia, realizing the state he is in, helps him get up. At that very second, they hear the grinding of a blade, and the metal understands that the King of Swords is still breathing down their necks, following in their footsteps. Coming almost point blank, Sylvia tries to stop him with small pieces of ice, while simultaneously shouting that he should not dare come closer. The King of Swords says that since the girl wants to die so much, he will finish her off first and is already swinging his blade. A moment later, the sword pierces the soft flesh, and a huge amount of blood falls to the floor. Sylvia, closing her eyes at the last moment before the blow, does not understand what is happening since she does not feel pain and decides to open them. She sees Alan in front of her, who at the last moment managed to protect her from the blow with his body. Looking at Sylvia, he asks her to run with all her might because she must survive, and her brother will definitely come and save her. I can't run away with you. Please forgive me. But I can't fight anymore because my strength is completely exhausted. No, please hold on. You can't die like this right here. Help will arrive soon. Alan grabs the blade protruding from his body with both hands, and says that he will try to hold him off as long as he can while she runs away. The King of Swords is furious, and says that these are all useless tricks, and their seconds of life are already numbered, and nothing will help them. And at that moment, immediately after his words, a powerful explosion occurs and dark traces are visible among the smoke. When the smoke clears, our main character stands in front of him, having managed to save Alan. At the same moment, we see what happened in the complex about 40 minutes ago, and how Alan and Sylvia met someone on the way to the exit. Moving along one of the corridors, he stumbles upon Juno, who begins to scold her friend, not understanding why he did it. And he says that he understands perfectly well what he is doing, but he is still perplexed as to why his girlfriend deliberately steals other people. Juno tries to justify herself, which makes Alan even more angry, and he says that he understands perfectly well that she also does not want to do such things, but for some reason continues to work in the organization. Just look at this little girl, who is kept locked up. She is given weakening drugs every day, and if I had found her a few days later, she would already be dead. You think you can save her alone? This is a sure road to the grave, and before you do this, think about what will happen to you and your team. Skynet has already recruited 9 people with S-rank abilities, although most of them have gone on a mission. But the King of Swords is still at the base, and if you encounter him, you won't have a chance. I have a chance to get out, but I need your help. Contact one of my team members and tell him to find Michael in the area where the mission is being carried out and give him our coordinates. Juno does not understand why she should try to convey information to one person, since he will not be able to do practically anything. At the end, Alan manages to tell his friend that this man alone is capable of incredible things and that they need to hurry. After these memories, we return to the battle site where the King of Swords is shocked why the man standing in front of him is so strong, since he has the lowest rank of strength. Before you can react, he receives an incredibly powerful blow from the main character, which knocks him off his feet for a second and sends him flying towards the nearest wall. Looking at this, Sylvia is both happy and shocked that her older brother came to help, and that he is so strong. Michael hurries to his little sister, hugging her tightly and starting to apologize for being late, and for coming so late and for everything she had to go through. Sylvia begins to cry and says that all this time she considered herself a burden to her older brother. But at the same time, she is incredibly happy that he is still alive. She clutches his shirt tightly in her hand while he tries to calm her down and tells her that there is no need to remember the past because he will always protect her. The girl asks to pay attention to Alan, who risked his life to protect her, and he must be saved. Michael asks him to hold on a little longer because he will definitely get him out of here and help heal his wounds. At the same time, behind them, the King of Swords comes to consciousness, clearly unhappy that he was treated so lowly and was able to hit him. He tries to attack the protagonist from behind, shouting that he will beat him until there is not a single piece of flesh left of him. The protagonist turns his head, looking at his opponent with a withering gaze, and orders him to shut up immediately. The energy that comes from the main character makes the King of Swords immediately retreat for a moment, which allows him to avoid imminent death. But even the speed of reaction and reflexes still do not allow him to avoid the damage that he begins to feel with his entire body. Not realizing that he was wounded, the King of Swords sees in front of him a shadow clone of the main character, who, despite all this, managed to make a pact with him and take control of his blade ability. Michael says that even though he had to spend a fragment of his ability on these blades, it is now much more important for him to defeat the enemy with his own weapon, and thereby humiliate him. This turn of events greatly angers the King of Swords, and he swears that no one will leave here alive. He tries to attack our heroes, but the Shadow Clone, using the abilities of the King of Swords, reflects all his attacks, which further infuriates him. At the same time, Alan finds the strength to come to consciousness, and Sylvia manages to notice this. The main character is very happy about this, realizing that if he regains consciousness, they will have a chance to save him. With the last of his strength, Alan tries to warn the protagonist that this man is very dangerous, and is a warrior of the highest category of Skynet. Say nothing more and just rest. I will ask Sylvia to stop the bleeding and freeze your wounds. After these words, Michael returns the Shadow Clone to his possessions, saying that he is now ready to personally take on this battle. This time you came to your own death, which is very convenient, although I don't know how you managed to get your ability, but it's just a fake. At that very moment, the protagonist combines his skills and covers the entire space around the King of Swords with a shadow curtain. Combining it with his blade ability, he invites him to personally see how fake this ability is, and begins to pierce his body with a huge number of blades from all sides. The King of Swords still manages to escape from this trap, but his body becomes weaker with each blow, and he will not be able to maintain his energy for long. He immediately launches a frontal attack on the protagonist, trying to put all his strength into strengthening his blades and cutting him into small pieces. In a fit of rage, he screams that this cannot be true and that he will never lose here. Noticing how Michael looks at him with disdain, he begins to get even more angry and attack even more. The main character, in turn, without taking risks or straining himself, carefully dodges and blocks all attacks flying at him. Watching the progress of the battle, Sylvia decides that her brother is forced to defend himself, because he is much weaker than the King of Swords, and begins to worry about him. But despite all this, she understands that she cannot help him, since all her energy reserves are spent on maintaining Alan's vital energy. At this time, Michael decides to ask with an arrogant look if this is really all that the King of Swords is capable of. He literally mocks and taunts his opponent, trying to humiliate him, and then begins to attack while simultaneously cutting off all of his opponent's attacks. The King of Swords is amazed at the speed with which his opponent moves, and, without having time to dodge, receives serious damage from the protagonist's attack. He begins to curse and call Michael names, saying that if it weren't for his ability to sneak attack, he would still be trash. Without any problem dodging all of the Sword King's attacks, Michael continues to mock him, and states that he still doesn't fully understand how big the difference in strength is between them. The protagonist says that he will make the King of Swords feel real despair and a sense of humiliation, and we see how a slight reflection of bright light appears on his face. In literally one moment, his body is thrown by a powerful stream and jet of flame into the nearest wall. The protagonist uses Alan's fire control abilities to defeat the King of Swords with his help. This fact irritates his opponent even more, and he, in a fit of hysteria, begins to shout that it is unfair to have so many abilities, while his opponent tries to swing his blades in all directions. The protagonist, with a feeling of unshakable confidence, declares that the outcome of this battle has long been predetermined. Using a powerful stream of flame, he begins to burn everything around him, intending to finish everything right here and now. Inside the flames, the King of Swords begins to scream in pain and shout that he will never, under any circumstances, lose to such a worthless person. After some time, his charred body falls to his knees, signifying the victory of our protagonist. The evolution tree informs that since the contract target died, the S-rank blade's ability is now lost, and also that 50% of the ability fragment has been returned back. Not feeling any threat, the main character turns to his sister and says that they need to deal with this place as soon as possible. When suddenly the system starts informing Michael that he needs to leave immediately, the main character starts to panic, but the evolution tree says that there is no time to explain, and they need to get out of here. It feels the approach of a crisis that has never happened before. Such powerful and strong energy is capable of simply consuming all living things. Michael immediately follows the tree's order. A few minutes later, the same gray-haired man comes to the place of their battle and is saddened that they simply ran away. Meanwhile, Michael manages to deliver the wounded Alan and his sister to the very bar located several kilometers from the place where they just were. Alan's entire team, as well as Juno who escaped with them, have gathered around the table, and the protagonist is trying to outline the course of the current situation. Sylvia says that during her rescue, Alan was very badly injured, and it was all his fault that he had to sacrifice himself. Juno also tries to take responsibility, because it was because of her that he decided to do all this. Alan knew it was you from the start and hid it. It looks like he was trying his best to protect you and doesn't feel any anger. I don't hold a grudge against anyone, and now we have to save him. But before that, I need to know who you are and who you obey. Juno says that she and the rabbit will never return to Skynet again, and she will definitely avenge her friend at any cost. In this case, Michael asks her to tell him the information that she knows about this organization, so that he can be sure of everything. The girl provides him with information and personal files of those people who have S-rank abilities, and they all match the protagonist's past memories. Looking at the documents, Michael cannot understand how they know this information, because it seemed to him that only he knew about his past life before reincarnation. Juno says that 8 people with powerful abilities have been found, and that they are all subservient to Skynet, and Michael tries to extract information about the disaster and intelligent monsters. The girl says that they know little, and she can tell practically nothing until strange events occur somewhere in a remote part of the forest. In the mysterious cave, there is a huge number of silhouettes that look like people but are most likely monsters, and one of them sits on a large stone throne. A wounded girl with whom Michael fought enters the cave, carrying out Alan's task, saying that something careless happened to her, and some boy is to blame for everything. The other intelligent monsters begin to laugh at her, but she says that their friend Thorn also died at his hands, and barely managed to escape from there. She also adds that they can't just let him develop like this because he could become a serious threat, and everyone present is surprised that their sister is dead. At that moment, the figure sitting on the stone throne orders everyone to immediately shut up and remember what their main duty is. An image of little Anya appears on the portal behind the stone throne, and he says that they need to find the key in order to remove the seal from their king. At this time, at our hero's base, Sylvia begins to feel dizzy, and Michael assumes that she is simply very tired. Forgive me, big brother. I haven't fully figured out the situation yet, because too much has happened lately. Please don't worry, because from now on, I will always be there and I will never let anyone kidnap me again. After some time, Megan, waiting for the main character to return, hears someone's footsteps outside the door. Opening the door, she is glad that Michael has returned, and unexpectedly sees a small wounded girl in front of her. The main character introduces his friend and younger sister to each other, and Megan is incredibly happy that Michael managed to find her after all. Megan immediately invites them all inside to rest, but the protagonist declares that he will not lie on the bed because it is too small, and he will be on guard outside ordering them to rest. Finally, Sylvia says goodbye to her brother, asking him to be careful and hoping that they will see each other again in the morning. Having finally gotten some free time, Michael immediately transfers into his consciousness in order to talk to the Tree of Evolution. Tree, tell me what you know about Skynet, and why that time you hurried me to retreat, not wanting to continue the battle. The tree appears before him in the form of a girl and says that she feels his amazing aura. But at the same time, his body seems very familiar to her. Michael begins to build various theories and asks if Skynet could be the same as him and reincarnated from a past life. I can't give a precise answer now, but there is something unusual hovering in the cloud of this organization, and we must raise the level until my memory is restored. We are powerless. My friend is close to death now. He needs life energy, and I wanted to ask if you feel any plant monsters nearby. Yes, I feel the presence of one of them, but it is very weak and is located somewhere in the east. In this world, there is a lot of plant energy and monsters that store it. Thanks to this, you can not only save a friend, but also increase our strength. Meanwhile, Megan and Sylvia are trying to sleep, but not before exchanging some information. Michael's sister asks how he and Megan met, because she is very interested in what he did in her absence. The girl explains that she has known the main character for quite a long time, and remembers very well how she first saw him when some kind of animal was chasing them. At that moment, she thought that he would be eaten immediately. But literally a few hours later, she realized how strong he was, and after a long time after they met, he got himself a faithful companion. In his companion, he received the nickname God of War, because he saved an entire shelter from a horde of monsters. Hearing all this, Sylvia promises to become stronger at all costs, because she does not want to be a burden to her older brother, and is obliged to help him. Another night passes, and the morning of the next day arrives, marking the beginning of new events. Michael knocks on the girl's door, handing Megan a bag with breakfast and new clothes for his sister, and then asks her to go outside where he will be waiting for them. Thinking over his plan of action, he suggests meeting at that very bar and heading to the place that the evolution tree mentioned. After a while, the doors open and Sylvia, already dressed, comes out to him and thanks him for the new clothes. Looking at her, memories of a past life and what the owner of Absolute Zero looked like pop up in Michael's head, because it was based on her image that he chose his clothes. Having made sure that everyone was gathered, including Anya and the two familiars Goldie and Booga, he suggested that they set out on their journey. Finally, Michael remembers the promise he made and removes his sister's hairpin from his neck, returning it to its rightful owner. A few hours later, the whole group reaches Alan's base, where Juno is surprised that Michael knows a way to save her friend's life. The girl says that she will stay here and guard his body, considering that the rest of the team went in search of medicine. The main character agrees with this, saying that he does not need help, and someone must protect Alan's body, because they will return soon. After which, our protagonist's team begins to make their way through the ruins of the city, towards the place where, according to the evolution tree, the source of plant energy is located. On their way, our group of heroes meets a small group of zombies, and Michael gives the opportunity to deal with them to his sister, so that she becomes stronger. Sylvia herself understands this perfectly well, so she begins to improve her fighting skills, and, using her abilities, deals with a huge number of zombies. Watching the battle progress, Michael is quite surprised that his sister's abilities are so strong and destructive, even with her minimal combat experience. Having managed to deal with a small horde of zombies, she increases her level to E rank. All the team members present begin to praise her for her good work, and little Anya does it the loudest. The protagonist suggests moving forward, alternating battles between each other, so that everyone gains experience and becomes stronger. At some point in their journey, they come across an area where there is not a single zombie or trace of any battles, which makes them very wary. Little Anya says that she had already sent Booba on a flight in advance, so that he could fly over everything from above and provide intelligence data. After receiving information from the bird, she says that a small number of zombies are heading towards a cave near a wild mountain located nearby. Michael immediately realizes that this is exactly the place they are looking for, because only plant monsters can spread the smell throughout the area and thereby lure people and other mutants inside. A few hours later, they find themselves in the right place and see crowds of infected walking towards the cave, not paying any attention to them because they are intoxicated by the hallucinogen. Michael suggests going alone and scouting out the situation, but the girls insist that he take them with him, and he has to agree. Megan states that they will definitely help him in the battle with the plant zombie, and will make every effort to become at least a little stronger. Michael also slightly stipulates that defeating the monster will only allow the girls to become stronger, but not him. Having discussed our plan of action, the heroes enter the depths of the cave and begin to make their way inside, hoping to find the monster as soon as possible. The girls start to move forward, and Sylvia urges her older brother, who in turn asks them not to hurry so much. Michael notices that everything around him has become too quiet, and at the same time, his teammates are walking faster and faster, moving away from him, not reacting to his words. At that very moment, his reflexes tell him that danger is lurking somewhere nearby, and he comes to his senses at the moment when he is attacked by an intelligent plant. Thanks to his shadow abilities and speed, he is able to dodge the attack and survive. Behind Michael stands little Anya, who does not understand why the main character just stood there and almost allowed himself to be voluntarily eaten for lunch. The main character says that he fell under the influence of an illusion, and at that very moment the plants begin to talk to them, promising that no one will leave here alive. He also notices that Megan and Sylvia are unable to fight because they have been affected by the same hallucinogen and need to be rescued. Michael takes out his blade, saying that he is going to sort this all out as soon as possible because he doesn't have time for it. The plant monster says that it will kill the protagonist first because it senses a huge amount of both plant and natural energy in his body, and that it will soon become his. It tries to attack with vines, but Michael's blade is too sharp and easily cuts through them. At the same moment, the plant begins to splash out of its mouth some kind of mica with acidic properties, but the main character manages to fill the plant's belly with a huge amount of flame using the ability of fire. The monster starts screaming that it's all useless because he's immortal, and a huge mouth appears from under the ground into which he's going to swallow the main character. But instead of fighting from the outside, Michael dives inside the substance in hopes of finding the core inside. At the same moment, the girls watching everything that is happening from the side are in shock, not understanding what is happening and assuming that their commander has lost. Looking at the plant, they hear it begin to grin and boast of its powers, promising to destroy them just as quickly. But literally after a couple of moments, the soil and the plant's roots begin to crack, and it does not understand what is happening because its gastric juice dissolves even metals. After some time, Michael comes to the surface, and they say that although he can dissolve almost absolutely everything, he cannot dissolve a shadow. The main character also holds the core of a plant monster in his hands, leaving his opponent stunned as he does not understand how he was able to find it. Without further ado, the protagonist immediately absorbs the plant's core, absorbing all of its powers. Megan and Sylvia, standing behind him, are checking to see if he's okay, because they were very scared and worried about him. Michael says that everything is fine, and the tree's life essence has been absorbed, and now they can use everything else. Just like last time, a pool of life essence appears in front of them, and Michael says that he will take some for Alan, and the rest will have to be absorbed by them themselves. Having collected some essence for Alan, Michael also thinks about the fact that Skynet and the Disaster are two organizations whose activities still remain a mystery. He needs to become stronger. At this moment, little Goldie starts pestering him, and the main character apologizes to him, because lately, he has been devoting too little time to him, although he is the first member of his squad. After some time, the girls undress and begin to absorb the essence of life, but at the same time, one of them is clearly worried. For some reason, Megan is very embarrassed, even though she is the oldest of them. But she thinks about the fact that she offered Michael to absorb the essence together while being completely naked. Having finished all the business on the spot, they return to their base and inject the drug into Alan's body so that he can finally come to his senses. Gathered together in front of his bed, they eagerly await the moment when he begins to open his eyes and come to his senses. When he regains consciousness, he realizes that he suffers from mild amnesia and has a vague memory of what happened to him. Michael asks him not to move, because even though he got out of the other world, his body is still too weak and needs a lot of time to recover. I understand everything that happened to him. Alan is trying to find the words to apologize to the main character for having to deceive him. The protagonist says that he does not hold a grudge against him because everything is in the past, and first he will send him to his shelter where there are professional doctors who can get him back on his feet. After these words, everyone present is surprised, because many of them do not know about the existence of the shelter. At this very time, somewhere nearby in one of the neighboring cities, the military is trying with all its might to defend itself from another horde of infected. The man at the control post is informed that the light base is under attack by a horde of zombies and is requesting reinforcements. He immediately rushes to report this to the commander, who does not believe his ears, because they are just a small base and simply cannot do anything to counter it. Meanwhile, in the main and last stronghold of humanity, an emergency meeting is held under the leadership of Winston. All the assembled captains receive fresh information that a request has been received from the light base, and a colossal horde of monsters is moving towards them. The current forces are only sufficient to protect the central shelter. There are no additional forces to send reinforcements, and I propose doing nothing. This question is not so simple. The scale of this horde exceeds those we have encountered before. If the city they are currently in falls, their next target will be us, so it will be to our advantage to deal with them before it is too late. True, in 3 days at most they will reach us, and there will be many more infected. So we must help the city despite our situation. Winston realizes that the commanders are divided and propose sending 70% of their unit to help the light base. Do you think that sending 70% is too risky? Because if the scale of the wave is not so large, then we can remain without protection for some time and fall under attack from the enemy. An awkward silence hangs among everyone as no one is sure what the right thing to do in this situation is. Someone present starts to remember Michael, but Winston says that he is now in another place and has his own business. The captain says that he understands what everyone is worried and concerned about, but he needs to somehow find a solution and get by on his own without resorting to the help of the god of war. While heated discussions are taking place in the negotiation room, the cattle standing outside notices someone approaching the room. Monsters are very bloodthirsty and ruthless, and they should be our main enemies, so we need to help the light base in any case. At this point, their conversation is interrupted by the cattle, who says that he has something very important to tell them, and that there is no time to waste. He says that Michael has returned home and our protagonist enters the negotiation room. All the captains present immediately begin to rejoice at this news, and the fact that the god of war is with them again, and now it will be much easier for them. Winston is also glad to see him back and asks him to come into his office to talk and discuss the next course of action. After listening to him tell him everything that has happened recently, he also reports on the attack on the light base, and Michael asks him not to worry. I treat this and other shelters as my home, and will help if any problems arise. But I have a small favor to ask of you. The captain asks not to call this a request, because if he needs any help, he will definitely offer all his efforts to this, to which Michael says that his friend is very injured and needs medical help. Of course, this shouldn't be a problem. I'll arrange everything right now, because we have soldiers with healing abilities. Michael thanks him and also informs him that he does not need additional people to help the light base, because he can handle everything himself. Winston is very surprised as he hears from the main character that together with his squad he will easily deal with the horde, as he also managed to find his younger sister. Michael suggests discussing this later when he gets back. But now he doesn't have time and needs to get going. Meanwhile, in the utility room, Sylvia asks Megan why her brother is so late, and the girl explains that he is a very important person for all the survivors. Literally 5 minutes later, Michael comes down to his friends and says that they have an urgent task. They need to immediately go to the neighboring city, and he will tell them everything on the way. He also tells Alan that he and Juno are staying here and will be well taken care of until they arrive. Meanwhile, he, accompanied by Megan, Sylvia, and little Anya with his familiars, goes to help in the battle with the Horde. At this time, the sounds of gunfire and explosions can be heard several kilometers away near the light base, indicating that the battle is in full swing. Even ordinary infantrymen are thrown into battle, using machine guns to try to stop the enemy advance, but their attempts are in vain. The armor of high-level monsters turns out to be too strong, and they cannot be defeated with ordinary weapons, which instills despair in ordinary soldiers. The military thinks that their base is finished, when suddenly the main character's squad comes to their aid. Michael says that he needs to report to the command center that reinforcements have arrived, and asks his friends to deal with all the enemies. He approaches the rescued soldier and asks where the commander is now, because he needs to be informed that reinforcements have arrived. The fighter immediately points to a nearby multi-story building, after which Michael immediately heads there. At this time, in the command center, there are heated discussions about what to do, because the defense is getting weaker with each passing minute, and soon they will all be dead. How long the remaining forces can hold out until reinforcements arrive is the main information now. This is practically impossible, because reinforcements from the neighboring city will arrive only tomorrow, and our forces will not last even an hour. At that moment, one fat captain jumps up and says that reinforcements should also come from the neighboring small shelter, because they have already somehow magically managed to repel the attack of the Horde. Their heated conversation is interrupted by an ordinary soldier who bursts into the office and says that the horde of monsters moving in their direction has stopped, which raises questions from everyone present. He adds that there is no reliable information yet, but reinforcements have arrived from the shelter and are now outside the command post. The commander assumes that these are the people who were able to repel the horde and about whom there are rumors, and decides to clarify how many people exactly arrived. Understanding the absurdity of the situation, the soldier still decides to say that only one person arrived. This phrase immediately causes a wave of indignation, because those present do not understand how one person is capable of doing anything and assume that they are simply being mocked. At that moment, Michael enters the office, greets everyone present, and states that he has arrived on the orders of Commander Winston to help fight the Horde. Things are so bad in your shelter that you are the only one, or why did they decide to send you? Probably Death Guy. I didn't come alone. My small team is already fighting on the front lines and successfully stopping the advancing wave. What the hell, team, are you trying to tell me that the zombie horde was stopped because of your handful of losers? And how can a few people even pull something like that off? The fat commander starts to get hysterical with anger, pouring obscene language on the main character and telling him that they will all die soon. Michael is not going to tolerate such treatment, and, using his shadow fetters, immediately grabs the impudent captain by the neck. The main character is immediately threatened and told to let him go immediately if he wants to stay alive. Without thinking twice, he grabs the other commanders, including the base captain, demonstrating to everyone his strength and confidence in his words. He is immediately surrounded by ordinary soldiers, pointing their guns at him and ordering him to immediately release the commander and all the captains to the ground. So this is how you all feel about reinforcements. If you treat me like this, I will not be kind, and you will all die in an instant. The captain of the light base orders all soldiers to immediately drop their weapons and offers to settle everything peacefully without bloodshed. Michael lowers everyone to the ground, and one of the soldiers reports that the command post sent information about the reason why the zombie horde stopped. The captains and all the commanders present, including the main character, immediately rush to the command center to watch the recordings from the surveillance cameras. They see one of the soldiers send a video of their soldiers fighting the horde approaching them. All the people in Michael's squad fight with all their might. Goldie uses her natural strength and fire breath to incinerate the infected. Anya uses Bugu to attack enemies with powerful gusts of wind and also provides aerial reconnaissance. Megan uses her telekinetic powers to unleash powerful volleys of rocks and metal from destroyed buildings on her enemies. Sylvia, using her ice magic, freezes any opponents, even high-level ones, turning them into icicles. Just look at this commander on the front lines. Only thanks to these 3 people and 2 beasts the zombie invasion was stopped. This is the best reinforcement one could imagine. The fighter also reports that the reinforcement leader was supposed to go to their command center to report everything in more detail. and this information stuns everyone present. The commander of the light base immediately tries to apologize to Michael for his behavior and that of his subordinates. The protagonist says that he doesn't need an apology and needs to be better at selecting people for high positions. But before he could finish speaking, our protagonist felt a strong aura emanating from the eastern wall of the shelter. The base commander reports that their best units are at the eastern wall, and they themselves will be able to cope with the attack. Plus, there is an impenetrable wall there. Before he could finish his sentence, the dispatcher reported that the eastern line of defense had been captured and that reinforcements were needed there immediately. He can't believe his ears and asks to immediately display the images from the CCTV cameras. The footage shows two huge, high-ranking monsters approaching the walls, and their size would simply allow them to pass through it. The East Wall strike team launches several helicopters into the sky to try to destroy the monsters from the air with powerful missiles. The armor of the two mutants turns out to be incredibly strong, and their innate skills and speed allow them to reach helicopters even high in the sky. The captains begin to confer and decide what to do next, because they cannot allow themselves to simply break through the defense. Michael interrupts their conversation by declaring that he will go there alone and figure everything out himself, and that he needs to sacrifice ordinary people. The commander of the light base cannot believe this again, nor can he believe that one person can cope with such a threat. After some time, Michael finds himself at the walls of the eastern border and realizes that, with the exception of two large monsters, all the other infected do not pose any threat. Without the slightest shadow of doubt, he immediately rushes into the attack with the desire to end this mess as quickly as possible. Finding itself next to one of the animals, a giant snake tries to swallow the main character in its incredibly large mouth. Successfully snatching his magic blade from his bosom, Michael makes a lightning-fast cut, depriving the animal of one eye. The commander watching from the command center cannot believe that this is an ordinary person, and that the rumors about the god of war turned out to be true. At this time, there is also talk among the ordinary soldiers that reinforcements have arrived, and that only one person is fighting two large beasts. Standing in front of two monsters, the main character once again notes that the speed of evolution is much faster than in his past life. But this will not prevent him from defeating them. I rely too much on my ability to fight, and my fighting skills have weakened, so I need to fix that. The protagonist does not use his abilities and decides to deal with the huge mutants only through his reaction speed and physical strength. Having waited for the right moment, he spins, giving his body inertia and puts all the accumulated force into his fist for the blow. The power of the attack is so strong that it slams the lizard's head into the ground, breaking it into small pieces. People on the walls of the shelter notice a huge, colossal explosion that occurred after such a powerful blow. Did I understand correctly that he was just able to defeat a colossal high-level monster with just one blow? This is probably some kind of mistake. Ordinary military personnel cannot believe that an ordinary person alone is capable of such a thing, because it is simply unthinkable. You understand that the monster was defeated with one blow. The second mutant in the form of a snake understands that most likely the battle is already lost. Frightened, he tries to escape from the battlefield using his colossal speed and size. But in an instant, Michael catches up with his opponent and humiliatingly ends up right on his head, after which he also ends the battle with one blow. After the battle is over, the protagonist returns to the walls of the shelter where all the soldiers thank him immensely. Returning to the command post, the captain of the light base immediately begins to thank him, and also confirms that the rumors about the god of war are not lying. I just contacted Winston and learned that you came from the very shelter that was able to resist the horde. Michael asks not to be called by this nickname, and they also want to tell him important information regarding the infected. The radars show how a large horde was split into two parts due to the main character's team fighting in different places. The protagonist says that it will be too difficult to cover such a large area, to which the commander says that a detachment of 1,000 elite troops has been sent from one large base, and they just need to buy time. Michael suggests that these are the same people who at some point arrived at their hideout with the goal of taking it over, and also abused ordinary people. At this very time, the vanguard of girls and familiars had already exhausted their strength fighting the monsters. Michael returns to their aid, having finished discussing the further plan of action with the base commander. And at that very moment they see several dozen helicopters above their heads, and apparently, this is the very same elite reinforcements. One of the helicopter pilots turns to the leader of his group, named Brett, and informs him that there are several people below them. Don't pay any attention to them. Those who appeared here as reinforcements are ordinary people. After these words, he gives the order to all awakened ones to join the battle, and soldiers begin to parachute from helicopters. At this time, the protagonist asks his allies to retreat back and allow reinforcements to sort everything out. After some time at the base, they discuss that the horde of monsters was really scary. At this point, Brett interrupts their conversation, saying that one should not get too caught up in one's own fame. I am the commander of the reinforcement group sent by the base of the neighboring city, and I heard that you took care of the survivors here and came to thank you. Michael senses a catch in his words, and cautiously decides not to enter into an open conflict, smoothing over the rough edges of the first meeting. Brett suggests going to the command department and discussing the strategy for further defense, and then suggests sparring and finding out who is stronger. Little Anya tries to stop him, saying that before their arrival they fought all night, and they need time to regain their strength. At that very moment, Brett turns his gaze to the little girl, without saying a single word, but making it clear with his whole appearance that there is no point in contradicting him. Anya is slightly alarmed and frightened by such a stern look, and she immediately hides behind Sylvia in the hope that she will be able to protect her. Michael asks to stop this circus and states that he alone is enough, and his entire team will rest. At this point, Brett turns around without saying a word, but as if tacitly hinting that the main character needs to follow him. While our heroes are moving along the corridors of the shelter, all the employees and survivors are discussing the fact that the reinforcement commander is a very strong person and has outstanding skills. At the same time, not forgetting to mention our main character, saying that he was able to defeat 2 second-rank monsters alone. One of the soldiers asks his comrade to be quiet and not to speak too loudly about such things because they can be heard. Brett notes that the survivors have a good impression of Michael, and he is quite surprised by this, since he seems like a typical simpleton. Arriving at the commander's office of the light base, he asks them to sit down and also thanks his people for helping them. Michael asks not to be delayed and to get down to the meeting as soon as possible, because they don't have time for pleasantries and small talk. The commander says that during the investigation, they discovered the sources of the horde of monsters, one of which is D rank and 3 E rank. This means that as soon as we kill these monsters, the attack of the hordes of infected on the walls of the shelter will stop. Yes, the horde will lose its leader, and the majority will cease to be a threat. Especially if you guys work together, I am sure we can handle all this. Wait, my people are very valuable, especially considering the size of my base. I can't risk soldiers, so the 2 of us will go and deal with the source of the horde. The captain of the light base tries to object, but Michael immediately agrees with the decision of his newly arrived colleague and his plans. And by the way, before we leave, if you feel any difficulty and need help, just stall for as long as you can. I'll rush over as soon as I deal with the D rank. At this time, on the front lines of the war, with the help of firearms and artillery, they continue to contain the invasion of the infected. Brett asks one of the soldiers on the radio what the situation is, to which he replies that there are too many targets and they can't just suppress them. There is no need for this. In the near future, we will deal with the leaders of this horde and the invasion will be over. Looking around the surrounding area, they come across a tall building located behind the invasion and assume that this is where the high-ranking monsters are located. I'll go there first, and you try to keep up with me because I don't want to look after you like a little child. After these words, he immediately rushes forward, and Michael is indignant that because of his rank, people are trying to treat him very arrogantly. At this time, on one of the floors of a multi-story building, there are 4 beast monsters, one of which has the ability to jump spatially. I'm quite surprised that you managed to catch up with me. Apparently you're a really capable guy. Almost reaching the supposed location of the horde leaders, 3 of the 4 monsters appear before our heroes. Realizing that there is no leader among them, Michael suggests proceeding with the planned action and leaving these 3 to him. Okay, then that's what we'll do. I'm leaving this place to you, and if anything happens, try to hold out as long as possible. Brett sets out to find the gang leader, while Michael engages in battle with the first monster he encounters. The strength of the main character turns out to be much superior to these opponents, and one of them is knocked out with one powerful blow of physical force, after which the 2 remaining beast monsters immediately rush to attack in order to avenge their fellow. Meanwhile, Brett finds himself near the very building where the high-ranking monster is supposedly hiding. He remembers that he heard from people in the shelter about Michael's victory over 2 strong monsters, and he also needs to defeat this leader to regain his authority. His thoughts are interrupted by a sharp claw attack, which he is lucky enough to dodge at the last moment. Looking around, he sees only emptiness and does not understand where the attack came from. It is assumed that the enemy may have the ability to hide or become invisible, which is why Brett's skills to find the enemy's vulnerability simply do not work. The only thing that helps in this situation is insight, thanks to which he feels that someone is trying to attack from behind. A moment before the attack, he manages to block the beast's lunge, but this is not enough to see the true body and pull the enemy out. The monster's ability to pass through dimensions allows it to attack with incredible speed from absolutely any direction, without giving the opportunity to rest. Brett is indignant because he and the beast are on the same rank, but at the same time he feels an incredible gap in combat power. In a fit of rage, he begins to frantically swing his sword in all directions, hoping to randomly hit one of the limbs of the enemy attacking him. At this time, a small cat, who is his opponent, watches such pathetic attempts to fight from the height of a multi-story building. He decides not to stand on ceremony with his new toy for long, and after a few seconds he carries out a powerful attack from another dimension. This attack causes great damage to Brett's body, and he struggles to get back to his feet, finding the last bits of stamina left in himself. He deflects and dodges the beast's powerful attacks and hopes that he won't die here now. At that very moment he hears someone's human voice behind him, which orders him to lower his head and not move. He immediately follows the instructions given to him, and a shadow cloud appears out of nowhere and blocks the monster's deadly attack. Our main character manages to come to his aid, declaring that he is not his rival and asking his partner to step aside. "How did you end up here? Just don't tell me that you were already able to deal with those 3 opponents." Michael silently ignores him and enters into a fight with the beast monster, realizing that he has very rare spatial skills. By timing the moment and using his much superior speed, he manages to grab the monster's paw just as it attacks from another dimension. He manages to pull the cat into reality, but he manages to escape from the grip using his tail in an attempt to escape. Since the main character knows firsthand the weaknesses of spatial abilities, he understands that while the monster's body is open, it is vulnerable to physical attacks. Drawing his blade, he manages to deliver a powerful blow to the beast monster's body and weaken it. Looking at all this, Brett cannot believe that Michael managed to so easily deal with an opponent whom he could not even touch. Our fight is coming to its logical conclusion, because now with such wounds you will not be able to use the passage for teleportation. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the monster uses his second ability, Berserk, and his body increases in size enormously, giving him incredible strength. The protagonist is in a slight shock because he does not believe that an ordinary monster can have several abilities, and thinks that this is due to a celestial catastrophe. After activating the Berserker, the infected manages to open the space for portals again, and unexpectedly attack the main character. The monster does not move after a successful attack, hoping that he managed to slap the pathetic little man with one blow. But at this moment, Michael finds himself behind his opponent thanks to his speed, as well as his shadow form, which helped him avoid damage. The beast monster's reaction speed also turns out to be at a very decent level, and he manages to repel the main character's attack. Michael is amazed that the force of speed increases too much, and this can become a big problem and close all the weak holes of the enemy. While he was thinking about tactics, they managed to grab him by the leg, but using his blades he managed to cut off the beast's tail and escape from the grip. After which they begin to exchange a huge number of lightning-fast and explosive attacks, from which the ground under their feet begins to tremble. This simply can't be, he should be dead already. But somehow he's fighting an opponent that is several ranks superior to him. Michael realizes that one shadow form will not be enough, and decides to use fire abilities to attack all the spatial portals around him at once. This bears fruit and confuses the beast monsters, which gives the protagonist the opportunity to get closer to them and try to activate the ability to devour. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, with the last of his strength, the enemy opens a huge portal to another dimension in order to survive. Failure to react to this, the main character has to jump into the portal after the monster in order not to miss him. Brett, watching everything from the side, is in shock because he does not understand where they disappeared to, and whether the main character survived. Judging by the jump, the distance was small. But perhaps the beast used its last breath to send him into a space tunnel, and at that moment died, and then he will be stuck there forever. Sometime later, upon returning to the light base, he reports to the commander that the god of war sacrificed himself in battle with the enemy. After I dealt with the beast, I hurried there, but it was too late and I could not save him. It just can't be that when he faced 2 D-rank monsters he remained unharmed, and how could this happen? So you want to say that I deceived you? No, I didn't mean that. It's just very difficult to accept as a fact. After this, Brett calls his commander to report on the whole situation that happened, and the situation in the shelter. Hello. I hope the issue with the light base has been resolved, since I was informed that the shelter also sent its people there. Yes, everything is decided, but this guy is really strong. He has many abilities, but it doesn't matter because he is already dead. He also reports that he saw a little girl in Michael's squad with a very interesting aura, which resembled the body of a monster, not a human. Hearing this, the commander begins to transform into a talking demon and demands that this girl be brought to him immediately. When asked why he should do this, he is asked not to ask unnecessary questions and to deliver her safe and sound. The human body is very useful and allows you to achieve the desired results very easily. The real commander of the base is captured by the monsters, and the girl standing next to him asks if all these people should be kept alive. The demon, in the guise of the commander, offers him one last chance to work with the heavenly elements, and for this, he grants him life. I will never cooperate with monsters like you. You have the audacity to act like me and use my base for your own business. I will not leave it like that. At this time, the main character finds himself somewhere in another dimension, where everything around resembles cosmic expanses strewn with stars. In front of him, he sees the true form of that beast monster that looked like a harmless kitten, and understands that its goal was to drag him into this dimension. The oxygen in the sealed space is limited. I can't just use fire abilities, but the battle can't drag on since I don't know where this tunnel leads. Michael concentrates a huge amount of physical strength in his body in order to destroy the enemy with one blow, realizing that the infection must be ended as quickly as possible. A moment later, a huge explosion of colossal force occurs in the sky, which momentarily destroys the body of the beast monster. But unfortunately, the euphoria of victory turns out to be false, and the main character is attacked by dark matter. The monster is still alive, meaning that physical attacks are ineffective against it, and therefore magic must be used. Michael uses his speed to try to get around his opponent's body in order to find weak spots to hit. But at this time, the infected continues to attack, using his spatial abilities, which forces Michael to simultaneously defend himself from the blows. His attacks are getting stronger and stronger. It feels like his abilities are not limited in this place. The protagonist assumes that everything around is imbued with the power of the monster and decides to simply activate the ability to devour, and this turns out to be the key to defeating the enemy. After defeating the monster, our protagonist receives a space-type genetic core as a reward and realizes that this is a very valuable item. The space starts to collapse, and I hope that I will be teleported somewhere near the light base. At this time, little Anya's sleep is disturbed by a mysterious silhouette that appears in her room and is clearly up to no good. It turns out to be Brett, who sees a huge amount of infected energy in the little girl. But at the same time, she looks like an ordinary person. Obeying the orders of his commander, he tries to grab little Anya, without understanding why he needs her. I see your parents didn't teach you good manners since you allow yourself to enter other people's rooms and behave as you please. I heard from those soldiers that I have already died, and apparently this is also your doing, that you are spreading false rumors. But all this is unimportant compared to the fact that I just saw you trying to harm my friends, and you don't even imagine what consequences await you. It's not what you thought. I didn't intend to harm her at all. And in general, I thought that you had already died in the battle with that beast. I see you are very disappointed because your imaginary achievements in defeating the enemy will be revealed. It looks like I have no choice but to kill you. And then what I told everyone else will really be true. I should have known about your abilities. When you saw Anya, I should have finished you off back then. Are you out of your mind to kill me? You will never have enough strength for this, because my skills allow me to see the enemy's weak points. After these words, in an instant, Michael's hand grabs his head, covering his mouth and not allowing him to move. I ask you to calm down and not disturb Anya because she's still sleeping, and I don't want to disturb her light sleep. When looking at the main character, Brett's abilities indicate that the target's level is too high and he has no weak points that can be exploited. At this time, little Anya is fast asleep, imagining how much food she consumes during the day and does not even realize what is happening in her room. The main character jumps out onto the street with the enemy's body, promising to protect little Anya at all costs, even if he has to make the whole world his enemy. At this time, somewhere in the cave, intelligent monsters are talking to each other and discussing their next plan of action. The demon in the form of the base captain reports 2 pieces of news that he managed to find the key, and that most likely it is protected by the very person they discussed. The 2 of them managed to escape, but it was just an accident, and besides, I know the place where they both might be. Stop arguing with each other. At least be happy that we have clues and the key has been found, which means the energy needed by the king is also starting to prepare. I just need to keep using this person's personality, and the energy will keep being sent here without stopping. Meanwhile, Michael, after his victory, goes into his subconscious to talk to the tree of evolution. The growth rate of the infected is much higher, and we also need to become stronger, so I suggest distributing evolution points. At the moment, the main character has a 16th level of strength, 14th level of agility, 10th level of detection, and 6th level of intelligence. as well as 45,000 evolution points. Lately, I've been taking my sister with me to fight low-ranking infected, so I haven't earned many points to level up. The tree reports that after distributing the characteristics, it has enough points left to activate the perfect gene process. Looking at how the evolution tree reasons, Michael catches himself thinking that she has changed a little, and already looks more emotional than before. He muttered all these thoughts under his breath, so the tree looks around, trying to ask again what he had just said. Nothing like that? I forgot about it last time I activated it when I met him and fainted and you helped me activate it. After they get off topic, Michael spends his last remaining points to activate the perfect gene process. At that very second, he feels how his entire body is permeated with a colossal amount of energy, and all his internal characteristics begin to change. He feels as if he has just been reborn and all the indicators of his physical body have become much higher. After distributing the main stats, he decides to upgrade and also check his skill tree. Only F-rank abilities can be activated and they won't be of much use in real combat, so the fragment should be used to improve current abilities. The first thing Michael decides to do is improve the ability contract, as it could be very useful in the future, as well as ability devouring. Once the choice is confirmed, the contract ability is upgraded to level 4, and an effect is unlocked that allows contact with the contract target. It seems to be a very useful effect, and it resembles the defensive property of a skill, allowing me to protect the target of the ability I'm renting. After this, he decides to improve his fire abilities by raising them to level 3 and increasing his attack power by 20%. At this stage, this is the maximum that I can do with my skills, and I will try to do everything possible so that you and I can develop faster together and restore your memory. After finishing his business, he returns to his team, who are relaxing in the cafeteria of the light base, and joyfully greet our protagonist. The commander immediately runs towards him, who is very happy that Michael is alive, and says that information has reached him that he was torn to pieces by mutant beasts. I sincerely apologize for making you worry, but believe me, I am completely fine and we are ready to return to our shelter. I also received information that Brett went missing early this morning, and I assume they have returned to their base, and I assume you are also planning to leave. I ask you not to worry because we have dealt with the rest of the infected, and you can easily deal with the rest yourself. Michael also says that it is not necessary to accompany them on the road because everything will be fine with them, and there is no need to worry about them. A few hours later, thanks to the shadow form of the protagonist, they return to their native shelter where they are warmly welcomed. Making your way through the corridors becomes quite problematic as the ordinary survivors are very happy to see their hero and literally do not let him pass. The first person he meets at the shelter is Scott, who is very happy to see him back and says that Winston wants to meet him. That's great. In that case, I'll go to the commander, and you guys call Alan and everyone else and gather in my room, because you need to tell me something. Let's go quickly, Cattle. I also need to report something to the commander and Winston, because it is very important. A few minutes later, Michael finds himself in the commander's office, who warmly greets the god of war and invites him to sit and chat about important topics. Scott said you had something important to talk to me about, and judging by the look on your face, the news is clearly not the most pleasant. Commander, I have to tell you something very important. After these words, Michael describes the events of the last few days for 5 minutes. After hearing this, Winston is surprised that he had to kill one of the subordinates of the neighboring base and wants to know the reasons for such an act. Michael says he can't reveal all the details because he has his own interests that he must protect, and in order to divert suspicion from the people here, he is going to leave. I am quite surprised that you want to leave. If you are afraid of dragging us into this, then forget it, no matter what. We will fight shoulder to shoulder on your side. I am very flattered by your kindness, Commander. But you must listen to me, even if this had not happened. I would still have decided to leave. Winston doesn't know what to say to such a statement, and just looks thoughtfully at the edge of the table, trying to comprehend everything he's heard. I ask you not to worry because I will not leave forever. This is my home, and when it needs me, I will definitely return to help. Commander Roger, Horde of the Infected, Light Base. You helped me deal with all of this, and the only thing you asked in return was to help you find your little sister. And even with that, I couldn't help you. Don't underestimate it. You helped me a lot. Because my companions were under your protection, and I had to wander around the area in search of shelter. You allowed me to feel hope in a person, to be honest. To some extent, you fulfilled the role of a father, which I so lacked. Who would have thought that in the end it would be you who would console me? Forgive me if I lost my composure now. Do what you think is necessary. If you are interested in the time after which I will leave, it must happen before the commander learns of the death of his subordinate. Finally, before closing the door, Winston asks Michael to return as soon as he has the time and opportunity. The The protagonist thanks the commander and then closes the door, leaving behind only a languid silence. Moving along the corridors of the shelter, he is greeted by employees, as well as ordinary people with whom he tries to be friendly and not talk about the fact that he will be absent for a long time. When he reaches his room, he is met by a huge group of people, which includes all the friends he met during his journey. Each of them rushes to greet Michael, starting to ask him about where he was and what he was doing. After a joyful reunion, they all decide to throw a party and take a little break from the routine and hustle that surrounds them in this new world. Going out onto the balcony, Michael asks Megan why she is sad alone, to which she replies that everything around her shocked her too much, and if she had not saved him at that moment, what would their world have turned into now? I have a premonition that everything has gone quiet, and this simply cannot happen. The girl decides to clarify whether the main character is going to go somewhere again. Michael is amazed at her insight, and she says that every time he is in this state, the next morning he secretly tries to go somewhere. Megan also says that this time she feels somehow different, and will not be able to keep him company because she feels so sad. The protagonist explains that this time everything is a little more complicated, and he will not return soon, and asks Megan not to worry about him. The girl tries to formulate the stream of thoughts that are spinning in her head, trying to separate the tasks assigned to her as a commander and as an ordinary, simple girl. At one point, Michael suddenly asks Megan to give him her hand, causing her to spit out her drink in surprise. The girl begins to feel embarrassed and blush from such a statement, but still extends her palm to the main character. The protagonist activates his contract ability on Megan and gains her ability. I just made an ability contract with you, and no matter where you are, if you are in danger, I will immediately come and protect you. After these words, the girl blushes even more and becomes embarrassed, but tries with all her might to pretend that everything is fine with her. Meanwhile, in the main room, little and happy Anya runs to her brother so that he can play rock, paper, scissors with her. Sylvia stops the little girl, saying that now is not the best time to disturb her older brother and asks her not to touch him. At that moment, Alan comes up to them and asks permission to chat for a while and ask something. He hands Sylvia a cross-shaped hair clip and says that he heard from her brother that this thing is very important to her. Using her feminine intuition, Sylvia assumes that Alan's team is going to leave the shelter and go their own way. I will continue to search for the remaining S-rank awakened in the hopes that they will join us and not join the ranks of Skynet. And at this time, while they are having a conversation, little Anya continues to have fun and play with the main character's guests. The party is in full swing, and even Megan, being completely embarrassed, tries to drown out her emotions with drink. The fleeting hours of happiness and tranquility end and a new day begins, and the walls of the shelter are illuminated by the rising sun. Only after waking up, Michael, in the company of his sister and little Anya, sets out for their next goal. And when little Anya asks where their next route is, he answers that they are going to the Devil's Island. At first, on the way to his goal, it was easiest to cover the distance by air, and Goldie, in his fighting form, coped with this perfectly. After some time, Michael decided to stop a day's journey to the island and replenish his food supplies. Having scouted the situation and looked around, he is amazed that there are no infected anywhere, and the buildings were not so badly damaged after the apocalypse. Let's replenish resources here as soon as possible and take with us food that is easy to carry, and also has a long shelf life. Sylvia, you need to gather some resources in the place where we are going. There will be no shops, and we need to think everything through in advance, because from now on, we will have to adapt. Watch how confidently his sister began to complete the task. Michael remembers how recently she was confined to a wheelchair and could not even move independently. After half an hour of packing, Michael stumbles upon little Anya and is stunned by what she managed to collect during this time. The girl stands with a huge cart filled to the brim with various chips and snacks, and with her whole appearance demonstrates that this is the most important and necessary resource on their journey. Meanwhile, Sylvia, unlike Anya, was busy collecting more useful provisions. Michael also managed to get hold of some supplies, which should last them for some time during their travels. The distance to the island is not short, so our heroes need to get a boat to get there. When little Anya asks why they can't fly there with Goldie's help, Michael explains that if a dangerous situation arises, I will have somewhere to land. In that case, I am very happy about this, because little Anya has never ridden a boat before, and I really want to take part in this. Her joyful thoughts are interrupted by an old grandmother with a cane in her hand, who suddenly appears out of nowhere, thereby frightening the little girl. The main character immediately calms Anya down, explaining that she is just an old woman and asks her forgiveness for Anya's behavior. The old grandmother greets our heroes and immediately asks if they have met her son on their way. Michael says that they didn't meet any survivors on the way here, and he's worried that Grandma shouldn't be left here alone either. At this moment, a loud scream of a young girl is heard behind them, who, armed with a club, runs towards our heroes, thinking that her grandmother was attacked by the infected. The adrenaline in her blood does not even allow her to see who she is trying to attack, and only moments later she realizes that these are ordinary people, and that her grandmother is not in any danger. After some time, they all find themselves inside the house, and the girl asks them for forgiveness for her behavior. After finishing asking for forgiveness and apologizing for her behavior, the girl introduces herself and says that her name is Samantha. Our heroes take turns saying their names and also ask what they are doing together in such a remote place. The other people who lived with us went into hiding, but my grandmother and I want to wait for my father. This man in the photo who is dressed in a police uniform is your father, our protagonist asks. Samantha says that after the apocalypse began, he left in an unknown direction, and after that there was no news from him. I believe that my father is still alive, and he will definitely come back and find me and my grandmother. But unfortunately, dementia, as well as old age and other diseases, are getting worse and worse. Grandma runs to the port too often and waits for her father, or just looks out the window all alone. And even though I find the means to survive, I can't protect her forever. Just in case, Michael decides to check whether Samantha's father is by any chance a guard on the Devil's Prison Island. The girl says that he is absolutely right, and her father worked there on the island where the most dangerous criminals in the world are kept. Your father could have ended up on this island, and by a lucky coincidence, our destination is exactly that, and I suggest you go to the shelter, and we will try to find your father. Michael tells the girl not to worry because all they need is a way to get there, and he hopes that she will help them. After some time, the girl shows them where the boat is, on which they can get to the island, and after some time, not allowing our heroes to sail away, she manages to catch up with them and asks them to take her with them to the island. Michael says that it is too dangerous and there will be no one to look after her grandmother, to which Samantha replies that everything is already prepared. I know the way to the island and can steer a boat, and I will do everything possible to help you. And as for my father, I must personally find him. After thinking a little, the main character still agrees, but sets the condition that she must unquestioningly follow all his orders. A few minutes before this, the girl, in the company of her grandmother, watched as the protagonist's squad prepared to sail. Unexpectedly for Samantha, her grandmother said that the girl should go to the island with them. What are you saying? I have to take care of you and I can't leave you alone. You worry too much about me. I have arms and legs and I don't need you to worry about me. And besides, I understand perfectly well that you want to go to the island to find your father. It makes absolutely no difference to me whether I wait for one person or two. But there is a difference if two people wait for one. It was after these words that Samantha set off with the main character's squad to search for her father, hoping that her grandmother would still be able to wait for them. On the way to the island, Sylvia asks her brother why the island is called the Devil's Island. Devil's Island is a large prison where evil and ruthless death row inmates are kept who killed people for joy, and their hands are covered in blood up to the elbows. These people, even in peaceful times, received the status of real devils, which is why the island got its name, Devil's Island. But it became really scary after the apocalypse happened, because during its beginning, when the source hit the island, the main horror began. All the inhabitants of the island became infected, and they inherited the ruthlessness that was with them during life, because the monsters are affected by the radiation of the source, and since they were in the very center, the evolution took place much faster. Our goal this time is to destroy all the infected and find the source, because it is one of the most problematic, and it must have a keeper. Therefore, this island will become our training ground where we will take advantage of the opportunity to become much stronger. Very soon we will reach the final point, and the main port will be dangerous. So we will enter from a side route. Having landed on the shore, little Anya begins to get a little nervous because the entire space around her is saturated with fear and despair. From now on, you all must be on guard, because we have entered the outer zone of the island, and danger can arise at any moment. The main character explains that the island is a large-scale prison, with a very complex structure that has 5 circles, and the closer to the center of the island, the more danger awaits them. Listen to his story. Samantha turns out to be very surprised that he knows so much about this place, because he has never been here. Watching how her brother speaks and acts, Sylvia feels that he has matured a lot during this time and is not going to lag behind him. I'm making my way around the first circle of the island in search of a passage to the second circle, when suddenly Michael orders everyone to split up and go to the sides. A mysterious silhouette that had been in ambush all this time attacks our heroes with incredible force. It turns out that this is one of the imprisoned criminals who managed to become an intelligent monster and acquire the ability of incredible strengthening. Our heroes manage to dodge this attack, and Michael looks over his squad, hoping that everyone is still alive and no one was hurt. At this time, the prisoner recounts our heroes, saying that we need to add money for additional goals, because animals should also be paid equally. At this time, Samantha says that she found his data, and he is prisoner 71, and he is a world-famous killer. The main character immediately rushes into the attack, realizing that these are unusual monsters, and the battle experience gained in a past life makes them much more dangerous. Monstrous strength and reaction speed allow him to react to the main character's attack and block it. At the same time, the infected manages to wrap the main character in chains that are wound around his hands and take him into captivity. He then attempts to kill Michael with a huge steel ball at the end of the chain. Using his shadow form, he manages to avoid the attack, and Sylvia uses her ice skills to freeze the prisoner's legs. The infected one, once again muttering something about receiving money, throws a steel ball towards Sylvia. Having time to react to his attack, the girl creates an ice barrier using her abilities in order to block the attack. Little Anya tries to cheer the girl up by saying that her abilities are simply amazing and are good for both defense and attack. The ice's strength proves insufficient, and the projectile manages to break through the ice needles and continue its flight. At this moment, Little Anya uses her familiar and orders it to immediately reflect the attack flying at them. Little Bugu uses his ultimate tornado ability and creates a powerful vortex that stops the flying ball. Without wasting any time, the prisoner immediately closes the distance and tries to get closer to the girls in order to attack them in close combat. Michael does not allow him to do this and immediately comes to the aid of his sister and little Anya. Unfortunately, in his current state you won't be able to deal with him. His past profession has given him a lot of combat experience, which makes him incredibly strong. Sylvia agrees with her brother and understands that in such situations, their combat experience and skills are still not enough. Meanwhile, the prisoner talks about some instructions for murder, and that the attempt on the victims has just failed. At this moment, the protagonist uses telekinesis, obtained after signing a contract with Megan, and pushes the steel ball towards the mutant. Unfortunately, the power is not enough, and with ordinary brute force, the prisoner wrests his weapon from the protagonist's control. Michael has no intention of losing this battle, although he is quite surprised at the strength of those he meets here. I decide not to stand on ceremony for long. He uses his shadow form, as well as all his physical strength, to deal with this opponent. Watching him fight, Sylvia can't believe her eyes, because her brother's combat experience puts him on a completely different level compared to the others. Watching him defeat such a formidable opponent without any problems, she becomes upset because she understands that for now, she is just a burden. After the victory, Michael suggests continuing to move deeper into the island, and little Anya rejoices at his victory. Samantha, meanwhile, is no less amazed at how ordinary people she met less than a day ago could possess such power. After this, the girl hurries to take notes on everything she just saw regarding superpowers, and Sylvia asks her older brother to teach her some fighting techniques. Little Anya also does not stay in the country and says that she and her familiar also want to become stronger and help in the battle. I don't want to be protected every time because I was too weak and useless, and you always came to my aid, and because of that I almost died. I also want to learn more about this world and catch up with you in strength so that I can stop being a burden and someone who needs help. Michael pats the girls on the head, happy that they are so motivated to become stronger, and promises to help them with this. He says that first of all, one must remember the strengths and weaknesses of their own abilities, because this is the key to victory. The protagonist explains that each power has its own drawbacks, and one must try to grow in order to overcome the weaknesses. He gives each of the girls advice on which direction they should move in order to improve their combat and magical skills. Michael overloads them with a huge amount of information that they are simply unable to absorb at the moment, which causes the girls to fall into a slight stupor. Having realized his mistake, he asks them not to get hung up on theory and to practice more, because this will allow them to acquire the relevant skills much faster. After these words, the girls begin to rejoice that they will become stronger, and little Anya hopes that eating chips will make her more experienced in combat. Inspired by their plan, they walk forward together, arm in arm, towards new infected and battles. Samantha notes that, apparently, she is the only normal person among all those present, and will only get in the way in the battle. Don't say that, because the strength of one person is not only shown in battle. You dared to risk coming here, which means you have already demonstrated a strong quality of your nature, which will be useful to us later. Moving forward, Sylvia and Anya call out to their friends, and Michael suggests that they continue moving forward. Move on and on. Michael notices that his sister is a little confused, and asks her to watch her step because danger can arise at any moment. Working hard is good, but rushing to success is bad because in a fight, the worst thing is recklessness, and self-defense is also very important. Sylvia says she will take this into account, and next time she will be much more careful and attentive. Okay. The hero decides to ask Samantha how well she knows the island, to which she receives the answer that her father sometimes organized excursions around it. The place they started from is in the center of the island, and the outer gate is on the pier side, and now they go in the opposite direction. Little Anya asks why she can't just ask Goldie to throw them over the island's walls and fly further into the depths. Samantha says that although this is the most obvious option, unfortunately it won't work. Her father told her that the island's infrastructure was sealed and heavily guarded, and that there was no way to get into the prison from the sky. But since no one was guarding it now, they might be able to use brute force and get around it. Michael says it will attract too many infected mutants and it's too dangerous. The step-by-step approach method is more suitable for us in this situation, because this way we can find the location of our companion's father. We need to explore each area before moving on to the next one. Get ready for a very long and tough fight. The conversation of our heroes is interrupted by strange sounds that Sylvia notices are coming from behind a nearby hill. Michael immediately alerts all his senses of insight and prepares for the next fight. Further down the road, the silhouette of a prisoner begins to appear, slowly muttering something under his breath about length and centimeters. As you move a little further, he notices our heroes and immediately rushes to attack them, declaring that this time he will definitely succeed. His attack is immediately blocked by Michael, who manages to protect his sister from the attack of the enraged monster. But unfortunately, this is not enough, because even after the body is cut into two parts, the prisoners continue to move and try to attack. Before our protagonist can react, his sister comes to his aid, using her ice abilities to cut the monster's body into even smaller pieces. Turning back, he sees how Sylvia was able to create an ice katana with the help of ice and gained the courage to attack. Everyone present is shocked, but at the same time they are glad that the girl was able to overcome herself at the right moment and take a step forward. While not busy with discussions, the monster's body and eyes continue to move as if nothing had happened to it. A moment later, our heroes notice how the remains of his body parts begin to come back together and start muttering something again. Having gathered together as one whole, the prisoners begin to ask how she managed to make such a beautiful cut. At this time, Samantha says that prisoner number 67 indicates that he is a crossover killer, and all of his victims in his past life were brutally dismembered. I killed 121 people, 70 men and 30 women, and 21 elderly and children, a total of 63,000 fragments. Different ages, different genders, different body parts. The cutting seems different. The monster's mad conversation is interrupted by an unexpected blow, which again cuts off one of his arms. I see your sword is just as fast, but it didn't work, and I can't feel the art from it. Sylvia says that she assumes that normal physical attacks are simply meaningless for this zombie. However, due to the lack of a plan, the girl continues to attack him and try to cut him into small pieces. While his body is falling apart, the monster continues to mumble something about fractions of centimeters and about his feelings of cold and hopelessness. But even after this, it is again assembled from small parts into a single whole. And they say that this is the most beautiful art of all. After the transformation, he says that it is his time to perform, and he is thinking about where to start. He instantly becomes close to the protagonist's sister and tries to attack, saying that he wants to start with that cute face. At the last moment, the girl manages to block the attack of the ill-wisher with the help of her ice katana. He is about to attack again, but unfortunately Michael manages to come to his sister's aid. With one light and powerful blow, he immediately cuts his body into two longitudinal parts. In a fit of anger, the monster attempts to attack Michael in response, telling him not to get in his way, but fails. Using his shadow form, the protagonist begins to split his body into many small pieces again. The monster starts laughing and says that no matter how much they cut him, he will still be able to rise again. But to his misfortune, Sylvia prepares a powerful attack. At that very second, a huge column of icy energy bursts out of the ground, covering everything in the area with ice. The prisoner's body is completely covered in a thick layer of ice, making it impossible for him to move, but he still has the ability to speak and remain conscious. The monster is completely confident in his immortality, but Michael, touching the ice with his hand, simply uses the ability to absorb and destroys his body. After the victory, little Anya and Samantha begin to rejoice, and Sylvia says that it is all thanks to her brother. After these words, the girl, having used up her last reserves of strength, begins to lose consciousness. Before she hits the ground, Michael manages to catch her in his arms, declaring that she has spent too much strength and energy in this battle. Your body is now very exhausted and is in a state of fatigue. Remember for the future not to spend energy completely. Otherwise, you expose yourself and the entire squad to great danger. The protagonist suggests staying here and resting, and continuing their journey after the pass. He asks his sister not to worry, because a little rest can also be useful, and overexerting the body can be very dangerous. After some time, stopping to rest, Michael notices that Samantha eats almost nothing and spends too much time in her thoughts. The girl says that she is very worried about her father, and in this state, she does not feel hungry. On this island, she has already seen a huge number of frightening monsters, and it seems that her father is no longer alive. I completely agree that the island poses a huge threat, but we shouldn't lose hope. My father was a workaholic who could not sit at home for even a few days and would go back to work all year round. Samantha remembers her childhood and how, because of such a life, her mother eventually left the family and left them alone. At that moment, my father was very angry, and if I did something wrong, he would punish me severely. I didn't even think that work was more important to him than me, and I still can't understand why he abandoned us. Michael wants to offer words of support, but he can't utter a word because memories of him and his sister, who were also abandoned by their parents, come flooding back to him. Samantha asks for forgiveness because she is bringing up bad thoughts, and she should not delve into her memories. The main character tries to cheer her up by talking about how he had to become stronger in order to become stronger and protect the people dear to him. This world is full of hidden secrets that he is going to unravel, and that is why he keeps moving forward and does not give up. Listening to the main character, the girl decides to ask what seems to her as if this is a whole duty for him. The protagonist chuckles a little, saying that from her point of view it may indeed seem that way. But it doesn't matter now, and they need to keep moving forward. Having gathered their strength, the squad moves forward again to continue exploring the island and find Samantha's father. Michael reflects on the fact that at the moment he is doing everything that is possible and within his power, even going beyond his own capabilities. And he will continue to do this no matter what, because he does not want to face disappointment in the eyes of other people, and this is his current burden. Meanwhile, several military helicopters carrying very important people arrive at the shelter's walls. On one of them there is the same demon in the guise of the captain of the base, which also participated in the battle with the horde. Winston immediately rushes to greet his colleague, and the imposter asks him not to bother with pleasantries. I didn't think that the shelter could develop so quickly in such a short period of time. This is not only my merit, but also of all the people who made efforts to create and protect it. But I suggest going inside and discussing everything in more detail there. Once in the office, Winston asks why the commander personally came to their base and what he needs. The imposter states that the first thing he knows is what the god of war did in the neighboring city, and he demands to reveal his location along with his accomplices. I ask you to forgive me, but I do not quite understand what you are talking about. But if you came for the god of war, then I will be forced to disappoint you, because he left us just recently. At this very time on the Devil's Island, the main character's squad stumbles upon another group of prisoners. Quickly analyzing the situation, Samantha realizes that 2 of them are ordinary workers of the island, and the menacing man with the number 50 was a killer with more than 100 victims. The girl behind everyone with the number 41 came from a family of bodyguards, and in her past life, for a good fee, she protected anyone from anything. Quickly trying to come up with a plan, Michael suggests splitting numbers 50 and 41, and while he deals with the girl, they can deal with the man. At this time, little Anya looks at the prisoners and asks her brother for permission to defeat the girl number 41 herself. Anya says that her aura seems very strange, and her abilities are not fully developed, and she wants to let her join their team. You too, for a second, Sylvia wants to dissuade her brother from giving such permission to Michael gives the go-ahead to Anya. He asks his sister not to worry, as he believes in the abilities of his squad, and, if anything happens, he will definitely come to Anya's aid. After the discussion is over, they begin to fight, and Sylvia is the first to enter the battle, using distracting ice needles to attack from behind. Prisoner number 50 effortlessly begins to destroy everything around him and blocks the attack with the help of his ability to strengthen and grow other limbs. Taking advantage of the confusion, Michael immediately rushes into the attack, trying to end the fight with one blow. But unfortunately, the monster's reaction speed turns out to be much higher, which forces the main character to assess the situation around him. At this time, little Anya is preparing to fight with prisoner 41 and is trying to penetrate her consciousness. Once inside her memories, the monster's face hangs in an emotionless expression for a second. Once inside, Anya is in a bit of shock, as she doesn't notice anything in the girl's mind. While little Anya tries to find at least some clues in her memories, the girl's body tries to attack her. Her familiar Bugu comes to her aid, blocking the monster's attacks and protecting his mistress. After retreating a little, the prisoner uses her psionic armor ability, which covers parts of her body with a protective layer of energy. At this time, Anya manages to dig up the girl's childhood memories in which she boasts to her father about an award at a dance school. The cruel father simply destroys the letter, declaring that her talent should not be wasted on such a useless occupation. He tells her that she must try hard and train hard because her family has high hopes for her in the future. While Anya is digging through his memories, the prisoner wins the battle with Bugu using her skills. Meanwhile, the memories reach the moment of her growing up, when she starts working as a bodyguard. Other security personnel thank her father for raising such an amazing daughter. One day, the father thanks his daughter for her good work and gives her 1 day off and a day off for the next day. With a bit of a catch, he says that tomorrow she can go dancing because he has prepared a little surprise for her. At this point in ordinary life, the prisoner begins to scream in rage, realizing that someone is digging through her memories. Little Anya sees how a girl, having come to the dance school where she studied, discovers a mountain of corpses and understands that this is the work of her father. She sees a note that says that the father congratulates his beloved daughter because she has grown up after everything she has been through, and now she will clearly understand what she needs to do in this life. The monster attacks again, but luckily an energy tornado appears in her path, blocking her way. The girl's familiar finds the last of its strength to protect its owner until its last breath. At this time, prisoner number 50, who is fighting with Michael, does not understand why his companion cannot finish the fight with this little girl. The familiar tries to attack the monster, but thanks to its speed, it easily dodges most of the attacks. After this, I will charge a huge powerful energy ball, which produces a powerful explosion and should definitely hit the prisoner. But unfortunately this is not enough, because the skills of psionic armor once again save the girl from mortal danger. After which they engage in close combat in which their skills are almost equal. The prisoner does not understand why she cannot use her skills to their full potential, because something is happening to her body. At this time, prisoner number 50 does not understand why he cannot cope with this pathetic human who seems very weak in appearance. Michael tries to attack the monster's body, but the strength of its armor does not allow him to simply attack. The protagonist also has to dodge the monster's ranged attacks while he tries to retreat and regroup. Having lost his vigilance, the main character loses sight of the prisoner who at that moment was about to attack little Anya. There is slight horror on Michael and Sylvia's faces, as they will not have time to save the girl and do not know what to do next. But at that moment, something prevents the prisoner from carrying out his attack, and surprise can be seen on his face. At this time, in her subconscious, little Anya stumbles upon memories of a prisoner who simply sits and cries in the gym. The girl says that all her life she did not do what she really wanted, but only followed her father's orders. He always said that her talent was only to follow his orders and be a bodyguard, like all family members. He destroyed everything she liked inside her, even her friends, forcing her to be a submissive machine for destroying enemies. When she realized this, she could no longer become the same person, and whether she liked it or not, it was too late to change anything. Opening her eyes, she sees how little Anya begins to completely destroy all her ideas about her past life and cause chaos in her mind. She asks the little girl to stop, but fortunately Anya doesn't care about all this and continues to play around with a smile on her face. The girl declares that everything in this life can be changed, and taking a huge dumbbell from the floor, simply begins to destroy everything around her. Everything around them begins to collapse, and instead of old and sad memories, a space of pure consciousness appears before them. I was able to erase all these things from your memories, and now you can do whatever you want and wish. After this, little Anya invites the girl to become her first real friend and extends her hand to her. Moving to the real world, we see how prisoner 41 blocks the attack of another monster, which means that Anya was able to take control of her. The man is in complete shock because he does not understand why his girlfriend began to defend their enemy. The girl says that she doesn't need a good reason to defend someone who dared to call her his friend. At that moment, Michael, who had arrived in time and timed the moment for a surprise attack, pierces his body from behind, after which he activates the ability to devour, and the monster's body begins to disintegrate and release a large amount of energy. This action marks the end of the battle, and Sylvia, along with Goldie, asks if everything is okay with all the members of the squad. Everyone replies that they are completely fine and suggests moving on in search of Samantha's father. The new familiar Anya introduces herself to our friends and asks them to call her number 41. And from that day on, she is the girl's personal bodyguard. Immediately after these words, something like a context window of the evolution tree begins to appear in front of Anya's face. She is informed that the controlled target is of a higher level than the carrier itself, and the effect of bonus experience with the target is received. Controlled creatures share experience with the owner and above, expanding the control range by 20%. And monsters of rank D and above can share vision with designated targets by 50%. Since only Anya sees this window, she hurries to share her impressions with her brother and say that she saw many different words, and it seems that she has become much stronger. The bodyguard says that Anya has received new effects that allow her to share the experience gained in battle with her familiars. Michael is quite surprised by this fact, and now begins to understand how the Queen of the Night was able to become so strong in her past life. He suggests not to stay too long in the open and to continue searching and moving on. Samantha says that there is a prison guard dormitory nearby, and she would like to ask everyone to go there with her to check if her father is there. The main character says that this is still a priority target for them, so he asks the girl to accompany them to this place, carefully moving towards the intended goal. The girl says that she also knows some hidden passages and paths located throughout the island. After some time, they come across a large building and smell a thick smell of blood, which indicates that there was a fierce battle here. The protagonist orders everyone to get ready, because even though they have become stronger, they cannot be frivolous and must always remain on guard. As they get closer to the dormitory building, they are suddenly attacked by two mutants sitting in ambush. The main character immediately manages to use his shadow abilities to protect Samantha, who is the first target on the mutant's path. He once again asks the girl to be careful and not to be in the clouds, because memories of her father could cause her death. The girl says that she saw the guards' uniforms on the bodies of the killed infected, and at that moment she thought that her father had also turned into one of them. As they move deeper into the building, they come across a huge amount of traces of blood and the battle that took place here. Exploring the floors and stairwells of the building, they finally come across the supposed room where Samantha's father might be. Once inside, they once again find nothing but traces of a battle, as well as things scattered throughout the room. At this moment, little Anya is distracted by number 41, who asks her to change her prison clothes for something else. While our heroes are looking around the room, little Anya and the girl go to the closet in search of other clothes. After some time, our heroes, not finding any traces or evidence in Samantha's father's room, move on in search of clues. At one point, Michael notices large traces of a battle, which apparently took place quite recently. Looking around, they see a small cliff and traces of blood leading to it. I assume that this is the direction in which the survivors ran. They assume that there is a port in that direction, and that is where the surviving people were trying to get to. Our heroes decide to follow the trail of the battle, moving closer and closer to the supposed place where the battle ended. Turning the corner, Samantha takes off and starts running towards the port, pushing everyone in her path. Sylvia tries to stop her, saying that it is too dangerous to go alone. But Michael asks her not to rush to conclusions, and not to interfere with her. They notice their companion running towards the body of a wounded island worker and screaming at the top of her voice that it is her father. As a child, Samantha would ask her father why he was always so busy that he couldn't meet them at least once. Looking at his daughter's head, the man responded by saying that his job was very responsible, and therefore he could not be with them all the time. To which the girl asked whether family members were not important. The man replied that they were of course important, but he had to keep an eye on the bad people so that they could never harm anyone. Samantha asked her father to tell her more stories from Devil's Island, to which he said that she really liked them, but that it was time for him to go. Now an adult, Samantha looked at her father's battered face, remembering his words about how he would definitely tell her stories about criminals the next time he returned. The man suddenly rose slightly, still kneeling with a pistol in his hands. Tears began to flow from the girl's eyes as she called out to her father, and he exclaimed that it was she had come to him. Samantha's grandmother was at home looking out the window. The old woman quietly turned to Samantha's father, saying that he had to protect her. Michael, turning around, noticed a whole crowd of zombies behind them, and told Sylvia that they needed to deal with them first. One of the zombies had a face on fire and was screaming that everyone should burn, but then a couple of pieces of ice flew into his head, which upon meeting the fire, turned into steam. As it turned out, it was Sylvia, who was looking at the crowd of zombies with an angry look. Looking at his sister, the guy thought that she, having seen Samantha's situation, was thinking about their parents too. Michael shouted as he drew his swords, calling on everyone not to let a single zombie get through. Meanwhile, something was happening at headquarters. The sounds of footsteps could be heard in the corridors as the emergency meeting was announced, and all soldiers were ordered to assemble and report to headquarters. A decent crowd had gathered at the headquarters, and one could hear questions about what was going on, why they were gathering so late, and whether the zombie horde had come again. Scott told Winston that all the soldiers had already been assembled, to which he praised him, saying that he had done an excellent job. Scott turned to the commander to say something, but Winston waved the boy off, saying that he already knew what he wanted to say. But he had already made up his mind. Some time ago, Winston was sitting in his office with Commander Sylvester, instead of whom there was a demon. He said that he would go and check the question of the god of war. The second thing is the most important, and the main reason why he came here. He captured the place where the zombies were concentrated, and is ready to gather all the forces of people and destroy them. All the other bases agreed to send troops, and only they remained. While the zombies are not strong enough, they can allow humanity to restore peace. Winston's eyes widened in surprise, but he said nothing, and merely listened in silence. Finally, shouts were heard that Commander Winston had arrived, and orders were given to remain quiet and focused. Going out onto the balcony, Winston asked everyone for forgiveness for disturbing them so late, and said that he had come to them with important news. It's been 2 months since the apocalypse outbreak, and they are gradually losing their lands, and the zombies are getting stronger day by day. If this continues, it will be dangerous. Now, after they found the zombie clusters, the other bases agreed to gather all their forces to destroy them. The man said that after much thought, he too decided to join this battle. This time they would be the side that would take the initiative and use everything to bring back their peaceful life. This time the operation is going to be difficult. They may fail, but nevertheless they must take this step. Only if they take the initiative, then they can win in the future. This is the battle where humans and zombies will clash for the first time. Megan, Aaron, and Austin, along with Reem, will personally lead the teams to the front lines. Winston said that besides him, the other 3 are strong members of the War Gods team. They have a lot of combat experience, so he is confident that they can lead everyone well. Finally, he said that they will set off tomorrow morning. After such a speech, inspired cries were heard from the soldiers, who shouted that they would fight for the future of humanity. Meanwhile, the guys moved on. Sylvia, using her powers, froze the zombies that they met along the way. She chopped the frozen bodies into small pieces with her sword. After some time, Sylvia noticed that she had finally won over everyone. Anya said that she felt that she had received enormous energy, a feeling that she was about to rise to a new level. Michael expressed his condolences to Samantha, quickly wiping away her tears. The girl apologized for making them go so slowly, and said that they could go. She wanted to bury her father, and then come back and bring her grandmother to the shelter. Michael replied that he would help her. Her father was a hero of humanity, and her hero too. He did not leave his post even until the very end. They would always remember him. With a quick movement, the guy threw the man's body over his shoulder, throwing his arm over his neck. A small notebook fell out of the man's pocket and landed, hitting the ground. Samantha leaned over and picked up the notebook. She took out a bloody piece of paper from there, which had a message written for her, apologizing for leaving. But since monsters had appeared in the world, the first thing he thought of was the prisoners of the Devil's Island. If they took advantage of this disaster and escaped, their city would be the first to suffer. He wrote that he and his comrades had consulted and decided to guard this place until the end, not allowing anyone to leave it on any boat. What appeared before them were not people, but monsters, and slowly his teammates died one after another. Soon after all this, he was left alone, and all he wanted was to see his family. He wanted it so badly. But he couldn't leave, because someone had to guard this place. Someone had to protect everyone. Samantha read the last lines, in which her father apologized for having no one else to tell her the stories of Devil's Island. But he wrote them down further. After some time, Samantha's father was successfully buried. Standing up, Samantha clutched the notebook in her hands and said that she had changed her mind and wanted to go further with them. Her father had managed to write down the most terrible captives from the deepest corners of the island. And there's a team of guards there who might be trapped. She has the key, and now she has her father's book, so she can help them. Smiling, Michael did not reject this offer and said that it was time for them to go then. The guys went further and hid in the bushes. Michael told Samantha that they had already searched the area. Sylvia asked Anya where number 41 was, to which she replied that she was in her dimensional space. Samantha glanced at the turn and said that after the turn, there was an entrance to the next area ahead. The guys went further and there were some holes. Samantha asked what it was, to which she was told that this hole would long be the source that turned the Devil's Island into such a state. They walked further and came across a huge door. Michael thought that, as expected from the strongest prison, the source was unable to destroy it. But then he sensed something that was clearly not good, and he shouted to the others to be on guard. And following his words, something flew down that gave off a metallic sheen in the moonlight, and something flew into the place where the boys had stood before, breaking the earth. There was a zombie sitting on the wall who grinned and said that he hadn't seen living people for a long time, and there were chains wrapped around his wrist. When the dust from the impact settled, the zombie noticed that his victims were perfectly fine. This state of affairs surprised and angered the zombies. Looking at the number on the zombie's neck, Samantha opened her notebook and read that number 21 wants to prove his strength, so he fights with strong people all over the world. Only when his side dies is the fight considered over. He heard that there are many experts on the Devil's Island. That's why he came here. The girl told Michael to be careful. He in turn held the zombie chain in one hand and told them to move away and they would deal with him. Using the D-rank ability lighting, the zombie exclaimed that it seemed like the guy was really strong, so he should try it. Before the spark reached the guy, he threw the chain into the air. The chain flew through the air in a bright flash. Not expecting such an outcome, the zombie tilted his head to the side. He glanced at Michael, who was rubbing his slightly bruised wrist. This sight made number 21 grin and exclaim that the guy was indeed very strong. The zombie twisted his chains and pushed himself off the wall, exclaiming that he would accept his challenge. In this battle, only one would survive. Jumping higher, number 21 waved his arms, sending chains towards the boy, and exclaimed that he was definitely going to die. The zombie, grinning even wider, exclaimed that the guy would die, and all because he was invincible, and he began to pull the chains towards himself. As it turned out, the blades at the ends of the chains had caught on the ground, and now the entire layer began to rise into the air. The next moment, number 21 was face to face with Michael and told him that he was not bad. The guy thought that it seemed like this zombie had a high rank of self-awareness. The guy asked if he had killed all those guards, to which number 21, waving his blade, replied that he was not interested in weaklings. Then Michael, dodging, asked him who did it then. The zombie flipped over in the air and exclaimed that he had to defeat it to find out. Having flown away from the guy, the zombie waved his arms again, sending chains with blades in his direction. Trying to dodge the blades, Michael flew back, thinking that the 93rd should be the last zombie in the outer zone, a guard. He, making a counterattack, thought that this proves that there are local residents on this island, and they are still on this island. We need to get the upper hand over these zombies. Give everyone positions. Michael hit number 21 hard, sealing him into the ground. Thinking that this was different from the previous banshees, he had never seen assets here before. Michael stood on the ground, looking into the cloud of dust that rose from the zombie's impact with the ground. Sylvia noticed that her brother was so strong. Samantha asked if he had won, and Anya screamed that the boy could do it. He had to fight. Michael told number 21 to come out because he knew he wasn't hurt. As it turned out, one of Michael's daggers was stuck into the ground, and he said that he had not met such a strong man for a long time. The zombie waved his hand, launching the dagger forward, saying that it was time for them to start the second round. Michael, towards whom the dagger was flying, caught it with a deft movement. And the next moment, number 21's body was engulfed in a glow, and he jumped up and ran forward. And the zombie stabbed the remaining dagger into the guy's two daggers, which he had crossed to take the attack. The zombie and Michael began to swing their arms, striking each other one blow after another. They waved their weapons so furiously that in an instant they flew into the air. But they didn't stop there, deciding to continue the fight hand to hand. Their fists met, and a bright flash shone. The guy noted that, as expected, the zombies with sources are different. Except for the native type, number 21 is the strongest zombie he has encountered. Following a small flash, an explosion thundered from the impact of the meeting. Anya, Sylvia, and Samantha watched from afar, the latter asking if it was over, to which the other girl exclaimed that the battle was still going on. In the midst of the smoke from the explosion, number 21 appeared and leaned forward to strike. However, Michael did not give in to him. He dodged this blow, tilting his head to the side. They continued to exchange blows again, and small flares erupted between them. There was a big flash and the zombie and Michael bounced apart. Michael jumped back and caught his daggers. The zombie also returned his chains with blades and stood at a distance from the guy. He smiled, saying that it was really unexpected. The bright light illuminated his chains again. He threw off the chains, saying that it seemed like the guy was hiding his true strength, and it irritated him. He cried out for the boy to be more serious, for this was a battle he was betting everything on, and he swung his arms, sending his chains forward. Michael darted around, batting away the chains with his blades. Noticing that the attacks were not successful for long, number 21 decided to use the light whip server. Several new scratches appeared on Michael's body from this blow, and the zombie asked the guy if he couldn't handle it. Number 21's smile grew even wider as he exclaimed that he had won. However, the very next moment, someone struck him from behind. I didn't expect such a blow. The zombie lost his balance and fell face down on the ground. Raising his head, he asked what was going on. Wasn't the guy badly injured? But, as it turned out, there was a clone of Michael in front of him, who began to dissipate from the impact. Michael said that he himself asked him to become more serious, so let him feel what it was like. Turning around, Number 21 smiled and accepted the challenge with joy. And then he bounced off the ground and flew in a bright flash towards the guy. The opponents met. The earth began to break from their force, and a bright flash flashed. Neither of them retreated, and they began to exchange blows, flashing brightly in the air. The zombie teased the guy by asking him if he couldn't keep up with him, to which he replied that no matter how fast he was, he could never outrun his shadow. In response, the zombie waved his chains, exclaiming that even a shadow disappears in bright light. He exclaimed that he needed to use this moment, and then he could kill him. However, Maiko grabbed Number 21 by the leg, fire spreading up his arm. With a wave of his hand, the guy threw the zombie straight onto its back into the ground. Upon meeting solid ground, the zombie made a dull sound and his blood started to flow out of his throat. The boy's fists were engulfed in flames, and he exclaimed that where there is fire, there will be shadow. Michael began to land blow after blow on Number 21 until he could do nothing. After a while, the zombie lay exhausted on the ground, and he said that he had played. Now he could kill him. Michael smirked and asked him if he didn't want revenge. The zombie replied that he didn't need it. If he played, then he played. Even if the guy didn't kill him, his master wouldn't let him go. Smiling softly, Michael told the zombie not to worry and asked him not to resist now. The guy turned to the girls and called Anya, who was still hiding behind the rock. Michael told the girl to try to subdue Number 21, to which she said that this zombie was a level higher than her. The guy responded by telling her not to worry, he had already discussed it. Anya pointed her hands towards the zombie, who immediately stood up, noting with surprise that his body had become much lighter, while the girl thought that this zombie was being controlled too easily, that it seemed too stupid. Number 21, feeling lighter, exclaimed that he could fight again. Anya responded by exclaiming that he could not make Michael his enemy. Frowning, the zombie asked why he would listen to some child, but suddenly he felt some kind of signal in his brain. The zombie quickly rose to his feet and bowed to the girl, apologizing, saying that from now on he would not obey orders, to which she replied that it was better this way. Number 21 thought that for some unknown reason he couldn't rise up. He had been deceived by that bastard. As they got closer, Sylvia asked her brother if he was okay, to which he replied that everything was fine, and it was time for them to enter the next zone. Number 21 warned them that the inside was different from the outside, so they better run while they still had a chance. Anya exclaimed that this guy was so annoying and she ordered him to return to space. The zombie, noticing that the body was still dissolving in light, asked what they were doing to him. The boys approached the gate again. Michael thought that they had expected that there would be danger ahead. Michael moved further and opened the huge gates with a quiet creak. A strong energy wafted towards them from within, and Michael noticed that this was the inside of Devil's Island. At the end of the corridor, another zombie with dogs appeared. He exclaimed that invaders had been discovered and they needed to be killed immediately. The zombie dropped the leashes and the dogs quickly ran forward. Michael stepped forward to meet the dogs and shouted for everyone to be careful, as these creatures were not simple. Goldie, who had been flying behind him all this time, had his eyes flashing with a golden light. Taking on his true form, he flew forward and swung his huge paw. Sylvia was also not far behind, and she threw several ice flows at the dog. Michael swung his blades, cutting the dogs into small pieces. After some time, there were pieces of the dogs lying on the floor. Sylvia asked if they were dead. At that very moment, the pieces of the monsters began to glow with a bright light. The pieces began to grow back together into whole bodies, and Sylvia exclaimed that they were resurrected. Michael noticed that these monsters had no levels or abilities, so weren't they zombies? To the dog's surprise, Michael jumped above them, activating his devouring ability. The guy touched the zombie and the system reported that the ability could not be activated. Looking forward, Michael noticed a zombie behind him and realized it was all his fault. Flying further, Michael exclaimed that he was leaving these two with the rest, and he himself would go and deal with the others. He said that these were summoned beasts, so they could not be killed. They could only be restrained from moving. Michael flew towards the D-rank zombie, which had a method of extracting the spirit body, which allowed it to extract creatures for battle that would not die as long as the summoner was alive. The zombie put his hands forward, screaming for all the dogs to come back and start defending themselves. However, the dogs were unable to carry out the command because they were trapped in ice. Michael touched the zombie's head, using the Devour ability. Killing it, he gained 600 evolution points and unlocked a fragment of the spirit body extraction ability. Sylvia noticed that after the zombie died, all the dogs in the ice disappeared. The girl said that it was time for them to move forward, but her brother appeared in front of her, saying that the battle was not over yet. The guy ordered Goldie to protect Samantha and told Sylvia and Anya that they needed to do it. Meanwhile, the human battle continued. 7 bases gathered and headed to the zombie gathering place. Sylvester, in the hall where all the leaders had gathered, thanked everyone for their cooperation and said that they were already close to the goal. This battle concerns the future of all mankind. Although this attack was a little hasty, he said that such a chance comes rarely, and therefore they cannot miss it. Base Commander Lee Min Harris asked how much the man knew about the fighting abilities of the zombies on the other side. But the commander of Leopard Charlie's base answered him, saying that it didn't matter, because if their 7 bases worked together, they would definitely win. In response to this, Harris asked the man if they did not use their heads and went head-on to fight, they would suffer. Charlie wanted to start swearing. Sylvester interrupted them, telling them not to argue, because he had already planned everything in accordance with the combat capability and advantage of the base. The first is Commander Winston's hideout. They will defend against the zombie horde attack as before, and they have the most powerful technology, the highest level of combat abilities. Winston didn't argue, he just sighed. Sylvester said that Li Ming's base would be next. They would provide support since their awakened ones were strategy-oriented. The Leopard team had better assault capabilities, so they would break through from the right flank. The man told the commander of the light base, Juan, that they had already suffered, so they would follow him. Commander Willie and his black gold base will be blocking zombies to cut off support since they have the most people. Last Hope, whose commander was Juan, has great support abilities, so he is great for the back end. Sylvester said that this was all that was agreed upon, and that he would then go into detail about the zombies' powers. The demon commander said that Sylvester's shadow was organizing people. They were already near them, and so it was time to move out. And he asked about Simon. One of the subordinates replied that Simon said that he was captured by the Devil's Island. We need to check urgently. He will return later. Another exclaimed that he is so undisciplined. The demon commander told them to ignore it, and they would lead 2 batches of zombie horde into battle. He said there was no need to go full force. Just give them a taste of victory and then lure them to the altar. Simon will be punished by the king after he wakes up. The demon that was on the Devil's Island noticed that Lord Simon had returned, and he asked him what was going on, to which the demon asked if it was the military. Simon replied that it was not so. There were only 4 of them. The demon couldn't believe his ears, because 4 people couldn't break through their outer zone. He noticed that they had broken through not only to the outer zone. As it turned out, the guys had already enrolled the second zone. Anya exclaimed that she had helped defeat so many zombies. A notification appeared that a total of 1,200 evolution points had been obtained, and the girl's body was engulfed in blue light. Sylvia congratulated the girl on evolving to D rank. Anya laughed and said that now she had another skill. Michael thought that the girl was unconsciously becoming closer to the Black Emperor. Very soon, she will become a figure that will shock the whole world. Simon watched the boys on the screen in the main room. He smiled, saying that he didn't even imagine, that the escaped key would appear here. He was very lucky. Michael raised his head. Sylvia asked her brother what had happened. Michael replied that he suddenly felt a strong aura. The girl asked him if it was nearby, to which he replied that it was not at all. Anya asked number 21 if he had already seen this type of native, to which he replied that all orders were passed down the chain. The girl noticed that they were so weak. Michael said it was expected that there was a native here, but they needed to move on. Simon covered his face with his hand and laughed, exclaiming that it was much more interesting here than there with the mobs. He told his subordinate to send out an order to kill all the invaders except the little girl if they met them. Meanwhile, the guys have already reached the 3rd zone, the prison zone, where the zombies' strength is completely different. Michael warned that there might be zombies in C-class here, so they should defend themselves well at this point. Simon ordered his subordinate to release all the zombies, and immediately several zombies appeared in the corridor, and Simon said that he was interested to see how long these little people could hold out. Anya waved her hands, calling her zombies, and Michael rushed forward, telling them to give in here, and if they attack, to respond. The one-eyed monster waved his hand. He was C rank, and his silent eye ability was A rank. As Michael dodged the zombie's hand, he thought that the person in front of him was a C rank. Michael activated his Devour ability, thinking that he had dealt with many such zombies outside, but here they were different. There is now a notification that Silent Eye causes the enemy's ability to temporarily lose its effect. The zombie waved his hand, but Michael immediately jumped back a few meters. A wound appeared on his chest, and blood from it soaked his t-shirt. Michael remembered that he hadn't been to the testing tower for a long time. This ability was causing him trouble, and therefore he needed to deal with it now. Another zombie, already a D rank, waved his arms, sending forward his paralyzing needles. Michael flew like a shadow between the needles, thinking that as soon as a needle hits him, he will immediately lose his movement speed. Is it a coincidence that both abilities are under strong control here? The one-eyed zombie released a glowing beam from its eye, and at that very moment, the shadow around the guy's body dissipated. Another ability lost its effect. But the guy couldn't relax, because a lot of needles immediately flew at him. Michael swung his blades, cutting the needles into small pieces. With a wave of his hand, he launched one of his blades straight towards the one-eyed zombie. But before the blade could reach the zombie, some kind of shield appeared in front of him. As it turned out, it was a C-rank zombie shield, which was his ability. Michael clicked his tongue and noted with annoyance that they even had protection. Simon, watching the fight on the screen, laughed and said that he had put together this combination on purpose. He again exclaimed maliciously that he would now see how the guy would cope with this. Michael, meanwhile, stood a few meters away from the zombie, frantically thinking that this couldn't be a coincidence. They were definitely being trained by a native. The very next moment, bright flashes of needles flew at the guy from all sides. The one-eyed zombie, hiding behind the shield, continued to use his ability. While fighting off the needles with his blades, Michael thought that because this bastard was focusing on him, he couldn't use his abilities, and therefore he would lose the moment he made the slightest mistake. But then the guy had an idea and he detonated a smoke grenade, thinking that he just needed to disappear from the zombie's sight. However, even then the guy could not use his abilities. He thought that he should have trained his abilities well in the tower. Through this smoke, needles flew at the guy again. However, the very next moment, when the guy thought that he could no longer escape, he avoided the blow. The one-eyed zombie was perplexed, and the other zombie quickly ran forward. But before she could run far, something shocked him. It turned out to be number 21, and he said that 3 against 1 was just too much of a travesty, so he should join in. The zombie grinned and told Michael that only he could crush him, so he didn't need to thank him. To which the guy replied that he didn't intend to, but number 21 seemed not to hear him. He stretched out his hand forward and shouted that now was his finest hour. He wanted to use his ability, but the next moment the sparks went out. Michael discovered that he could now use his abilities again. Running forward, Michael told number 21 that he could definitely thank him for this, and he himself thought that he now understood that this one-eyed man could only make one target lose the ability effect. Simon swore quietly and ordered that all the zombies be sent there to deal with these microbes. The subordinate replied that everything would be done now and went to open all the cells. Michael, running towards the zombie team, thought that he needed to deal with one of them, and then they would fall. The one-eyed zombie began to use his ability again, but the next moment, the guy's body began to dissolve into thin air, and a notification appeared that the shadow clone had been destroyed. Michael stood right next to the shield, and the zombie shouted to the other one that he was here and that he should kill him with poison. The zombie with poisonous needles prepared to use his ability, telling them to rely on him. Michael then extended his hand forward using mind control. Green vibrations of energy flew at the zombie with the shield, and he wondered what it was. This green light raised the zombie's shield, and it headed straight towards the zombie with needles. The shield hit the ground with force, pinning the zombie to the floor. Michael thought that now he just needed to get closer and find an opportunity to attack. The one-eyed zombie, seeing the guy again, used his ability. Michael, jumping up and swinging his blade, said that there were only 2 of them, so they could do without the ability. But then he turned his head, noticing that other zombies had appeared there. Anya pointed her finger at one of the zombies, drawing the attention of everyone else to it. The new zombie jumped heavily down onto the floor, attracting attention. This zombie was a C rank. Its ability was to devour everything. It asked if it was time for a snack. Coming closer to Anya and Sylvia, the zombie said that today he would feast on people, and therefore he was happy. Michael, noticing this, told number 21 and Bug to help Anya and the others, to which number 21 replied that he already knew. Meanwhile, the zombie with the shield raised his shield to strike the guy. He hit the ground hard with his shield, but the blow did not reach its target, because the guy jumped back in a bright flash. Landing on the floor, Michael thought that he needed to get this over with quickly. The guy noticed that the zombies did not immediately rush to attack. It seemed they became more cautious. Sylvia, taking up her ice sword, told Anya that now it seemed they had to rely only on themselves, and Anya exclaimed in response that she would try her best. The zombie, having released its huge tongue and spraying saliva, rushed to attack, but the next moment his open mouth was filled with a column of ice. Anya exclaimed that Sylvie was so strong, to which she replied that it couldn't do any harm to the zombies. And right after these words, the zombie closed its jaws, breaking the ice into small pieces. The zombie rushed forward and slammed his huge hands into the ground. However, the girls were saved by Goldie, for which Sylvia thanked him and said that it was close, as well as number 41. Samantha, reading from her notebook, said that this was number 15. In his past life, he was a notorious glutton, to which Sylvia said that then they should hide. Number 15 smiled even wider and asked who he should start with, since it was so difficult to choose. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, the zombie decided to eat Anya, saying that he didn't care. Anya prepared to defend herself, just like number 41. But suddenly the zombie's body was shaken by a flash of electricity. Turning around, number 15 saw number 21 behind him, and he shouted to him that he was his opponent. Number 21 quickly jumped up from the ground and threw his fist straight into number 15's face. However, this blow had no effect, and number 15 only frowned and asked the other if he knew that it was very disrespectful to disturb people while they were eating. The zombie's huge hands grabbed number 21's body, preventing him from moving. Number 15 asked how the guard dog dared to go against him. Number 21 screamed loudly in fear. He shuddered and noted that this zombie was so strong that he couldn't even move. Number 21 thought that if he couldn't beat even such a piece of crap, then he would never be able to beat that moron either. But the zombie decided not to despair, and he screamed, asking his opponent if he was human, and then said that then he should try his thunder shock. Meanwhile, the human military forces established a temporary camp. Austin asked what it meant that their shelter would be on the front lines. What kind of joke was that? Without them, the base is the smallest. He exclaimed that they were just getting revenge on them. Megan said that she also thought it was not wise, to which Winston told them to calm down. She said that Sylvester would want to make Michael leave, but he's not here. But he's definitely right that under Michael's leadership they created genetic medicine and power weapons. And in terms of combat abilities, they really are some of the best. Not to mention they successfully defended against hordes of zombies. Austin wanted to say something else, but couldn't. Another soldier entered the tent and told Winston that the commander was asking him to go and gather in the conference room, to which he replied that he knew and would come immediately. Addressing the guys, he said that although they were on the front lines, the Yanhuang base was following them, so their combat capability was ensured while on the battlefield. They had to obey orders, and mistrust was taboo. He said that he would go, and they should get ready. Megan studied at the military academy, and therefore she would command this operation, and now they needed to get a weapon and observe safety precautions. Standing at attention, the guys saluted. Megan sighed, quietly asking where Michael was when he was needed. Michael, meanwhile, continued to hit the shield, taunting the zombie for being so zealous in protecting this bastard. Looking behind him, he noted that there was also a hard fight going on from that side. But he couldn't go to help right away, because then they would follow them. They didn't need even more problems. Pointing his blade forward again, Michael said that since he could no longer kill them with his skill, he would fight head-on, and they would see who was stronger, their shield or his dagger. Michael said that his sister only had a short time to wait for him. Number 15, engulfed in the current, mockingly exclaimed that it was so painful, and that if he applied a little more force, the zombie's body would be crushed. Number 21 said that, although he hated to admit it, he really wasn't right for him. But what he hates most is not that he played. What he hates most is that he couldn't protect the girl. But it doesn't matter now. Let it end this way. But the next moment, Sylvia ordered Goldie to grab number 21, and he snatched him from the zombie's clutches. Having slobbered all over himself, Goldie threw number 21 on the ground. Anya told him that he had gone completely crazy since he was seeking his own death. The zombie told her that it was none of her business, and it was not for her to decide. In response to this, Anya swung and hit him on the head with all her might. Pointing to the fighting Sylvia, Goldie, and Booga, she said that everyone was fighting for half their lives now, and if he hated losing so much, let him go win. She told him that if he was still alive, he had to fight like Sylvia. Sylvia and Michael don't want to play, so they'll go until the very end. Number 21 noticed that he was a zombie. He was already dead. Anya irritably gave up her fist and said that she really wanted to beat him up now. Getting to his feet, the zombie said that although they didn't understand what she said, continuing to fight was indeed the best decision. Anya noticed that he had such primitive thinking. Near number 21, his chains flickered again. Anya told him to take them before he went. She had saved them for him. Number 21 waved his chains and said, "That's better." And then he asked number 41 if she could give him her electric helmet, to which she replied that she couldn't. She needed to protect Miss Anya. In response to this, number 21 grinned and said that surprisingly, their goals coincided. Number 41 asked again, and then replied that she understood. Number 15 broke the ice by interrupting their conversation and asking if she could shut up and let him eat in peace. Having started to stop the opponents, Number 15 launched chunks of ice at Goldie. The zombie ran quickly towards Sylvia with heavy steps, calling her an icy fool. But before he could reach it, shining chains appeared next to Number 15. The chains closed around the zombie's body, binding his body. Number 21 flew down on him from above, saying it was time to pay the bills. Number 15 responded by exclaiming that it was all useless, he could not harm him. Using the spiritual energy helmet, Number 21 struck at the opponent's arms in one move. He pushed off the ground again to deliver another blow to the zombie, exclaiming that he would destroy that annoying face and stinking mouth. Number 15 began to curse and began to tear the chains with his teeth. Number 21's face twisted in shock as he suddenly felt some new energy. A blue light appeared around Number 15's body, and he cried out that some pile of rubbish was preventing him from having a tasty lunch. And right after these words, Number 15's skin began to tear, and a bright light burst out of his body. A huge mouth framed with sharp teeth emerged from the zombie's body. A bright red light shone from there. Number 15 screamed, ordering this mouth to attract. Roth began to pull his opponents towards him, causing Number 21 to be unable to stand on his feet and Bugu to move forward. Number 21 extended his hand forward, sending forth a glowing spark of electricity. But before he could attack, a bright flash of lightning burst from Number 15's mouth. The flash knocked the zombie down, and it grabbed onto its blades to keep from being sucked in. Sylvia, standing behind him, threw a piece of ice at the back of Number 15's head. The girl noted that this attack was ineffective, to which the zombie responded that they should wait, because their turn would soon come. Looking back, Michael noted that soon the other side would reach its limit. The zombies that were fighting the guy cried out, telling Number 15 to stop because this attack would affect them too. Taking advantage of this gap in the defense, Michael hurried to find himself behind the one-eyed zombie. Feeling the presence, the one-eyed man turned his gaze back in panic. But before he could do anything, the guy had already swung his daggers, cutting the zombie in half. Number 21, meanwhile, could no longer hold on to his blades and began to be sucked in. Anya screamed her hand, ordering her zombies to return back to dimensional space. Number 15's jaws snapped shut, but Bugu and Number 21 had already returned to space. They reappeared behind the girl, and she asked them if they were okay, to which Number 21 replied that they were okay only because of her. Number 15, opening his mouth again, turned around and exclaimed that now they had nowhere to hide. Sylvia noticed that he was absorbing all their attacks. Number 15 cried out that he would stop eating immediately, but then he noticed a presence behind him, and Michael asked him if he could absorb the darkness. A dark sphere appeared around Number 15, and a notification appeared stating that absorption had been activated. A D-rank zombie and 2 C-rank zombies had been killed. All the powers were sucked out of the zombie's body. When the darkness released it, a message appeared that fragments of abilities were obtained. Michael asked the others if they were okay, to which Anya replied that everything was fine, and he never ceased to amaze. Simon was still watching the guys, and he said that he didn't think this guy was so capable. It looks like he has several types of abilities. He wondered if this guy could be the one who caused the crash and killed Sister Thorne. Simon decided he had to confirm it himself. Michael told the others that they would continue to move forward, but everyone should be extremely careful, because the enemies would be even stronger further on. Suddenly a voice came from the speakers congratulating the guys on how far they had come. It was really unexpected. Anya asked who it was. Simon asked Michael if he killed Thorne's sister. Michael chuckled and said that he didn't think a bunch of monsters would call each other family, and that not only had he killed Thorne, but he had also caused the disaster, and he too would soon die by his hand. Simon chuckled in response and remarked that he was so arrogant, and added that to make this fight more interesting, they could play a game. He said that he had just found out a long time ago that there were 5 living people in this prison. He said that he was giving them an hour to come here, and if they were even 10 minutes late, he would eat one of them. Samantha exclaimed that this was the group of people that her father had mentioned in the letter. Michael said that it was disgusting, and then asked Simon why he didn't go out and fight them. Didn't he want to take revenge on them? Simon replied that he would of course take revenge, but the process was also important. He wanted to torture them slowly, and he hoped that they could hold out a little longer. Simon announced the start of the countdown. Michael said that they needed to get there as quickly as possible. Looking at his palm, he said that for some reason he had a bad feeling. It seemed like something was wrong with the lines. Meanwhile, the soldiers were preparing for the start and asked each other if they were afraid, to which another answered that of course they were afraid, but they were not on the front lines. Another man said that this could be a punishment for that base, since they had offended Commander Sylvester, and they had the fewest people. Finally, they noticed Austin, Megan, and Aaron approaching. The soldiers noticed the guy's strange clothes. Some asked if it was cosplay. Others mockingly asked to take care of them on the front lines. Austin gritted his teeth and hissed that he needed to teach them a lesson. Megan told him not to cause unnecessary trouble and to prepare for the fight, to which he said that after the fight he made them pay. A car pulled up, and everyone started asking about the situation outside. There was a large horde of zombies heading towards them, with about 20 minutes left until impact. There were about 35 minutes left of the time Simon had allotted. Michael and the others moved forward, killing zombies along the way. Simon noticed that the guy had become stronger again. No wonder Thorn and the disaster were defeated by him. But time was running out. There were several people standing behind him. Simon said that he was already all excited. Moving forward, Michael said that he would use evolution points to improve abilities again, but not all of them this time. Michael noted that the second area was almost completely cleared. All the zombies C and D, if they didn't have such unpleasant abilities, they wouldn't cause any particular problems. Sylvia watched her brother in shock, thinking that in this short time he had become even stronger, as if he was different from his past self. Someone called the girl, but she only thought that if things continued like this, the gap between them could become even wider. Anya touched the girl's hand, and she noticed her. Then the girl said that Michael asked how much time was left. The girl apologized and said that they had about 20 minutes left. Michael thought that there was little time left, so it would be better for him to travel alone. Michael said that he would check the surrounding zombies first and used one of his abilities. He noted that within his sense range there was only one that responded strongly. So it must be a native, and all the zombies were gathered there, perhaps a good shelter. Simon asked his subordinate if they had any more zombies that could fight, to which he replied that they did not, and then remembered that they had another one. It was in a special guarded prison, but he was not sure of its combat capability. Hearing about this, Simon noted that then this zombie must be very strong. The people behind started shouting that they couldn't let this bastard out, otherwise they would all die here. Simon didn't listen to them, and the order to release him. The subordinate said that this prison should have its own keys, so they won't open it that easily, to which Simon said that since there was no choice, he would go himself. Simon walked towards the exit, pointing to one of the men. He told him to take him out. The man led the native to the iron doors. Simon noticed that this place was very strong. The man said that no one could open this door without a key, but right after his words, Simon hit the door. The door immediately separated from the wall in one piece, breaking into two pieces. The man asked him how he opened it with one hand. A light shone in the smoke from the blow. Simon told the zombie to come out and that he was its master from today. The zombie asked again. Simon was immediately pointed at with spikes, the zombie exclaimed, saying that they would still see if he had what it took to become his master. Simon chuckled and pushed the thorns away from himself without even moving his hands. But the zombie decided not to retreat and ran forward, his face with many eyes appearing from behind the smoke. A dark aura appeared around Simon as he looked at the zombie with his red eyes flashing. Blue fire glowed around him and the zombie jumped aside. Simon said that he hoped that now he understood. The zombie, thinking that the other had such a strong aura that it seemed like if he looked at him again he would die, fell to his knees, asking for forgiveness for his rudeness. Simon told the zombie to get up because he had a task for him, and he didn't start to argue. Walking away, Simon threw, telling the zombie that this man was a gift in honor of their acquaintance. The man turned around in confusion. The next moment, the zombie already attacked the man, knocking him off his feet. Returning to the command center, he asked how things were, to which he was told that they had split up. One was heading in their direction. Then Simon asked where he was now. The subordinate replied that he was already in the hall of the second zone, and then Simon told Spider to go. This man was his first task. Spider chuckled and said they could count on him. Michael, however, was moving forward quickly. Feeling something from above, he raised his head and noticed that it was just a thorn that was flying towards him. The guy skillfully avoided this attack, dodging and running to the side, but the next paw was already waiting for him there. Meanwhile, Anya, who was sitting next to the camera with the girls, asked if they should help Michael, to which Sylvia replied that everything would be fine with Rome, and they would only get in his way if they went. Then Anya asked Samantha who this guy was that was deep in the prison. Sylvia noticed that she was also interested. Then the girl began to leaf through her father's notes. She thought that this was the #1 criminal, who was a plastic surgeon. But since he couldn't make the most beautiful person in the world, he came up with a strange idea. He removed the most beautiful parts of the body of everyone who came to him for an operation, and then from these parts, he began to sculpt the perfect person. Thanks to his wisdom, he was able to do and evade capture. and in total he harmed more than 500 people. Many of his achievements were never found. Number 1 appeared before Michael and told him that he saw that he had a good heart, just the last piece for his perfect man. Michael didn't answer, just frowned, and Spider said that soon his heart would be his. He was a B rank, his eyes shining yellow as he said that he hoped the boy could fight, otherwise this victory would be too boring. Taking out his dagger, Michael thought that the B rank had already appeared, but he didn't have time, so he needed to finish this quickly. Michael leaned forward and swung his dagger, and the zombie responded to his blow. Squinting, Spider noticed that his speed was good, but he couldn't outrun his 6 eyes. And with these words, he swung his paw, which was on his back, leaving a deep depression in the floor, as the guy managed to jump back. While fighting, they began to rush around the hall at great speed, sweeping away everything in their path. Waving his paws, Spider told the boy that if he continued to play the fool, he definitely wouldn't kill him. Michael suddenly appeared behind him. However, to the guy's surprise, Spider managed to react, and one of his paws struck him in the shoulder. Turning around, Spider smirked and said that he said the guy wouldn't be able to escape him. Michael looked at his wound. A notification came that he was sent. All body functions lose 5% every minute. When he reaches 100, he will die. The effect is removed when the infector dies. Taking advantage of the guy's hesitation, Spider rushed forward to deliver the finishing blow. However, Michael managed to react and struck him with his dagger with one hand. Michael waved his dagger, and flashes of fire began to emanate from under his weapon. Getting closer to the zombie, Michael swung his dagger and sent a stream of fire at it. Standing in the fire, Spider exclaimed that the guy had other abilities, but it was all useless. Michael, meanwhile, did not retreat and got even closer. But Spider exclaimed that no tricks would work on him. The zombie raised its paw with a furious cry, piercing the guy's chest. But the next moment, Michael struck Spider in the back of the head. From the surprise and force of the blow, the zombie fell face down on the floor. The zombie stood up and looked at the guy, muttering that he thought he had hit him. What was going on? However, what Spider had touched was only Michael's shadow, which had already begun to dissipate. Getting to his feet, Spider asked the guy if he really wanted to play hide and seek. Then it was his turn. Simon watched this battle from the command center. A subordinate told him that they wanted to contact him, to which he muttered that he was being interrupted at the most interesting place. Simon picked up the phone and asked if he needed something. Another monster from the commander's retinue asked Simon why he hadn't returned yet, and said that the boss was angry. Simon told his friend not to get excited, because he was doing his job after all, and then asked about the situation there. Another one told him that the commander had already sent the lowest-ranking zombies to fight them, feigning weakness. They were full of joy and happiness. As soon as they start to relax and lose their guard, their plan will fail, and they will lure them to the 4 altars. Eventually, they will all become the offerings they need so much. Such a large amount of flesh will allow their king to be reborn sooner. Simon's friend asked him what specific job he did. Simon replied that he was watching a great show and was waiting for his turn. He told him to tell the boss not to be angry with him, because he would soon return with a wonderful gift. Meanwhile, Spider and Michael continued their fierce battle. The zombie exclaimed that the guy was already 20% weaker, and it seemed to him that he was already getting weaker. Michael thought that if this continued, the situation would only get worse. He needed to do something. There was no time to waste. The subordinate asked Simon why they didn't capture the man's allies since he was no problem, to which he replied that he hadn't lost yet. This bastard is still fighting with Spider, and is now assessing the current situation and ways out of it. If something happens to his comrades, he will definitely know about it. Simon said he didn't want his favorite show to be ruined. They were going to win in the end anyway. The Spider struck again, continuing to mock the guy, asking him if he was at his limit. Michael looked suspiciously at the spike on Spider's paw that had hit his blade. Shouting that it was all over, Spider was about to deliver the final blow again. But suddenly Michael swung his arms, spreading them to the sides and cutting off Spider's paws. Michael started to punch. Spider said it was useless and insignificant. His scratches just tickled him. Michael chuckled slightly and asked him if he was sure. Meanwhile, a helicopter with journalists was flying over the battlefield between people and zombies. The journalists said that now they all see how they have defeated and suppressed the zombies, and now they are destroying them. Victory is in the hands of humanity, so let everyone go boldly to the battlefield. Some zombies began to run. The people who were sitting in the bunker and watching this report shouted joyfully. The journalists said that they will continue this battle, and let them all witness the victory of the people. The commanders of all the bases were sitting in a tent in the camp at one table. Sylvester, watching the report, noticed that it seemed like progress was going very smoothly. Winston asked why he didn't know about this broadcast, and then said that it was too dangerous. All military information was leaking. Sylvester asked why it was dangerous because zombies are just a group of unconscious creatures, and he organized the broadcast. Harris said he thought the commander's actions were good because they would allow all the people to witness the victory that was already in their hands. Winston, banging on the table, exclaimed that they could not act so thoughtlessly. Everything was going too smoothly. They had to create all the soldiers and develop a new plan. Charlie asked the man about where to put his courage, and then told him to stop worrying, because they would definitely win. Sylvester, pointing to the points on the map, said that the zombies were heading in these directions. We need to split up and kill them. His eyes flashed an evil purple light as he said that victory would soon be theirs. Meanwhile, Spider stood on his knees, exhausted, his health down by 50%. Raising his head, he asked the guy what he had done to him, throwing away the spider's paws that he had used to strike him. Michael said that he must not like being removed by himself. Jumping up from his seat, Spider exclaimed that even so he would have enough strength to kill him, to which Michael, also leaning forward, replied that they should check it. The spider struck, but its paw hit the ground, as Michael managed to dodge. Michael swung his dagger, slashing across the zombie's chest, causing it to scream. The guy asked him if he wanted to remove the poisoning, because his chances of winning were decreasing with every minute. The spider screamed angrily, calling Michael a son of a bitch, but still removed the poisoning. Now the zombie was seriously angry. He threw up his hands, shouting that he would tear the guy into small pieces. Simon's subordinate said that this guy, fortunately, had not won yet. The battle was not over, to which Simon said that he did not think so. He said he thought he knew it all along. His eyes were like looking into the water and seeing the outcome. The spider finished his transformation, and now, instead of legs, he had a huge spider body. He screamed for the guy to try to compete in his best form. The huge spider dove forward, striking, but Michael was able to dodge again, jumping into the air. Michael flipped in the air and landed right on the spider's head, plunging his dagger into its body. He felt something approaching behind him and turned to see Spider throw a web at him. Michael quickly dodged the web and jumped off the spider. The spider's eyes glowed red, parts of its body glowed yellow, and many webs appeared in the air. Michael pulled his hand back and fire appeared on his palm. With a wave of his hand, he sent fire flying, burning all the cobwebs that hung in the air. Simon started to walk away, and his subordinate asked if he didn't want to watch anymore, to which he replied that there was no need, since Spider had lost. Engulfed in flames, Spider screamed furiously, intending to attack again, while Simon said that he was already walking on the edge of his death. Once again avoiding the paw strikes, Michael jumped all over the room. The spider, in furious desperation, beat its paws in all directions, unsuccessfully trying to hit the guy, but only hitting the columns that stood there. Michael ran up one of the broken columns and kicked it using his fire powers. The column accelerated to incredible speed and flew straight into the spider's huge body. Sweating profusely, Spider asked the guy if he really thought he could kill him like that. Michael grinned and prepared to send another column flying, saying that it wasn't that easy for him to do so. The spider let out a confused cry when the next column, which was already decisive, flew into him. The next moment, when everything became quiet, something fell from above onto the floor, killing Spider. Michael asked the newly arrived native if he couldn't wait any longer. He replied that he was already eager to engage in battle with him. Then he apologized for taking his kill. Why waste resources in vain? Michael replied that it was okay because he could take it, to which Simon smirked, and replied that the guy was quite confident. Michael said that it should be taken into account that he found it within the allotted time, taking off his cloak, revealing his pumped-up body. Simon said that he didn't want to fight the guy in the command room. He said that he couldn't win anyway. He would die. But he was still curious about the purpose of his coming here. Michael, looking at the notification about the enemy, who was B rank and had the abilities of agility and swiftness, asked him why he needed to know this, and mentally called the evolutionary tree. The evolution tree reported that she sensed a large amount of energy from the enemy, which had almost reached A rank. But their remaining evolution points could not allow the guy to ascend, but the remaining fragments were enough to improve his abilities. Simon, stretching his shoulders, said that first the guy found Thorn's sister, and after he thought that it was not a coincidence, did he really know about the amount of assets? Michael answered him that he had nothing to say. Tree mentally asked the guy what ability he wanted to improve and started listing the options. She said that he could improve the contact ability. It uses most fragments, but does not work on zombies. Fire and shadow rupture require less, but will not help much. The best ability is devouring, each time a new effect is added, but the effect is unknown, which makes it risky. Tree asked the guy what to improve, to which the guy told her to activate swiftness. Simon exclaimed that since the boy was silent, he should take his secret to hell, and he rushed straight at him. Michael told the tree to activate the shadow rift and improve the ability to devour. They must absorb this native. Simon threw a punch, but Michael managed to avoid it by jumping up. But the zombie didn't stop there and again aimed his fist at the guy, and he thought that he wouldn't have time to dodge. Then Michael swung his leg to somehow meet the blow. Michael somersaulted in the air and landed far away from his opponent, who noticed that the guy was very agile, absorbing green energy for self-healing. The guy thought that this native had both speed and strength exceeding the strength of those he had already encountered. Michael asked the tree about the result, to which she replied that the improvement was successful. The ability to devour has added a new effect, fusion of the first level, which can use 100 fragments to randomly fuse and turn into the ability of the first level. When fusion, only one ability can be used at a time. When fusion is repeated, the previous ability will be overwritten. Increasing the level also gets this effect. Gritting his teeth, Michael replied that it all depended on chance. Simon, noticing that the guy had not started to attack him, went on the attack himself, and the guy, getting to his feet, thought that he had 390 fragments left, which meant they could be fused 3 times. While dodging the blows, he thought that if he were to fuse the ability of the lowest rank, then it would not be worth raising it. Then it would be better to raise the ability that he already had now. Continuing to fight, the boy frantically thought about what to do. Simon stood up and kicked, shouting at the boy to fight and not disappoint him. And then, in the place where they had been fighting, there was an explosion of energy. Michael jumped back, saying that the risk was enormous, but there was no escape. And then he commanded the tree to carry out the rafting. Dravo immediately began to carry out the order and the skill icon lit up in her hands. Simon pushed forward again, asking the boy if he was crazy enough to talk to himself. Michael raised his hand forward, using his mind power, and he told the tree that he was leaving the fusion to her. Under the influence of the guy's power, the stones rose from the ground and flew straight towards the enemy, and a notification appeared that a D-rank skill had been acquired. Simon smashed the rocks that were flying at him with sharp blows. Michael told the tree to continue, because the D-rank would not help them. The native sent the rocks that were flying at him back, exclaiming for the guy to use his true power. The F-rank berserk skill was obtained. Commanding the tree to continue, Michael blew up the rocks that were flying at it. A notification appeared that the D-rank skill metal body had been acquired. Michael again commanded to continue. Anya, who was still sitting in the room with the other girls, said that she was wondering how Michael was doing, to which Sylvia replied that she felt a clash of 2 strong energies. She said that they can't interfere with this battle, so all that's left is to believe in Michael. Anya exclaimed that she believes in him too. Meanwhile, something flew into the prison wall, making its way out. Going outside, Simon said that he eventually destroyed the place. But there was no choice. He could rebuild it later. The tree told the boy that they didn't have enough fragments. She couldn't take any more. They had to prioritize and come up with an escape plan. Noticing Anya and Sylvia looking at him, he said that he couldn't, because Sylvia and Anya were trapped here. It would be difficult to leave. And their goal here is to absorb the native, speed up evolution, and allow it to restore memory. Tearing off his tattered jacket, Michael told the tree that she had said she believed in him, to which she hesitantly agreed. Simon screamed that he was bored. The guy disappointed him. Michael told the tree that he remembered that when they first stopped the zombie horde, he received a fragment of the universal ability 20%. Let her use it one last time. The tree wanted to object, but did not. And she began the fusion again, using 100 fragments. Simon was ready to kill the guy, his face twisted with anger. Meanwhile, the report was still going on. The journalist said that this was a scene of a zombie attack, and ahead was a direction where they couldn't escape. It looked like this was their end. The one in charge of this zone is Yan Huang Base's A-team. They have destroyed the last zombies. Now they will head to the other 3. The soldiers shouted, congratulating the leader. And someone wondered why the zombies stopped after running here. Was there any connection with this dragon article? The other one replied that he shouldn't think about such things. They simply couldn't run anymore. It had nothing to do with anything. He said that he'd better go and report to the captain that Group A had completed the mission. Sylvester, still in the tent, took the call. Turning to the other commanders, he said that Group A had completed the pursuit mission. Groups C and D would also finish soon, and the commanders expressed their joy. However, Sylvester reported that Team B, Winston's team, had not completed their mission, and Winston asked if they were in trouble and needed reinforcements. Sylvester replied that apparently their team had not encountered any obstacles but had stopped halfway. But he had already sent people to check, so there would be no problem. Now it was their turn. They would go to the zombie nest and destroy it to claim victory. The zombies moved forward in a crowd, making growling sounds. Austin asked Megan if she thought it was weird and there was some kind of problem, to which she replied that she thought so. These zombies don't have any aspirations. When they stop too. They don't seem to have a goal. The guy asked her if she really thought they were luring them somewhere on purpose, to which she replied that it was just her assumption, because everything was going too smoothly. She had gone through the horde herself, but now she was feeling a little, and she told the guy to gather a team and return to the base for the commander, and she would be here. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them, saying that as expected of an elite team, they were keeping their ears open, but they better obey orders and do what they needed to do. After all, apart from them, all the other teams completed their task perfectly. There was only one step left for the zombies, and their king would be reborn. The zombie commander stood on the dragon's huge head, watching everything that was happening. The zombie standing behind Megan and Austin said that it wasn't their mission to begin with, but it was because that stupid deer left. But there was no choice. The girl asked her if she was a zombie, to which she only said that she needed to be made to pay him compensation for this. Michael continued to fight with Simon and punched him in the jaw. From such a blow, Simon flew back several meters. As it turns out, Michael has acquired the skill of analyzing flaws. The number of visible flaws increases, and hitting him will reduce the time it takes for them to appear. Since Michael had hit a vulnerable spot, he was given a new insight into what was in the enemy's side. Even more angry, Simon exclaimed that the guy had managed to hit him once, but now he was too crazy. He screamed that he would make him beg for mercy and cry with fear, and he moved forward again. With a bright flash, he struck the ground. Michael quickly ran out of this bright cloud of dust. The native, throwing a stone at him, asked him why he was running away, while he himself was showing off here. Michael stared in surprise at the rock flying towards him. Turning around, he swung his hand with the dagger, cutting through the stone. And Michael once again launched the rock fragments at the enemy using the fire skill. Simon met the stones flying at him with his fists and asked how he dared to dodge and use tricks to attack him. The next moment, Michael found himself behind the native. Simon waved his hand, but Michael managed to dodge. Bending down, the native asked the guy if he really wanted to attack him in a mean way. Michael exclaimed that after extreme twisting of the limbs, the retro would lose all protection. He said it was at its weakest point now and he struck there. Simon made a dull sound and began spitting out blood from the impact. He suddenly raised his hands up to hit the guy and shouted curses. Michael met his blow with his hands, causing his legs to start to punch through the ground. Michael noticed new vulnerable spots on the native's shoulder and arm. With 2 sharp blows, he struck these 2 points. Simon flashed back in a bright flash, raising a cloud of dust. Anya exclaimed joyfully that Michael had won. Sylvia noticed that the enemy's aura did not weaken, but grew even stronger. Michael frowned and turned to Simon, saying that it was time to stop. These attacks could not harm him. The native noticed that the guy saw right through him. Apparently he played poorly. Then it was time to start a real fight. The tree warned the guy, telling him to be careful. The enemy's energy had become much stronger, to which the guy agreed, saying that he had become stronger. He said that now they have the disadvantages. The gap between the weak and the strong has narrowed. He just needs to use the chance to accurately focus on the disadvantage and weaken his fighting ability, and victory is theirs. Rushing forward, he exclaimed that over time more and more disadvantages will appear. It is a fight against time. The analysis of the flaws was that for every flaw hit, 4% of the attribute would be transferred to the owner's body, the percentage depending on the opponent's strength. Simon glanced at Michael and thought that from this moment on, this guy's desire to attack became stronger. Even if he was effective, it was not enough to fight against him. He wondered if the guy was analyzing him, and then he exclaimed that this was some kind of joke. Simon also leaned forward and exclaimed that the end of this pathetic little man was already sealed, and his fist collided with the guy's fist. The guy's hand went further and hit the native in the face, hitting the flaw. Simon's body shook and he cursed under his breath. Getting even more angry, he concentrated his energy into his fist to strike. Michael continued to hit his opponent, avoiding his attacks along the way. Michael noticed that the attacks had become more violent. He had to find an opportunity to attack the weaknesses. Simon screamed as he continued to hit the guy to make him resist. Isn't he strong? He waved his hand, pushing the guy away from him, causing another cloud of dust to rise. A bright flash of light appeared in this cloud of dust. A stream of fire began to fly towards Simon, but he still managed to dodge it. Fire began to flow around him on the ground surrounding him. Simon said that it was all just a useless struggle. Suddenly a huge column of fire rose up. Fire went on the attack again. Simon again said that this type of attack was useless for him. While dodging, he advised the boy to use the energy elsewhere instead of such sneaky attacks. His eyes flashed red and he noticed that he had fast speed. Noting that he could see everything well, he found the fire salt guy and kicked him in the stomach. Grabbing the boy by the hair, he said that he seemed to have expected too much. Michael hit Simon again in the side, where he was lacking. There was a flash, and Simon jumped away from the guy. Shaking his side, he asked him if he really thought such a soft attack would harm him. He didn't even feel anything. Michael replied that it didn't matter whether he felt pain or not. He would find out very soon he had already received 20% of the attribute. Simon smirked and asked the guy if he really thought he was that cool, then said that he had other missions to do, so they would finish it now. Michael pushed off the ground in the direction of his opponent. Simon jokingly asked if he had decided to take the initiative. Simon swung his fist, but Michael dodged it again, jumping up. The native exclaimed that it was not bad, he did not hate his bravery. Michael, going down, kicked Simon in the arm, who noticed that he seemed much stronger. Suddenly Simon grabbed his leg, and jerking his hand, he hit the guy's back on the ground. Then he pulled the guy's leg up again. Michael, moving closer, blew a stream of fire into his face. He jumped behind his back and struck again at the flaw. A dark shadow appeared under Simon's feet. Michael jumped out of the shadows, kicking his opponent in his weakness. While Simon was flying in the air, Michael below was about to use fire again, causing the air around him to begin to gather. Quickly waving his arms, the boy directed the fireballs straight at the enemy's weaknesses. One after another, these fireballs hit the flaws with incredible precision and force. This angered the native even more, and he shouted that he would now show his true strength. Through the fire he began to descend. He landed heavily on the ground, breaking it under his feet. A moment later, Simon was behind Michael, using the buck's strength skill, which increased his speed and strength by 50%. The native punched the ground, his hand flashing blue. He screamed that the guy was the first one to make him use this form. He screamed that he had been privileged to see his strongest form, but now it was over. However, Michael was not impressed by this strong form, and he again struck at the disadvantage, hitting him in the face. The guy exclaimed that it was weak, and his opponent moved back several meters from the blow. In a fit of rage, Simon rushed forward again, screaming at the guy to shut his fucking mouth. With quick leaps that broke the ground, he made his way forward. As they exchanged blows, Simon shouted that despite all his tricks, he, a D rank, was still not his equal. He had no chance to win. Michael's eyes flashed blue as he raised his hand, telling the native to shut up. He hit him on the head with his elbow, slamming his face into the ground and hitting him again on the flaw. Simon's body was engulfed in a green glow as he began to rise from the ground, screaming loudly. Michael shuddered, thinking that he had no idea that a native could have so much energy. The part of the ground Michael was standing on flew up under Simon's influence. The tree warned the guy that his opponent had a berserker. A huge wave rose. A piece of land rushed towards it. Michael thought that he had 52% of his attribute. The native had no chance to defeat him. He would do everything to destroy him. While Michael was unaware, a dark silhouette appeared in the water. Simon swung his hand, cutting through the water and hitting the guy again. So they rushed around the battlefield, but Simon still couldn't hit his opponent. Anya and Sylvia excitedly called Michael's name. Suddenly, a bright column of light burst out of the water. Simon flew up, exhausted, wondering what he had done wrong, why he had lost. As he fell to the ground, all he could think about was why he couldn't kill the D-rank ant. Michael, while the water was dripping on him, stepped out of the wave. Looking at the guy, Simon wondered if he was even human. Then he asked why the D-rank was even talking about fighting him, whether he knew that he was doomed to defeat from the very beginning. Coming closer, Michael replied that he just wanted to win his own bet. Then Simon, leaning his hands on the ground, got him drunk about why he was so stubbornly trying to beat him. Don't weaklings want to run away first? Looking down, the guy replied that running away wouldn't solve anything, and his body was a resource he needed. Then the native asked if he was from Skynet. The guy replied that they were also one of his goals, to which the native suggested that the guy join them. Simon raised his head and frantically began to explain, saying that they were also fighting against Skynet. Their king would soon awaken, and he would definitely be there when he joined, and that way they would win. Michael asked if the natives really have a leader. The native continued by saying that they are just pawns of the king. When he awakens, the whole world will lie at his feet, and the king is almost awakened. He said that when the guy joins his team, they will destroy Skynet. But noticing the guy's look, he immediately corrected himself, saying that the guy will, and it is he who will join him. Placing his hand on the native's head, Michael said that he was certainly right in some parts, but he was not a very good actor. Was this really the face one should make before dying? The boy started to use the ability to devour. Simon screamed for him to stop. He screamed that if he killed him, they would find him, and they would still take over this world, and he would die. But Michael didn't stop when the native extended his hands to him. The guy said that he had already seen the world that he had been talking about for more than 20 years, so he would not allow this to happen again. The natives' gaze became clouded, and the guy said that whether the disaster was connected to Skynet or not, they all had to be dead. Finally, all that was left of Simon was a crystal. The guy received 20,000 points, and a crystal that has an energy source that has absorbed the native type at the moment. Now the tree of evolution has come into play. Blue sparks began to swirl around the boy's body, and the destruction of his genes began. Gene recombination began, causing Michael to scream hysterically. Sylvia asked worriedly what had happened. Anya simply replied that, based on his experience, he screams every time before he becomes stronger. After some time, the crystal was completely absorbed. The new attribute was updated. The zombie in the command room said that he didn't expect Simon to lose, and that he should quickly escape. The three men standing behind him said that he should let them go as promised, to which the zombie replied that they had been promised by someone who had already died, so it was none of his business. But then the blade of a weapon flashed before his face. It was number 21 who told the demon that she had hated him for a long time. Number 41, who was also there talking to Anya. She told number 21 to leave quickly. It looks like Miss Anya is in trouble. After some time, all the guys went outside and met Michael, Sylvia, and Anya there. Samantha asked the guy what happened, to which he replied that his friend was in danger and needed to go there, so he would send her back to meet her grandmother. The girl replied that he needed to leave quickly, and that he didn't have to worry about her. She could come back herself. One of the hostages told the guy to really go do his business. He can't believe that he managed to save them. And then he told his daughter that the zombies on the island were already killed. After meeting with her grandmother, she should go to the shelter. The guy agreed with this, saying that it was better for her to do so. Feeling sad, the girl asked Michael if they would meet again. The guy told her that they would definitely see each other. Climbing onto Goldie's back, he and everyone else said goodbye to them. With a couple of wing beats, Goldie rose from the ground. Michael frowned as he thought about Megan and the others not being in the shelter, where they had gone and what was going on. He asked the tree if she remembered anything, if any of it was connected to the natives, to which she replied that the memory was gradually returning, and they were indeed connected to the evolutionary tree. Michael asked if she meant herself by the evolutionary tree, and then he exclaimed that the native obeys the orders of the king they mentioned. The tree replied that she had no exact information in her memory, but everything pointed to an evolutionary tree. Michael said that if the mysterious man Skynet was reborn, then there might be another tree. Everything is getting more complicated, but there is no time to think. First, he must save them. Meanwhile, Megan and the others fought the monsters. Megan asked what was going on, if zombies had infiltrated their inner section. The zombie replied that everything was so. She thought they would be easy to defeat. Megan warned her comrades that these zombies were unusual. She told Austin to quickly check on Commander Winston and request backup since he had the highest speed. The guy asked how they got here then, to which she replied that they would hold them off while he ran away. And she told Aaron to listen to her instructions. They would attack in pairs. The girl commanded that the operation had begun, and the zombies looked around in confusion. The next moment, trees that had been torn out by their roots headed towards her. However, another zombie appeared in front of her and cut down those trees.